Blackstone Audio presents The Winner Stands Alone by Paulo Coelho, translated by Margaret Jewel Costa.
And he said unto his disciples, Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, neither for the body, what ye shall put on. The life is more than meat, and the body is more than raiment. Consider the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, which neither have storehouse nor barn, and God feedeth them. How much more are ye better than the fowls? And which of you with taking thought can add to his stature 1 cubit? If ye then be not able to do that thing which is least, why take ye thought for the rest? Consider the lilies how they grow. They toil not, they spin not. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Luke, chapter 12, verses 22 through 27. Whoever you are holding me now in hand, without one thing all will be useless. I give you fair warning before you attempt me further. I am not what you supposed, but far different. Who is he that would become my follower? Who would sign himself a candidate for my affections? The way is suspicious, the result uncertain, perhaps destructive. You would have to give up all else. I alone would expect to be your sole and exclusive standard. Your novitiate would even then be long and exhausting. The whole past theory of your life and all conformity to the lives around you would have to be abandoned. Therefore, release me now before troubling yourself any further. Let go your hand from my shoulders. Put me down and depart on your way. Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. The Winner Stands Alone. 3:17 a.m. The Beretta PX4 compact pistol is slightly larger than a mobile phone, weighs around 700 grams, and can fire 10 shots. It is small, light, invisible when carried in a pocket, and its small caliber has one enormous advantage. Instead of passing through the victim's body, the bullet hits bones and smashes everything in its path. Obviously, the chances of surviving a shot of that caliber are fairly high. There are thousands of cases in which no vital artery was severed, and the victim had time to react and disarm his attacker. However, if the person firing the pistol is experienced enough, he can opt either for a quick death, by aiming at the point between the eyes or at the heart, or for a slower one, by placing the barrel at a certain angle close to the ribs and squeezing the trigger. The person shot takes a while to realize that he has been mortally wounded and tries to fight back, run away, or call for help. The great advantage of this is that the victim has time to see his killer's face, while his strength ebbs slowly away and he falls to the ground, with little external loss of blood, still not fully understanding why this is happening to him. It is far from being the ideal weapon for experts. Nice and light in a lady's handbag. No stopping power, though. Someone in the British Secret Service tells James Bond in the first film in the series, meanwhile confiscating Bond's old pistol and handing him a new model. However, that advice applied only to professionals, and for what he now had in mind, it was perfect. He had bought the Beretta on the black market so that it would be impossible to trace. There are 5 bullets in the magazine, although he intends to use only one, the tip of which he has marked with an X, using a nail file. That way, when it's fired and hits something solid, it will break into 4 pieces. He will only use the Beretta as a last resort. There are other ways of extinguishing a world, of destroying a universe, and she will probably understand the message as soon as the first victim is found. She will know that he did it in the name of love, and that he feels no resentment, but will take her back and ask no questions about her life during these past 2 years. He hopes that 6 months of careful planning will produce results, but he will only know for sure tomorrow morning. His plan is to allow the Furies, those ancient figures from Greek mythology, to descend on their black wings to that blue and white landscape full of diamonds, Botox, and high-speed cars of no use to anyone because they carry only 2 passengers. With the little artifacts he has brought with him, all those dreams of power, success, fame, and money could be punctured in an instant. He could have gone up to his room because the scene he had been waiting to witness occurred at 11:11 p.m., although he would have been prepared to wait for even longer. The man and his beautiful companion arrived, both of them in full evening dress, for yet another of those gala events that take place each night after every important supper, and which attracted more people than any film premiere at the festival. Igor ignored the woman. He shielded his face behind a French newspaper. A Russian newspaper would have aroused suspicions, so that she wouldn't see him. An unnecessary precaution. Like all women who feel themselves to be queen of the world, she never looked at anyone else. Such women are there in order to shine and always avoid looking at what other people are wearing because, even if their own clothes and accessories have cost them a fortune, the number of diamonds or a particularly exclusive outfit worn by someone else might make them feel depressed, or bad-tempered, or inferior. Her elegant, silver-haired companion went over to the bar and ordered champagne, a necessary aperitif for a night that promised new contacts, good music, and a fine view of the beach and the yachts moored in the harbor. He noticed how extremely polite the man was, thanking the waitress when she brought their drinks and giving her a large tip. The 3 of them knew each other. Igor felt a great wave of happiness as the adrenaline began to mingle with his blood. The following day, he would make her fully aware of his presence there, and, at some point, they would meet. God alone knew what would come of that meeting. Igor, an Orthodox Catholic, had made a promise and sworn an oath in a church in Moscow before the relics of St. Mary Magdalene, which were in the Russian capital for a week, so that the faithful could worship them. He had queued for nearly 5 hours and, when he finally saw them, had felt sure that the whole thing was something dreamed up by the priests. He did not, however, want to run the risk of breaking his word, and so he had asked for her protection and help in achieving his goal without too much sacrifice. And he had promised, too, that when it was all over and he could at last return to his native land, he would commission a golden icon from a well-known artist who lived in a monastery in Novosibirsk. At 3 a.m, the bar of the Hotel Martinez smells of cigarettes and sweat. By then, Jimmy, who always wears different-colored shoes, has stopped playing the piano, and the waitress is exhausted, but the people who are still there refuse to leave. They want to stay in that lobby for at least another hour, or even all night, until something happens. They're already 4 days into the Cannes Film Festival, and still nothing has happened. Every guest at every table is interested in but one thing: meeting the people with power. Pretty women are waiting for a producer to fall in love with them and give them a major role in their next movie. A few actors are talking among themselves, laughing and pretending that the whole business is a matter of complete indifference to them, but they always keep one eye on the door. Someone is about to arrive. Someone must arrive. Young directors, full of ideas and with CVs listing the videos they made at university, and who have read everything ever written about photography and script writing, are hoping for a stroke of luck. Perhaps meeting someone just back from a party who is looking for an empty table where he'll order a coffee and light a cigarette. Someone who's tired of going to the same old places all the time and feels ready for a new adventure. How naive. If that did happen, the last thing such a person would want to hear about is some really fresh angle on a hackneyed subject. But despair can deceive the desperate. The people with power who do occasionally enter merely glance around, then go up to their rooms. They're not worried. They have nothing to fear. The superclass does not forgive betrayals, and they know their limitations. Whatever the legend may say, they didn't get where they are by trampling on others. On the other hand, if there is some important new discovery to be made, be it in the world of cinema, music, or fashion, it will emerge only after much research, and not in some hotel bar. The superclass are now making love to the girl who managed to gate-crash the party and who is game for anything. They're taking off their makeup, studying the lines on their faces and thinking that it's time for more plastic surgery. They're looking at the online news to see if the announcement they made earlier that day has been picked up by the media. They're taking the inevitable sleeping pill and drinking the tea that promises easy weight loss. They're ticking the boxes on the menu for their room service breakfast and hanging it on the door handle, along with the sign saying, "Do not disturb." The superclass are closing their eyes and thinking, "I hope I get to sleep quickly. I've got a meeting tomorrow at 10. However, everyone knows that the bar in the Hotel Martinez is where the powerful people hang out, which means there's always a chance of meeting them. It doesn't even occur to the hopefuls that the powerful only talk to the powerful, that they need to get together now and then for lunches and suppers, to lend a lure to the big festivals, to feed the fantasy that the world of luxury and glamour is accessible to all those with the courage to pursue an idea, to avoid any non-lucrative wars, and to promote aggression between countries or companies where they feel this might bring them more power and more money, to pretend that they're happy even though they're now hostage to their own success, to continue struggling to increase their wealth and influence even when both those things are already vast, because the vanity of the superclass consists in competing with itself to see who is the top of the tops. In an ideal world, the powerful would talk to the actors, directors, designers, and writers who are now bleary-eyed with tiredness and thinking about going back to their rented rooms in distant towns so that tomorrow they can begin again the marathon of making requests, fixing possible meetings, and being endlessly ready and available. In the real world, the powerful are, at this moment, locked in their rooms, checking their emails, complaining that these festival parties are always the same, that their friend was wearing a bigger jewel than they were, and asking how come the yacht a competitor has just bought has a totally unique decor. Igor has no one to talk to, nor does he want to talk. The winner stands alone. Igor is the successful owner and president of a telephone company in Russia. A year ago, he reserved the best suite in the Martinez, which makes everyone pay up front for at least 12 nights, regardless of how long they'll be staying. He arrived this afternoon in his private jet, was driven to the hotel, where he took a bath, and then went downstairs in the hope of witnessing one particular scene. At first, he was pestered by actresses, actors, and directors, until he came up with the perfect response for them all. "Don't speak English, sorry Polish," or "Don't speak French, sorry Mexican." When someone ventured a few words in Spanish, Igor tried another ploy. He started writing down numbers in a notebook so as to look neither like a journalist, because everyone wants to meet journalists, nor like a movie mogul. Beside him lay a Russian economics magazine. Most people can't tell Russian from Polish or Spanish, with the photo of some boring executive on the cover. The denizens of the bar, who pride themselves on their keen understanding of the human race, leave Igor in peace, thinking that he must be one of those millionaires who comes to Cannes in search of a new girlfriend. That, at least, is the rumor doing the rounds by the time the fifth person has sat down at his table and ordered a mineral water, alleging that there are no other free seats. Igor is duly relegated to the category of perfume. Perfume is the slang term used by actresses, or starlets as they're called at the festival, because, as with perfumes, it's easy enough to change brands, but one of them might just turn out to be a real find. Perfumes are sought out during the last 2 days of the festival, if the actresses in question haven't managed to pick up anything or anyone of interest in the movie industry. For the moment, then, this strange, apparently wealthy man can wait. Actresses know that it's always best to leave the festival with a new boyfriend, whom they might later on be able to transform into a film producer, than to move on to the next event and go through the same old ritual, drinking, smiling, must keep smiling, and pretending that you're not looking at anyone while your heart beats furiously. Time ticks rapidly on, and there are still gala nights to which you haven't yet been invited, but to which the perfumes have. They know what the perfumes are going to say, because they always say the same thing, but they pretend to believe them anyway. A. I could change your life. B. A lot of women would like to be in your shoes. C. You're young now, but what will become of you in a few years' time? You need to think about making a longer-term investment. D. I'm married, but my wife, this opening line can have various endings, is ill, has threatened to commit suicide if I leave her, etc. E. You're a princess and deserve to be treated like one. I didn't know it until now, but I've been waiting for you. I don't believe in coincidences, and I really think we ought to give this relationship a chance. It's always the same old spiel. The only variable is how many presents you get, preferably jewelry, which can be sold, how many invites to yacht parties, how many visiting cards you collect, how many times you have to listen to the same chat-up lines, and whether you can wangle a ticket to the Formula One races where you'll get to mingle with the same class of people and where your big chance might be there waiting for you. Perfume is also the word used by young actors to refer to elderly millionairesses, all plastic and Botox, but who are, at least, more intelligent than their male counterparts. They never waste any time. They too arrive in the final days of the festival, knowing that money provides their only pulling power. The male perfumes deceive themselves. They think that the long legs and youthful faces have genuinely fallen for them and can now be manipulated at will. The female perfumes put all their trust in the power of their diamonds. Igor knows nothing of all this. This is his first time at the festival, and he has just realized that, much to his surprise, no one here seems very interested in films, except the people in that bar. He has leafed through a few magazines, opened the envelope in which his company has placed the invitations to the most prestigious parties, but not one of them is for a film premiere. Before traveling to France, he tried to find out which films were in the running, but had great difficulty in obtaining this information. Then a friend said, "Forget about films. Cannes is just a fashion show." Fashion. Whatever can people be thinking? Do they think fashion is something that changes according to the season of the year? Did they really come from all corners of the world to show off their dresses, their jewelry, and their collection of shoes? They don't understand. Fashion is merely a way of saying, I belong to your world. I'm wearing the same uniform as your army, so don't shoot. Ever since groups of men and women first started living together in caves, fashion has been the only language everyone can understand, even complete strangers. We dress in the same way. I belong to your tribe. Let's gang up on the weaklings as a way of surviving. But some people believe that fashion is everything. Every 6 months, they spend a fortune changing some tiny detail in order to keep up their membership of the very exclusive tribe of the rich. If they were to visit Silicon Valley, where the billionaires of the IT industry wear plastic watches and beat-up jeans, they would understand that the world has changed. Everyone now seems to belong to the same social class. No one cares anymore about the size of a diamond, or the make of a tie, or a leather briefcase. In fact, ties and leather briefcases don't even exist in that part of the world. Nearby, however, is Hollywood, a relatively more powerful machine, albeit in decline, which still manages to convince the innocent to believe in haute couture dresses, emerald necklaces, and stretch limos. And since this is what still appears in all the magazines, who would dare destroy a billion-dollar industry involving advertisements, the sale of useless objects, the invention of entirely unnecessary new trends, and the creation of identical face creams, all bearing different labels? How ridiculous! Igor cannot conceal his loathing for those whose decisions affect the lives of millions of honest, hard-working men and women leading dignified lives and glad to have their health, a home, and the love of their family. How perverse! Just when everything seems to be in order, and as families gather round the table to have supper, the phantom of the superclass appears, selling impossible dreams, luxury, beauty, power. And the family falls apart. The father works overtime to be able to buy his son the latest sneakers, because if his son doesn't have a pair, he'll be ostracized at school. The wife weeps in silence because her friends have designer clothes, and she has no money. Their adolescent children, instead of learning the real values of faith and hope, dream only of becoming singers or movie stars. Girls in provincial towns lose any real sense of themselves and start to think of going to the big city, prepared to do anything, absolutely anything, to get a particular piece of jewelry. A world that should be directed toward justice begins instead to focus on material things which, in 6 months' time, will be worthless and have to be replaced. And that is how the whole circus ensures that the despicable creatures gathered together in Cannes remain at the top of the heap. Igor is untouched by this destructive power, for he has one of the most enviable jobs in the world. He continues to earn more money in a day than he could spend in a year, even if he were to indulge in all possible pleasures, legal and illegal. He has no difficulty in finding women, regardless of whether they know how much money he has. He's tested it out on more than one occasion and never failed yet. He has just turned 40, is in good physical shape and, according to his annual checkup, has no health problems. He has no debts either. He doesn't have to wear a particular designer label, go to a particular restaurant, spend his holidays at a beach where everyone goes, or buy a watch, just because some successful sportsman is promoting it. He can sign major contracts with a cheap ballpoint pen, wear comfortable, elegant jackets, handmade by a tailor who has a small shop next to his office, and which carry no label at all. He can do as he likes, and doesn't have to prove to anyone that he's rich. He has an interesting job, and loves what he does. Perhaps that's the problem. He still loves what he does. He's sure that this is why the woman who came into the bar some hours earlier is not sitting at his table with him. He tries to keep thinking, to pass the time. He asks Christelle for another drink. He knows the waitress's name because an hour ago, when the bar was emptier, people were having supper. He asked for a glass of whiskey, and she said that he looked sad and should eat something to cheer himself up. He thanked her for her concern, and was glad that someone should care about his state of mind. He is perhaps the only one who knows the name of the waitress serving him. The others only want to know the names, and if possible the job titles, of the people sitting at the tables and in the armchairs. He tries to keep thinking, but it's gone 3 o'clock in the morning, and the beautiful woman and her courteous companion, who, by the way, looks remarkably like him, have not reappeared. Maybe they went straight up to their room, where they are now making love, or perhaps they're still drinking champagne on one of the yachts where the parties only begin when the other parties are all coming to an end. Perhaps they're lying in bed, reading magazines, ignoring each other. Not that it matters. Igor is alone and tired and needs to sleep. 7:22 a.m. He wakes up at 7:22 a.m., much earlier than his body would like, but he hasn't yet adapted to the time difference between Moscow and Paris. If he was at work, he would already have held 2 or 3 meetings with his subordinates and be preparing to have lunch with some new client. He has another task to fulfill here. He must find someone he can sacrifice in the name of love. He needs a victim, so that Eva will get his message that very morning. He has a bath, goes downstairs to have a coffee in an almost deserted restaurant, then sets off along the Boulevard de la Croisette, on which nearly all the major luxury hotels are located. There is no traffic because one lane is blocked off, and only cars with official permission are being allowed through. The other lane is empty because even the people who live in the city are still only just getting ready to go to work. He feels no resentment. He has passed the really difficult phase when he couldn't sleep because he was so filled with pain and hatred. Now he can understand Eva's feelings. After all, monogamy is a myth that has been rammed down people's throats for far too long. He has read a lot on the subject. The inability to be monogamous isn't just a matter of excess hormones or vanity, but, as all the research indicates, a genetic configuration found in almost all animals. Paternity tests given to birds, monkeys, and foxes revealed that simply because these species had developed a social relationship very similar to marriage did not necessarily mean that they had been faithful to each other. In 70% of cases, their offspring turn out to have been fathered by males other than their partners. Igor remembered something written by David Barash, professor of psychology at the University of Washington in Seattle, in which he said that the only species in nature that doesn't commit adultery, and in which there seems to be 100% monogamy, is a flatworm, Diplozoon paradoxum. The male and female worms meet as adolescents, and their bodies literally fuse together. This is why he cannot accuse Ava of anything. She was merely following her human instincts. However, she had been brought up to believe in those unnatural social conventions and must be feeling guilty, thinking that he doesn't love her anymore and will never forgive her. He is, in fact, prepared to do anything, even to send messages that will mean he has destroyed someone's world, just so that she'll know that not only is he willing to welcome her back, he will gladly bury the past and ask no questions. He sees a young woman setting out her wares on the pavement, various bits of craftwork and jewelry of rather dubious taste. Yes, she will be the sacrifice. She is the message he must send, a message that will be understood as soon as it reaches its destination. Before going over to her, he observes her tenderly. She doesn't know that in a little while, if all goes well, her soul will be wandering the clouds, free forever from an idiotic job that will never take her where her dreams would like her to go. "How much?" he asks in perfect French. "Which piece do you want, sir?" "All of them." The young woman, who must be 20 at most, smiles. "This isn't the first time someone has asked to buy everything. The next step is usually, would you like to go for a walk? You're far too pretty to be here selling these things. No, I'm not. I don't work in the movies, nor am I going to make you an actress and change your life. I'm not interested in the things you're selling either. I just need to talk, and we can do that right here." The young woman averts her gaze. "My parents make these things, and I'm proud of what I do. One day someone will come along who'll recognize their value. Please go away. I'm sure you can find someone else to listen to what you have to say." Igor takes a bundle of notes out of his pocket and puts them gently down beside her. "Forgive my rudeness. I only said I wasn't interested in buying anything to see if you would lower the price. Anyway, my name is Igor Malev. I flew in from Moscow yesterday, and I'm still a little jet-lagged." "My name's Olivia," says the young woman, pretending to believe his lie. Without asking her permission, he sits down on the bench beside her. She shifts up an inch or so. "What do you want to talk about?" "First, take the money." Olivia hesitates, then, looking around, realizes that she has no reason to be afraid. Cars are now driving down the one available lane. Young people are heading for the beach, and an elderly couple are coming toward them down the pavement. She puts the money in her pocket, not even bothering to count it. She has enough experience of life to know that it's more than enough. "Thank you for accepting my offer," says the Russian. "You asked me what I want to talk about. Well, nothing very important." "You must be here for a reason. You need a reason to visit Cannes at this time of year when the city is as unbearable for the people who live here as it is for the tourists." Igor is looking at the sea. He lights a cigarette. "Smoking's bad for your health," she says. He ignores this remark. "What, for you, is the meaning of life?" he asks. "Love." Olivia smiles. This really is an excellent way to start the day, talking about deeper things than the price of each piece of handiwork or the clothes people are wearing. "And for you?" "Yes, love too. But for me it was also important to earn enough money to show my parents that I was capable of succeeding. I did that, and now they're proud of me. I met a perfect woman, we married, and I would like to have had children, to honor and fear God. The children, alas, never came." Olivia doesn't like to ask why. The man in his 40s continues in his perfect French. "We thought of adopting a child. Indeed, we spent 2 or 3 years thinking about it. But then life began to get too busy, what with business trips and parties, meetings and deals." "When you sat down here to talk, I thought you were just another eccentric millionaire in search of an adventure, but I'm enjoying talking about these things." "Do you think about the future?" "Yes, I do, and I think my dreams are much the same as yours. Obviously, I'd like to have children as well." She pauses. She doesn't want to hurt the feelings of this unexpected new companion. If, of course, I can. Sometimes God has other plans. He appears not to have heard her answer. Do only millionaires come to the festival? Millionaires and people who think they're millionaires or want to become millionaires. While the festival is on, this part of the city's like a madhouse. Everyone behaves as if they were terribly important. Apart from the people who really are important, they're much politer. They don't need to prove anything to anyone. They don't always buy what I have to sell, but at least they smile, make some pleasant remark, and treat me with respect. What are you doing here? God made the world in 6 days. But what is the world? It's what you or I see. Whenever someone dies, a part of the universe dies too. Everything a person felt, experienced, and saw dies with them, like tears in the rain. Like tears in the rain. I saw a film once that used that phrase. I can't remember now what it was. I didn't come here to cry. I came to send messages to the woman I love, and in order to do that, I need to destroy a few universes, or worlds. Instead of feeling alarmed by this last statement, Olivia laughs. This handsome, well-dressed man speaking fluent French doesn't seem like a madman at all. She was fed up with always hearing the same things. You're very pretty. You could be doing better for yourself. How much is this? How much is that? It's awfully expensive. I'll go away and think about it and come back later, which they never do, of course, etc. At least this Russian has a sense of humor. Why do you need to destroy the world? So that I can rebuild my own world. Olivia would like to try and console him, but she's afraid of hearing the famous words, I think you could give meaning to my life, at which point the conversation would come to an abrupt halt because she has other plans for her future. Besides, it would be absurd on her part to try and teach someone older and more successful how to overcome his difficulties. One way out would be to learn more about his life. After all, he's paid her, and paid her well, for her time. How do you intend to do that? Do you know anything about frogs? Frogs? Yes. Various biological studies have shown that if a frog is placed in a container along with water from its own pond, it will remain there, utterly still, while the water is slowly heated up. The frog doesn't react to the gradual increase in temperature, to the changes in its environment, and when the water reaches boiling point, the frog dies, fat and happy. On the other hand, if a frog is thrown into a container full of already boiling water, it will jump straight out again, scalded, but alive. Olivia doesn't quite see what this has to do with the destruction of the world. Igor goes on. I was like that boiled frog. I didn't notice the changes. I thought everything was fine, that the bad things would just go away, that it was just a matter of time. I was ready to die because I lost the most important thing in my life, but instead of reacting, I sat there, bobbing, apathetically about in water that was getting hotter by the minute. Olivia plucks up the courage to ask, What did you lose? The truth is, I didn't lose anything. Life sometimes separates people so that they can realize how much they mean to each other. For example, last night, I saw my wife with another man. I know she wants to come back to me, that she still loves me, but she's not brave enough to take the first step. Some boiled frogs still think it's obedience that counts, not ability. Those who can lead, and those with any sense obey. So, where's the truth in all this? It's better to emerge from a situation slightly scalded, but alive and ready to act. And I think you can help me in that task. Olivia tries to imagine what is going through the mind of the man beside her. How could anyone leave such an interesting person, someone who can talk about things she has never even thought about? Then again, there's no logic to love. Despite her youth, she knows that. Her boyfriend, for example, can be quite brutal and sometimes hits her for no reason, and yet she can't bear to be apart from him, even for a day. What exactly were they talking about? About frogs, and about how she could help him. She can't help him, of course, so she'd better change the subject. And how do you intend to set about destroying the world? Igor points to the one free lane on the Boulevard de la Croisette. Let's say that I don't want you to go to a party, but I daren't say so openly. If I wait for the rush hour to begin and stop my car in the middle of the road, within 10 minutes, the whole of the boulevard opposite the beach will have come to a standstill. Drivers will think there must have been an accident and will wait patiently. In 15 minutes, the police will arrive with a truck to tow the car away. That kind of thing is always happening. Ah, yes, but I, very carefully and without anyone noticing, will have got out of my car and scattered nails and other sharp objects on the road in front of it, and I will have carefully painted all of these objects black, so that they blend in with the asphalt. As the tow truck approaches, its tires will be punctured. Now we have two problems, and the tailback of traffic will have reached the suburbs of this small city, the very suburbs where you perhaps live. You clearly have a very vivid imagination, but you would still only have managed to delay me by about an hour. It was Igor's turn to smile. Oh, I could come up with all kinds of ways of making the situation worse. When people started gathering round to help, for example, I would throw something like a small smoke bomb under the truck. This would frighten everyone. I would get into my car, feigning despair, and start the engine. At the same time, though, I would empty a bit of lighter fluid on the floor of the car and it would ignite. I would then jump out of the car in time to observe the scene, the car gradually going up in flames, the flames reaching the fuel tank, the explosion that would affect the car behind as well, and so on in a chain reaction. And I could achieve all that with a car, a few nails, a smoke bomb that you can buy in a shop, and a small amount of lighter fluid. Igor takes from his pocket a small flask containing some kind of liquid. About this much. I should have done that when I realized Eva was about to leave me, to make her postpone her decision and reflect a little, and consider the consequences. When people start to reflect on decisions they're trying to make, they usually change their mind. It requires a lot of courage to take certain steps. But I was too proud. I thought it was just a temporary move and that she would soon realize her mistake. I'm sure she regrets leaving me and, as I said, wants to come back. But for that to happen, I need to destroy a few worlds. The expression on his face has changed, and Olivia is no longer amused by the story. She gets up. Well, I need to do some work. But I paid you to listen to me. I paid enough to cover your whole working day. She puts her hand in her pocket to give him back the money, but at that moment, she sees the pistol pointing at her face. Sit down. Her first impulse is to run. The elderly couple are still slowly approaching. Don't run away, he says, as if he could read her thoughts. I haven't the slightest intention of firing the gun, if you'll just sit down again and hear me out. If you don't try anything and do as I say, then I swear I won't shoot. A series of options pass rapidly through Olivia's head, the first being to run, zigzagging her way across the street, but she realizes that her legs have gone weak. Sit down, the man says again. I won't shoot if you do as you're told. I promise. Yes, it would be madness on his part to fire that gun on a sunny morning, with cars driving past outside, people going to the beach, the traffic getting heavier by the minute, and more pedestrians walking along the pavement. Best to do as the man says, even if only because she's in no state to do anything else. She's almost fainting. She obeys. Now she just has to convince him that she's not a threat, to listen to his deserted husband's lament, to promise him that she has seen nothing, and then, as soon as a policeman appears doing his usual round, throw herself to the ground and scream for help. I know exactly what you're feeling, the man says, trying to calm her. The symptoms of fear have been the same since the dawn of time. They were the same when men had to face wild beasts, and they continue to be so right up to the present day. Blood drains away from the face and the epidermis, protecting the body and avoiding blood loss. That's why people turn pale. The intestines relax and release everything so that there will be no toxic matter left contaminating the organism. The body initially refuses to move so as not to provoke the beast in question by making any sudden movement. This is all a dream, thinks Olivia. She remembers her parents, who should have been here with her this morning, but who had been up all night making jewelry because the day looked likely to be a busy one. A few hours ago, she had been making love with her boyfriend, whom she believed to be the man of her life, even though he sometimes hit her. They reached orgasm simultaneously, something that hadn't happened for a long time. After breakfast, she decided not to take her usual shower because she felt free and full of energy and pleased with life. No, this can't be happening. She must try to appear calm. Let's talk. The reason you bought all my stuff was so that we could talk. Besides, I wasn't getting up in order to run away. He presses the barrel of the gun gently against the girl's ribs. The elderly couple pass by, glance at them, and notice nothing odd. There's that Portuguese girl, they think, trying as usual to impress some man with her dark eyebrows and childlike smile. It's not the first time they've seen her with a strange man, and this one, to judge by his clothes, has plenty of money. Olivia fixes them with her eyes, as if trying to tell them what's going on just by looking. The man beside her says brightly, "Good morning." The couple move off without uttering a word. They're not in the habit of talking to strangers, or of exchanging greetings with street vendors. "Yes, let's talk," says the Russian, breaking the silence. "I am not really going to try and disrupt the traffic. I was just giving that as an example. My wife will realize I'm here when she starts to receive the messages. I'm not going to take the obvious route, which would be to go and meet her. I need her to come to me." This was a possible way out. "I can deliver the messages if you like. Just tell me which hotel she's staying at." The man laughs. "You suffer from the youthful vice of thinking you're cleverer than anyone else. The moment you left here, you'd go straight to the police." Her blood freezes. Are they going to sit on this bench all day? Is he going to shoot her after all, now that she knows his face? "You said you weren't going to shoot." "I promised I wouldn't, if you behaved in a more adult fashion and with due respect for my intelligence." He's right. The adult thing to do would be to talk a little about herself. She might arouse the compassion that is always there in the mind of a madman by explaining that she's in a similar situation, even though it isn't true. A boy runs past, an iPod in his ears. He doesn't even turn to look at them. "I live with a man who makes my life hell, and yet I can't leave him." The look in Igor's eyes changes. Olivia thinks she's found a way of escaping from the trap. "Be intelligent. Don't just give up. Think of the woman who's married to the man sitting next to you. Be honest. He's cut me off from my friends. He's always jealous, even though he can get all the women he wants. He criticizes everything I do and says I have no ambition. He even takes the little money I earn as commission." The man says nothing but stares at the sea. The pavement is filling up with people. What would happen if she just got to her feet and ran? Would he shoot her? Is it a real gun? She senses that she has touched on a topic of possible interest to him. It would be best not to do anything foolish, she thinks, remembering the way he spoke and looked at her minutes before. And yet, you see, I can't bring myself to leave him. Even if I were to meet the kindest, richest, most generous man in the world, I wouldn't give my boyfriend up for anything. I'm not a masochist. I take no pleasure in these constant humiliations. I just happen to love him. She feels the barrel of the gun pressing into her ribs again. She has said the wrong thing. "I'm not like that scoundrel of a boyfriend of yours," he says, his voice full of loathing now. "I worked hard to build up what I have. I worked long and hard and survived many a setback. I was always honest in my dealings, although there were, of course, times when I had to be hard and implacable. I was always a good Christian. I have influential friends, and I've always been grateful to them. In short, I did everything right. I never harmed anyone who got in my way. Whenever possible, I encouraged my wife to do what she wanted to do, and the result? Here I am. Alone. Yes, I killed people during the idiotic war I was sent to fight, but I never lost my sense of reality. I'm not one of those traumatized war veterans who goes into a restaurant and machine guns people. I'm not a terrorist. Of course, I could say that life has treated me unfairly and taken from me the most important thing there is, love. But there are other women, and the pain of love always passes. I need to act. I'm tired of being a frog slowly boiling to death. If you know there are other women and you know that the pain of love will pass, why are you so upset? Yes, she's behaving like an adult now, surprised at the calm way in which she's trying to deal with the madman by her side. He seems to waver. I don't really know. Perhaps because I've been abandoned once too often. Perhaps because I need to prove to myself just what I'm capable of. Perhaps because I lied, and there is only one woman for me. I have a plan. What plan? I told you before. I'm going to keep destroying worlds until she realizes how important she is to me, and that I'm prepared to run any risk in order to get her back. The police! They both notice the police car approaching. I'm sorry, says the man. I intended to talk a little more. Life hasn't treated you very fairly either. Olivia realizes this is the end, and since she now has nothing to lose, she again tries to get up. Then she feels the hand of that stranger on her right shoulder, as if he were fondly embracing her. Samozaschita bezorugia, or Sambo, as it is better known among Russians, is the art of killing swiftly with one's bare hands, without the victim realizing what is happening. It was developed over centuries, when peoples or tribes had to confront invaders unarmed. It was widely used by the Soviet state apparatus to eliminate people without leaving any trace. They tried to introduce it as a martial art in the 1980 Moscow Olympics, but it was rejected as being too dangerous, despite all the efforts of the communists of the day to include in the games a sport which they alone practiced. Perfect. That way, only a few people know the moves. Igor's right thumb is pressing down on Olivia's jugular vein, and the blood stops flowing to her brain. Meanwhile, his other hand is pressing on a particular point near her armpit, causing the muscles to seize up. There are no contractions. It's merely a question of waiting 2 minutes. Olivia appears to have gone to sleep in his arms. The police car drives by behind them, using the lane that is closed to other traffic. They don't even notice the embracing couple. They have other things to worry about this morning, like doing their best to keep the traffic moving, an impossible task if carried out to the letter. The latest call over the radio tells them that some drunken millionaire has just crashed his car a mile or so away. Still supporting the girl, Igor bends down and uses his other hand to pick up the cloth spread out in front of the bench and on which all those tasteless objects were to be displayed. He adroitly folds up the cloth to form an improvised pillow. When he sees that no one else is around, he tenderly lays her inert body on the bench. She looks as if she were asleep, and in her dreams she must be remembering some particularly lovely day, or else having nightmares about her violent boyfriend. Only the elderly couple had noticed them sitting together, and if the crime were discovered, which Igor doubted since there were no visible marks, they would describe him to the police as fairer or darker, or older or younger than he really was. There wasn't the slightest reason to be worried. People never pay much attention to what's going on around them. Before leaving, he plants a kiss on the brow of the sleeping beauty and murmurs, "As you see, I kept my promise. I didn't shoot." He takes a few steps, and his head begins to ache terribly. This is perfectly normal. The blood is flooding the brain, an understandable reaction in someone who has just been under extreme tension. Despite the headache, he feels happy. Yes, he has done what he set out to do. He can do it, and he's happier still because he has freed the soul from that fragile body, freed a spirit incapable of defending herself against a bullying coward. If her relationship with her boyfriend had continued, the girl would have ended up depressed and anxious, and devoid of all self-respect, and would have been even more under her boyfriend's thumb. This had never been the case with Ava. She had always been capable of making her own decisions. He had given her both moral and financial support when she decided to open her haute couture boutique. and she had been free to travel as much as she wanted. He had been an exemplary man and husband, and yet she had made a mistake. She had been unable to understand his love or his forgiveness. He hoped, however, that she would receive these messages. After all, he had told her on the day she left that he would destroy whole worlds to get her back. He picks up the throwaway mobile phone he has just bought, and on which he has entered the smallest possible amount of credit. He sends a text message. 11:00 a.m. It all began, they say, with an unknown 19-year-old posing in a bikini for photographers who had nothing better to do during the 1953 Cannes Festival. She immediately shot to stardom, and her name became legendary, Brigitte Bardot. And now others think they can do the same. No one understands the importance of being an actress. Beauty is the only thing that counts. That's why women with long legs and dyed hair, the bottle blondes of this world, travel hundreds or even thousands of miles to be in Cannes, even if only to spend the whole day on the beach, hoping to be seen, photographed, discovered. They want to escape from the trap that awaits all women, becoming a housewife who makes supper for her husband every evening, takes the children to school every day, and tries to dig up some dirt on her neighbors' monotonous lives so as to have something to gossip about with her friends. What these women want is fame, glory, and glamour, to be the envy of the other people who live in their town, and of the boys and girls who always thought of them as ugly ducklings, unaware that they would one day grow up to be a swan or blossom into a flower coveted by everyone. They want a career in the world of dreams, even if they have to borrow money to get silicone breast implants or to buy some newer, sexier outfits. Drama school? Forget it. Good looks and the right contacts are all you need. The cinema can work miracles, always assuming, of course, you can ever break into that world. Anything to escape from the prison of the provincial city and the long, dreary, repetitive days. There are millions of people who don't mind that kind of life, and they should be left to live their lives as they see fit. However, if you come to the festival, you must leave fear at home and be prepared for anything, making spur-of-the-moment decisions, telling lies if necessary, pretending to be younger than you are, smiling at people you loathe, feigning an interest in people who bore you, saying, "I love you," without a thought for the consequences, or stabbing in the back the friend who once helped you out, but who has now become an undesirable rival. Don't let feelings of remorse or shame get in your way. The reward is worth any amount of sacrifice. Fame, glory, glamour. Gabriella finds these thoughts irritating. It's definitely not the best way to start a new day. Worse, she has a hangover. At least there's one consolation. She hasn't woken up in a 5-star hotel next to a man telling her to put her clothes on and leave because he has important business to deal with, like buying or selling films. She gets up and looks around to see if any of her friends are still in the apartment. Needless to say, they're not. They've long since left for the Boulevard de la Croisette, for the swimming pools, hotel bars, yachts, possible lunch dates, and chance meetings on the beach. There are 5 fold-out mattresses on the floor of the small shared apartment, hired for the duration at an exorbitant rent. The mattresses are surrounded by a tangle of clothes, discarded shoes, and hangers that no one has taken the trouble to put back in the wardrobe. The clothes take up more room here than the people, she thinks. Not that any of them could even dream of wearing clothes designed by Elie Saab, Karl Lagerfeld, Versace, or Galliano, but what they have nevertheless takes up most of the apartment. Bikinis, miniskirts, T-shirts, platform shoes, and a vast amount of makeup. One day I'll wear what I like, but right now I just need to be given a chance, she thinks. And why does she want that chance? Quite simple. Because she knows she's the best. Despite her experience at school, when she so disappointed her parents, and despite the challenges she's faced since, in order to prove to herself that she can overcome difficulties, frustrations, and defeats, she was born to win and to shine. Of that she has no doubt. And when I get what I always wanted, I know I'll have to ask myself, do they love and admire me because I'm me, or because I'm famous. She knows people who have achieved stardom on the stage, and contrary to her expectations, they're not at peace with themselves. They're insecure, full of doubts, unhappy as soon as they come off stage. They want to be actors so as not to have to be themselves, and they live in fear of making the one false step that could end their career. I'm different, though. I've always been me. Is that true? Or does everyone in her position think the same? She gets up and makes herself some coffee. The kitchen is a mess, and none of her friends has bothered to wash the dishes. She doesn't know why she's woken up in such a bad mood and with so many doubts. She knows her job. She's devoted herself to it heart and soul, and yet it's as if people refuse to recognize her talent. She knows what human beings are like, too, especially men. Future allies in a battle she needs to win soon, because she's 25 already, and nearly too old for the dream factory. She knows 3 things. A, that men are less treacherous than women. B, that they never notice what a woman is wearing because they're always mentally undressing her. C, that as long as you've got breasts, thighs, buttocks, and belly in good trim, you can conquer the world. Because of those 3 things, and because she knows that all the other women she's competing with try to emphasize their attributes, she pays attention only to item C on her list. She exercises and tries to keep fit, avoids diets, and, illogical though it may seem, dresses very discreetly. This has worked well so far, and she can usually pass for younger than her age. She's hoping that it'll do the trick in Cannes, too. Breasts, buttocks, thighs. They can focus on those things now if they want to, but the day will come when they'll see what she can really do. She drinks her coffee and begins to understand her bad mood. She's surrounded by some of the most beautiful women on the planet. She certainly doesn't consider herself ugly, but there's no way she can compete with them. She needs to decide what to do. She had thought long and hard before making this trip. Money is tight, and she doesn't have much time in which to land a contract. She went to various places during the first 2 days, giving people a copy of her CV and her photos, but all she achieved was an invitation to last night's party at a cheap restaurant with the music at full blast, and where she met no one from the superclass. In order to lose her inhibitions, she drank more than she should and ended up not knowing where she was or what she was doing there. Everything seemed strange to her. Europe, the way people dress, the different languages, the phony jollity, when the truth was, everyone was wishing they could have been invited to some more important event, instead of being in that utterly insignificant place, listening to the same old music, and having to hold shouted conversations about other people's lives and the injustices committed by the powerful on the powerless. Gabriella is tired of talking about these so-called injustices. That's simply the way it is. They choose the people they want to choose and don't have to explain themselves to anyone, which is why she needs a plan. A lot of other young women with the same dream, but not, of course, with as much talent as she, will be doing the rounds with their CVs and their photos. The producers who come to the festival must be inundated with portfolios, DVDs, business cards. What would make her stand out? She needs to think. She won't get another chance like this, largely because she spent all her savings on this trip. And horror of horrors, she's getting old. She's 25. This is her last chance. While she drinks her coffee, she looks through the small kitchen window at the dead-end street down below. All she can see is a tobacconist's and a little girl eating chocolate. Yes, this is her last chance. She hopes it will turn out quite differently from the first one. She thinks back to when she was 11 years old and performing in her first school play at one of the most expensive schools in Chicago. Her subsequent desire to succeed was not born of the unanimous acclaim she received from the audience, composed of fathers, mothers, relatives, and teachers. Far from it. She was playing the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. She had got the part, one of the best roles in the play, after auditioning along with a lot of other girls and boys. Her first line was, "Your hair wants cutting." Then Alice would reply, You should learn not to make personal remarks. It's very rude." When the long-awaited moment came, a moment she had rehearsed and rehearsed, she was so nervous that she got the line wrong and said instead, "Your hair wants washing." The girl playing Alice said her next line anyway, and the audience would never have noticed anything was wrong if Gabriella, who knew she had made a mistake, hadn't promptly lost the power of speech. Since the Mad Hatter was an essential character if the scene was to continue, and since children are not good at improvising on stage, although they improvise happily enough in real life, no one knew what to do. Then, after several long minutes during which the actors simply looked at each other, the teacher started applauding, announced it was time for an interval, and ordered everyone off stage. Gabriella not only left the stage, she left the school in tears. The following day, she found out that the scene with the Mad Hatter had been cut, and the actors would instead move straight on to the game of croquet with the Queen. The teacher said this didn't matter in the least because the story of Alice in Wonderland is a lot of nonsense anyway. But during playtime, the other girls and boys ganged up on Gabriella and started beating her. This wasn't so very unusual. It was a fairly regular occurrence, and she had learned to defend herself as energetically as when she, in turn, attacked the weaker children. On this occasion, however, she took the beating without uttering a word and without shedding a tear. Her reaction was so surprising that the fight lasted almost no time at all. Her schoolmates expected her to scream and shout, and when she didn't, rapidly lost interest. For with each blow, Gabriella was thinking, "I'll be a great actress one day, and then you'll be sorry." Who says that children aren't capable of deciding what they want to do in life? Adults do. And when we grow to be adults ourselves, we believe that we really are wise beings who are always right. Many children had doubtless been through a similar experience, playing the role of the Mad Hatter or Sleeping Beauty or Aladdin or Alice, and decided there and then to abandon the spotlight and the applause. Gabriella, though, had never before lost a battle. She was the prettiest and most intelligent student in school, and always got the best marks in class, and she knew intuitively that if she didn't fight back at once, she would be lost. It was one thing to get a beating from her schoolmates because she could give as good as she got, but it was quite another to carry a failure like that around with her for the rest of her life. As we all know, a fluffed line in a school play, an inability to dance as well as everyone else, or rude comments passed about skinny legs or a big head, which all children have to put up with, can have two radically different consequences. Some people opt for revenge and try to be really good at whatever it is the others thought they couldn't do. One day you'll envy me, they think. Most people, however, accept their limitations, and then things tend to go from bad to worse. They grow up insecure and obedient, although they dream of a day when they'll be free and able to do whatever they want. They get married to prove that they're not as ugly as other kids said they were, although deep down they still believe they are. They have children so that no one can say they're infertile, even though they never wanted kids anyway. They dress well so that no one can say they dress badly, although they know people will say that anyway. By the following week, the incident at the play had been forgotten by everyone at school, but Gabriella had decided that one day, when she was a world-famous actress, accompanied by secretaries, bodyguards, photographers, and legions of fans, she would go back to that school. She would put on a performance of Alice in Wonderland for needy children. She would make the news, and her childhood friends would say, "I was on the same stage as her once." Her mother wanted her to study chemical engineering, and as soon as she finished high school, her parents sent her to the Illinois Institute of Technology. During the day, she studied protein paths and the structure of benzene, but she spent her evenings with Ibsen, Coward, and Shakespeare while attending a drama course paid for with money sent to her by her parents to buy clothes and course books. She trained with the best professionals and had excellent teachers. She received good reviews and letters of recommendation. She performed, without her parents' knowledge, as a backup singer for a rock group and as a belly dancer in a play about Lawrence of Arabia. It was always a good idea to accept any role that came along. There was always the chance that someone important might be in the audience, someone who would invite her to her first real audition, and then all those testing times and all her struggles to gain a place in the spotlight would be over. The years passed. Gabriella made TV commercials, toothpaste ads, did some modeling work, and was even tempted to respond to an invitation from a group that specialized in providing escorts for businessmen because she desperately needed money to put together a proper portfolio to send to all the major modeling and acting agencies in the United States. Fortunately, God, in whom she never lost faith, saved her. That same day, she was offered a job as an extra in a video of a Japanese singer, which was going to be filmed beneath the viaduct of the Chicago L. She was paid much more than she expected. Apparently, the producers had demanded a fortune in fees for the foreign cast. And with that extra money, she managed to produce the vital book of photos, or book, as it's known in every language in the world, which also cost much more than she had imagined. She was always telling herself that she was just at the beginning of her career, even though the days and months were beginning to fly by. She might have been picked to play Ophelia in Hamlet while she was on the drama course, but life mostly offered her only ads for deodorants and beauty creams. Whenever she went to an agency to show them her book and the letters of recommendation from teachers, friends, and colleagues, she found the waiting room full of girls who looked very like her, all of them smiling, all of them hating each other, and all doing whatever they could to get something, anything, that would give them visibility, as the professionals called it. She would wait hours for her turn to come, and meanwhile read books on meditation and positive thinking. She would end up sitting opposite someone, male or female, who ignored the letters and went straight to the photos. Not that they ever commented on those either. They would make a note of her name. Sometimes she would be called in for an audition, about 1 in 10 of which bore fruit. There she would be again, with all her talent, or so she thought, standing in front of a camera and a lot of ill-mannered people who were always telling her, "Relax, smile, turn to the right, drop your chin a little, lick your lips." And the result? A photo of a new brand of coffee. And what happened when she wasn't called? She felt rejected, but soon learned to live with that and come to see it as a necessary experience, a test of her perseverance and faith. She refused to accept the fact that the drama course, the letters of recommendation, the CV listing minor roles performed in minor theaters, were of no use at all. Her mobile phone rang. None at all. It continued to ring. She was still traveling back in time as she gazed out at the tobacconists and at the little girl eating chocolate. Then she finally emerged from her reverie, realized what was happening, and answered the phone. A voice at the other end was saying that she had an audition in 2 hours' time. She had an audition! In Cannes! So it had been worth crossing the ocean, arriving in a city where all the hotels were full, meeting up at the airport with other young women in exactly the same position as she, a Pole, 2 Russians, and a Brazilian, and going round knocking on doors until they found that shared, exorbitantly priced apartment. After all those years of trying her luck in Chicago, and traveling now and then to Los Angeles in search of more agents, more advertisements, more rejections, it turned out that her future lay in Europe. In 2 hours' time, she couldn't catch a bus because she didn't know the routes. She was staying high up on a steep hill and had only been down it twice so far, to distribute copies of her book and to go to that stupid party last night. On both occasions, when she reached the bottom of the hill, she had hitched a lift from complete strangers, usually single men in magnificent convertibles. Everyone knew Cannes to be a safe place, and all women know that good looks help when trying to get a ride. But she couldn't leave anything to chance this time. She would have to resolve the problem herself. Auditions follow a rigorous timetable. That was one of the first things you learn at any acting agency. She had noticed on her first day in Cannes that the traffic was almost permanently gridlocked, and so all she could do was get dressed and leave at once. She would be there in an hour and a half. She remembered the hotel where the producer was staying because it was on the pilgrimage route she had followed yesterday, in search of some opportunity, some opening. Now the problem was what to wear. She fell upon the suitcase she had brought with her, chose some Armani jeans made in China, and bought on the black market in Chicago for 1/5 of the real price. No one could say they were fake because they weren't. Everyone knew that the Chinese manufacturers sent 80% of what they produced to the original stores, with the remaining 20% being sold off by employees on the side. It was, shall we say, excess stock, surplus to requirements. She was wearing a white DKNY t-shirt, which had cost more than the jeans. Faithful to her principles, she knew that the more discreet the clothes, the better. No short skirts, no plunging necklines, because if other women had been invited to the audition, that is what they would be wearing. She wasn't sure about her makeup. In the end, she opted for a very light foundation and an even lighter application of lip liner. She had already lost a precious 15 minutes. 11:45 a.m. People are never satisfied. If they have a little, they want more. If they have a lot, they want still more. Once they have more, they wish they could be happy with little, but are incapable of making the slightest effort in that direction. Is it just that they don't understand how simple happiness is? What can she want, that girl in the jeans and white t-shirt who just came running past? What could be so urgent that it stopped her taking time to contemplate the lovely sunny day, the blue sea, the babies in their strollers, the palms fringing the beach? Don't run, child. You'll never escape the two most important presences in the life of any human being, God and death. God accompanies your every step and will be annoyed because he can see that you're not paying attention to the miracle of life, or indeed death. You just ran past a corpse and didn't even notice. Igor has walked past the scene of the crime several times now. At one point, he realized that his comings and goings might arouse suspicion, and so decided to remain a prudent 200 yards from the scene, leaning on a balustrade that looked out over the beach. He's wearing dark glasses, but there's nothing suspicious about that, not only because it's a sunny day, but because in a celebrity town like Cannes, dark glasses are synonymous with status. He's surprised to see that it's almost midday, and yet no one has realized that there's a person lying dead on the main street of a city which, at this time of year, is the focus of the world's attention. A couple are approaching the bench now, visibly irritated. They start shouting at the sleeping beauty. They're the girl's parents, angry because she isn't working. The man shakes her almost violently. Then the woman bends over, obscuring Igor's field of vision. Igor knows what will happen next. The mother screams. The father takes his mobile phone from his pocket and moves away, clearly agitated. The mother is shaking her daughter's unresponsive body. Passers-by stop, and now he can remove his dark glasses and join them as one more curious onlooker. The mother is crying, clinging to her daughter. A young man gently pushes her away and attempts mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but soon gives up. Olivia's face already has a slight purple tinge to it. Someone call an ambulance! Several people dial the same number, all of them feeling useful, important, caring. He can already hear the sound of the siren in the distance. The mother's screams are growing louder. A young woman tries to put a comforting arm around her, but the mother pushes her away. Someone attempts to sit the body up, and someone else tells them to lay her down again because it's too late to do anything. It's probably a drug overdose, the person next to him says. Young people today are a lost cause. Those who hear the comment nod sagely. Igor remains impassive while he watches the paramedics unload their equipment from the ambulance, apply electric shocks to Olivia's heart, while a more experienced doctor stands by, not saying a word, because although he knows there's nothing to be done, he doesn't want his colleagues to be accused of negligence. They place Olivia's body on the stretcher and put it in the ambulance, the mother still clinging to her daughter. After a brief discussion, they allow the mother to get in too, and the ambulance speeds away. No more than 5 minutes have passed between the couple discovering the body and the ambulance leaving. The father is still standing there, stunned, not knowing where to go or what to do. Forgetting whom he's speaking to, the same person who made the comment about a drug overdose goes over to the father and gives him his version of the facts. Don't worry, sir. This kind of thing happens every day around here. The father does not respond. He's still holding his mobile phone and staring into space. He either doesn't understand the remark or has no idea what it is that happens every day, or else he's in a state of shock that has sent him immediately into some unknown dimension where pain does not exist. The crowd disperses as quickly as it appeared. Only 2 people remain. The father still clutching his phone, and the man who has now taken off his dark glasses and is holding them in his hand. "Did you know the girl?" Igor asks. There is no reply. It's best to do as everyone else has done. Keep walking along the Boulevard de la Croisette and see what else is happening on this sunny morning in Cannes. Like the girl's father, he doesn't know quite what he is feeling. He has destroyed a world he will never be able to rebuild, even if he had all the power in the world. Did Ava deserve that? From the womb of that young woman, Olivia, the fact that he knows her name troubles him greatly because that means she's no longer just a face in the crowd, might have sprung a genius who would have gone on to discover a cure for cancer, or drafted an agreement that would ensure that the world could finally live in peace. He has destroyed not just one person, but all the future generations that might have sprung from her. What has he done? Was love, however great and however intense, sufficient justification for that? He had chosen the wrong person as his first victim. Her death will never make the news, and Ava won't understand the message. Don't think about it. It's done now. You have prepared yourself to go much further than this, so carry on. The girl will understand that her death was not in vain, but was a sacrifice in the name of a greater love. Look around you. See what's happening in the city. Behave like a normal citizen. You've already had your fair share of suffering in this life. Now you deserve a little peace and comfort. Enjoy the festival. This is what you have been preparing yourself for. Even if he'd had his swimming things with him, he would have found it difficult to get anywhere near the seashore. The big hotels had, it seems, acquired the rights to great swaths of beach which they had filled with their chairs, logos, waiters, and bodyguards who, at every entry point, demanded the guest's room key or some other form of identification. Other areas were occupied by huge white tents, where some production company, brewery, or cosmetics firm was launching its latest product at a so-called lunch. People here were dressed normally, if by normal you mean a baseball cap, bright shirt, and light-colored trousers for men, and jewelry, loose-top, Bermudas, and low-heeled shoes for women. Dark glasses were de rigueur for both sexes, and there was little bare flesh on show because members of the superclass were too old for that now, and any such display would be considered ridiculous, or, rather, pathetic. Igor noticed one other thing: the mobile phone, the most important item of clothing. It was essential to be receiving a constant stream of messages or calls, to be prepared to interrupt any conversation in order to answer a call that was not in the least urgent, to stand keying in endless texts via an SMS. They had all forgotten that these initials meant short message service, and instead used the keypad as if it were a typewriter. It was slow, awkward, and could cause serious damage to the thumb. But what did it matter? At that very moment, not only in Cannes, but in the whole world, the ether was being filled with messages like, "Good morning, my love. I woke up thinking about you, and I'm so glad to have you in my life. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Please have my lunch ready and check that my clothes were sent to the laundry." Or, "The party here is a real drag, but I haven't got anywhere else to go. Where are you?" Things that take 5 minutes to be written down and only 10 seconds to be spoken. But that's the way the world is. Igor knows all about this because he has earned hundreds of millions of dollars thanks to the fact that the phone is no longer simply a method of communicating with others, but a thread of hope, a way of believing that you're not alone, a way of showing others how important you are. And it was leading the world into a state of utter madness. For a mere €5 a month, via an ingenious system created in London, a call center would send you a standard message every 3 minutes. When you know you're going to be talking to someone you want to impress, you just have to dial a particular number to activate the system. The phone rings, you pick it up, open the message, read it quickly and say, "Oh, that can wait." Of course it can. It was written to order. This way, The person you're talking to feels important, and things move along more quickly because he realizes he's in the presence of a very busy person. 3 minutes later, the conversation is interrupted by another message. The pressure mounts, and the user of the service can decide whether it's worth turning off his phone for a quarter of an hour or lying and saying that he really must take this call and so rid himself of a disagreeable companion. There is only one situation in which all mobile phones must be turned off. Not at formal suppers, in the middle of a play, during the key moment in a film, or while an opera singer is attempting the most difficult of arias. We've all heard someone's mobile phone go off in such circumstances. No, the only time when people are genuinely concerned that their phone might prove dangerous is when they get on a plane and hear the usual lie. All mobile phones must be switched off during the flight because they might interfere with the onboard systems. We all believe this, and do as the flight attendants ask. Igor knew when this myth had been created. For years now, airlines had been doing their best to convince passengers to use the phones attached to their seat. These cost $10 a minute and use the same transmission system as mobile phones. The strategy didn't work, but the myth lingered on. They had simply forgotten to remove the warning from the list of do's and don'ts that the flight attendant has to read out before takeoff. What no one knew was that on every flight, there were always at least 2 or 3 passengers who forgot to turn their phones off, and besides, laptops access the internet using exactly the same system as mobiles. And no plane anywhere in the world has yet fallen out of the sky because of that. Now they were trying to modify the warning without alarming the passengers too much and without dropping the price. You could use your mobile phone as long as it was one you could put into flight mode. Such phones cost 4 times as much. No one has ever explained what flight mode is, but if people choose to be taken in like this, that's their problem. He keeps walking. He's troubled by the last look the girl had given him before she died, but prefers not to think about it. More bodyguards, more dark glasses, more bikinis on the beach, more light-colored clothes and jewelry attending lunches, more people hurrying along as if they had something very important to do that morning, more photographers on every corner attempting the impossible task of snapping something unusual, more magazines and free newspapers about what's happening at the festival, more people handing out flyers to the poor mortals who haven't been invited to lunch in one of the white tents, flyers advertising restaurants on the top of the hill, far from everything, where little is heard of what goes on in Boulevard de la Croisette, up there where models rent apartments for the duration of the festival, hoping they'll be summoned to an audition that will change their lives forever. All so unsurprising, all so predictable. If he were to go into one of those tents now, no one would dare ask for his identification because it's still early and the promoters will be afraid that no one will come. In half an hour's time, though, depending on how things go, the security guards will be given express orders to let in only pretty, unaccompanied girls. Why not try it out? He follows his impulse. After all, he's on a mission. He goes down some steps, which lead not to the beach, but to a large white tent with plastic windows, air conditioning, and white chairs and tables, largely empty. One of the security guards asks if he has an invitation, and he says that he does. He pretends to search his pockets. A receptionist dressed in red asks if she can help. He offers her his business card, bearing the logo of his phone company and his name, Igor Malev, president. He's sure his name is on the list, he says, but he must have left his invitation at the hotel. He's been at a series of meetings and forgot to bring it with him. The receptionist welcomes him and invites him in. She has learned to judge men and women by the way they dress, and president means the same thing worldwide. Besides, he's the president of a Russian company, and everyone knows how rich Russians like to show off their wealth. There was no need to check the list. Igor enters, heads straight for the bar. It's a very well-equipped tent. There's even a dance floor. And orders a pineapple juice because it suits the atmosphere and, more importantly, because the drink, decorated with a tiny blue Japanese umbrella, comes complete with a black straw. He sits down at one of the many empty tables. Among the few people present is a man in his 50s, with henna'd mahogany brown hair, fake tan, and a body honed in one of those gyms that promise eternal youth. He's wearing a torn t-shirt and is sitting with two other men, who are both dressed in impeccable designer suits. The two men turn to face Igor, and he immediately turns his head slightly, but continues to study them from behind his dark glasses. The men in suits try to work out who this new arrival is, then lose interest. Igor's interest, however, increases. The man does not even have a mobile phone on the table, although his two assistants are constantly fielding calls. Given that this badly dressed, arrogant fellow has been let into the tent, given that he has his mobile phone turned off, given that the waiter keeps coming up to him and asking if he wants anything, given that he doesn't even deign to respond, but merely waves him away, he is obviously someone very important. Igor takes a 50-euro note out of his pocket and gives it to the waiter, who has just started laying the table. "Who's the gentleman in the faded blue t-shirt?" he asks, glancing in the direction of the other table. "Javits Wild, he's a very important man." "Excellent. After someone as insignificant as the girl at the beach, a figure like Javits Wild would be ideal. Not famous, but important. One of the people who decides who should be in the spotlight and who feels no need to take much care over his own appearance because he knows exactly who he is. He's in charge of pulling the strings, and the puppets feel themselves to be the most privileged and envied people on the planet until one day, for whatever reason, the puppeteer decides to cut the strings, and the puppets fall down, lifeless and powerless. He's clearly a member of the superclass, which means that he has false friends and many enemies. One other question. Would it be acceptable to destroy a universe in the name of a greater love? The waiter laughs. Are you God or just gay? Neither, but thank you for your answer. He realizes he should not have asked that question. Firstly, because he doesn't need anyone's support to justify what he's doing. He's convinced that since everyone will die one day, some must do so in the name of something greater. That's how it's been since the beginning of time, when men sacrificed themselves in order to feed their tribe, when virgins were handed over to the priests to placate the wrath of dragons and gods. The second reason is because he has now drawn attention to himself and indicated an interest in the man at the next table. The waiter's sure to forget, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks. He tells himself that, at a festival such as this, it's only normal that people should want to know about other people, and even more normal that such information should be rewarded. He himself has done the same thing hundreds of times in restaurants all over the world, and others had doubtless done the same with him. Waiters aren't just accustomed to being given money to supply a name, or a better table, or to send a discreet message. They almost expect it. No. The waiter wouldn't remember anything. Igor knows that his next victim is there, before him. If he succeeds, and if the waiter is questioned, he'll say that the only odd thing to happen that day was a man asking him if he thought it was acceptable to destroy a universe in the name of a greater love. He might not even remember that much. The police will ask, what did he look like? And the waiter will reply, I didn't pay much attention, to be honest, but I know he said he wasn't gay. The police, accustomed to the kind of French intellectual who sits in bars and comes up with weird theories and complicated analyses of, for example, the sociology of film festivals, would quietly let the matter drop. Something else was bothering Igor, though. The name or names. He had killed before, with weapons and the blessing of his country. He didn't know how many people he had killed, but he had rarely seen their faces, and certainly never asked their names. Knowing someone's name meant knowing that the other person was a human being and not the enemy. Knowing someone's name transformed him into a unique and special individual, with a past and a future, with ancestors and possibly descendants, a person who has known triumphs and failures. People are their names, they're proud of them, they repeat them thousands of times in their lifetime and identify with them. It's the first word they learn after Daddy and Mummy. Olivia, Javits, Igor, Ava. Someone's spirit, however, has no name. It is pure truth, and inhabits a particular body for a certain period of time, and will, one day, leave it, and God won't bother asking, "What's your name?" when the soul arrives at the final judgment. God will ask only, "Did you love while you were alive?" For that is the essence of life, the ability to love, not the name we carry around on our passport, business card, and identity card. The great mystics changed their names, and sometimes abandoned them altogether. When John the Baptist was asked who he was, he said only, "I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness." When Jesus found the man on whom he would build his church, he ignored the fact that the man in question had spent his entire life answering to the name of Simon and called him Peter. When Moses asked God his name, back came the reply, "I am who I am." Perhaps he should look for another victim. One named victim was enough, Olivia. At this precise moment, however, he feels that he cannot turn back, but he decides that he will not ask the name of the next world he destroys. He can't turn back because he wants to do justice to the poor, vulnerable girl on the bench by the beach, such a sweet, easy victim. This new challenge, this sweaty, pseudo-athletic, henna-haired man with the bored expression and who is clearly someone very powerful, is much more difficult. The two men in suits are not just assistants. He notices that every now and then they look around the tent, watching everything that's going on nearby. If he is to be worthy of Ava and fair to Olivia, he must be brave. He leaves the straw in the pineapple juice. People are beginning to arrive. He has to wait for the place to fill up, but not too long. He hadn't planned to destroy a world in broad daylight, in the middle of the boulevard in Cannes, and he doesn't know exactly how to carry out this next project. Something tells him, though, that he has chosen the perfect place. His thoughts are no longer with the poor young woman at the beach. Adrenaline is filling his blood. His heart is beating faster. He's excited and happy. Javits Wild wouldn't be wasting his time here just to get a free meal at one of the thousands of parties to which he must be invited every year. He must be here for some specific reason, or to meet a particular person. That reason or person would doubtless be Igor's best alibi, 12:26 p.m. Javits watches the other guests arriving. The place is getting crowded, and he thinks what he always thinks. What am I doing here? I don't need this. In fact, I need very little from anyone. I have all I want. I'm a big name in the movie world. I can have any woman I desire, even though I dress badly. In fact, I make a point of being badly dressed. Long gone are the days when I had only one suit, and on the rare occasions when I received an invitation from the superclass after much crawling, begging, and making promises, I would prepare myself for a lunch like this as if it were the most important occasion of my life. Now I know that the only thing that changes are the cities these lunches are held in. Otherwise, it's all utterly boring and predictable. People will come up to me and tell me they adore my work. Others will call me a hero and thank me for giving movie mavericks a chance. Pretty, intelligent women who are not taken in by appearances will notice the people gathering round my table and ask the waiter who I am and immediately find some way of approaching me, certain that the only thing I'm interested in is sex. Every single one of them has some favor to ask of me. That's why they praise and flatter me and offer me what they think I need. But all I want is to be left alone. I've been to thousands of parties like this, and I'm not here in this tent for any particular reason except that I can't sleep, even though I flew to France in my private jet, a technological marvel capable of flying at an altitude of over 36,000 feet from California all the way to Cannes without having to make a refueling stop. I changed the original configuration of the cabin. It can comfortably carry 18 passengers, but I reduced the number of seats to 6 and kept the cabin separate for the 4 crew members. Someone's always sure to ask, "May I come with you?" And now I have the perfect excuse. Sorry, there's no room. Javits had equipped his new toy, which cost around $40 million, with 2 beds, a conference table, a shower, a Miranda sound system. Bang & Olufsen had an excellent design and a good PR campaign, but they were now a thing of the past, 2 coffee machines, a microwave oven for the crew, and an electric oven for him, because he hates reheated food. Javits only drinks champagne, and whoever wishes to is more than welcome to share a bottle of Moet & Chandon 1961 with him. However, the cellar on the plane had every drink any guest might conceivably want. And then there were the two 21-inch LCD screens ready to show the most recent films, even those that hadn't yet made it into the cinemas. The jet was one of the most advanced in the world, although the French insisted that the Dassault Falcon was even better. But regardless of how much money he had, he couldn't change the clocks in Europe. It was now 3:43 a.m. in Los Angeles, and he was just beginning to feel really tired. He had been awake all night, going from one party to the next, answering the same two idiotic questions that began every conversation. "How was your flight?" To which Javits always responded with a question. "Why?" People didn't know quite what to say, and so they smiled awkwardly and moved on to the next question on the list. "Are you staying here long?" And Javits would again ask, "Why?" Then he would pretend he had to answer his mobile phone, make his excuses, and move on with his two inseparable besuited friends in tow. He met no one interesting. But then, who would a man who has almost everything money can buy find interesting? He had tried to change his friends and meet people who had nothing to do with the world of cinema, philosophers, writers, jugglers, executives of food manufacturing companies. At first, it all went swimmingly, until the inevitable question, "Would you like to read a script I've written?" Or the second most inevitable question, "I have a friend who has always wanted to be an actor, actress. Would you mind meeting him, her?" Yes, he would. He had other things to do in life apart from work. He used to fly once a month to Alaska, go into the first bar, get drunk, eat pizza, wander about in the wild, and talk to the people who lived in the small towns up there. He worked out for 2 hours a day at his private gym, but the doctors had warned him he could still end up with heart problems. He didn't care that much about being physically fit. What he really wanted was to offload a little of the constant tension that seemed to weigh on him every second of the day, to do some meditation and heal the wounds to his soul. When he was in the country, he always asked the people he chanced to meet what normal life was like, because he had forgotten. The answers varied, and he gradually came to realize that, even when he was surrounded by other people, he was absolutely alone in the world. He decided to draw up a list of what constituted normal attitudes and behavior, based on what people did, rather than on what they said. Javits glances around. There's a man in dark glasses drinking a fruit juice. He seems oblivious to his surroundings and is staring out to sea, as if he were somewhere far from there. He's smartly dressed and good-looking, with graying hair. He was one of the first to arrive and must know who Javits is, and yet he's made no effort to come and introduce himself. It was brave of him to sit there alone like that. Being alone in Cannes is anathema. It means that no one is interested in you, that you're unimportant, or don't know anyone. He envies that man, who probably doesn't fit the list of normal behavior he always keeps in his pocket. He seems so independent and free. If Javits weren't feeling so tired, he would really like to talk to him. He turns to one of his friends. "What does being normal mean? Is your conscience troubling you? Have you done something you shouldn't have?" Javits has clearly asked the wrong question of the wrong man. His companion will perhaps assume that he's regretting what he's made of his life and that he wants to start anew, but that isn't it at all. And if he does have regrets, it's too late to begin again. He knows the rules of the game. "I asked you what being normal means." One of the friends looks bewildered. The other keeps surveying the tent, watching people come and go. "Living like someone who lacks all ambition," the first friend says at last. Javits takes his list out of his pocket and puts it on the table. "I always have this with me, and I add to it all the time." The friend says that he can't look at it now because he has to keep alert to what's going on around them. The other man, though, more relaxed and confident, reads the list out loud. 1. Normal is anything that makes us forget who we are and what we want. That way we can work in order to produce, reproduce, and earn money. 2. Setting out rules for waging war. The Geneva Convention. 3. Spending years studying at university, only to find at the end of it all that you're unemployable. 4. Working from 9 till 5 every day at something that gives you no pleasure at all, just so that after 30 years you can retire. 5. Retiring and discovering that you no longer have enough energy to enjoy life and dying a few years later of sheer boredom. 6. Using Botox. 7. Believing that power is much more important than money and that money is much more important than happiness. 8. Making fun of anyone who seeks happiness rather than money and accusing them of lacking ambition. 9. Comparing objects like cars, houses, clothes, and defining life according to those comparisons instead of trying to discover the real reason for being alive. 10. Never talking to strangers, saying nasty things about the neighbors. 11. Believing that your parents are always right. 12. Getting married, having children, and staying together long after all love has died, saying that it's for the good of the children, who are, apparently, deaf to the constant rows. 12a. Criticizing anyone who tries to be different. 14. Waking up each morning to a hysterical alarm clock on the bedside table. 15. Believing absolutely everything that appears in print. 16. Wearing a scrap of colored cloth around your neck, even though it serves no useful purpose, but which answers to the name of tie. 17. Never asking a direct question, even though the other person can guess what it is you want to know. 18. Keeping a smile on your lips, even when you're on the verge of tears. Feeling sorry for those who show their feelings. 19. Believing that art is either worth a fortune or worth nothing at all. 20. Despising anything that was easy to achieve because if no sacrifice was involved, it obviously isn't worth having. 21. Following fashion trends, however ridiculous or uncomfortable. 22. Believing that all famous people have tons of money saved up. 23. Investing a lot of time and money in external beauty and caring little about inner beauty. 24. Using every means possible to show that, although you're just an ordinary human being, you're far above other mortals. 25. Never looking anyone in the eye when you're traveling on public transport, in case it's interpreted as a sign you're trying to get off with them. 26. Standing facing the door in an elevator and pretending you're the only person there, regardless of how crowded it is. 27. Never laughing too loudly in a restaurant, however good the joke. 28. In the Northern Hemisphere, always dressing according to the season. Bare arms in spring, however cold it is, and woolen jacket in autumn, however hot it is. 29. In the Southern Hemisphere, covering the Christmas tree with fake snow, even though winter has nothing to do with the birth of Christ. 30. Assuming, as you grow older, that you're the guardian of the world's wisdom, even if you haven't necessarily lived enough to know what's right and wrong. 31. Going to a charity tea party and thinking that you've done your bit toward putting an end to social inequality in the world. 32. Eating 3 times a day, even if you're not hungry. 33. Believing that other people are always better than you, better looking, more capable, richer, more intelligent, and that it's very dangerous to step outside your own limits, so it's best to do nothing. 34. Using your car as a weapon and as impenetrable armor. 35. Swearing when in heavy traffic. 36. Believing that everything your child does wrong is entirely down to the company he or she keeps. 37. Marrying the first person who offers you a decent position in society. Love can wait. 38. Always saying, "I tried," when you didn't really try at all. 39. Postponing doing the really interesting things in life for later, when you won't have the energy. 40. Avoiding depression with large daily doses of television. 41. Believing that you can be sure of everything you've achieved. 42. Assuming that women don't like football and that men aren't interested in home decoration and cooking. 43. Blaming the government for all the bad things that happen. 44. Thinking that being a good, decent, respectable person will mean that others will see you as weak, vulnerable, and easy to manipulate. 45. Being equally convinced that aggression and rudeness are synonymous with having a powerful personality. 46. Being afraid of having an endoscopy, if you're a man, and giving birth, if you're a woman. The friend laughs. You should make a film on the subject, he says. Not again, Javits thinks. They have no idea. They're with me all the time, but they still don't understand what I do. I don't make films. All films start out in the mind of a so-called producer. He's read a book, say, or had a brilliant idea while driving along the freeways of Los Angeles, which is really a large suburb in search of a city. Unfortunately, he's alone, both in the car and in his desire to transform that brilliant idea into something that can be seen on the screen. He finds out if the film rights to the book are still available. If the response is negative, he goes in search of another product. After all, more than 60,000 books are published each year in the United States alone. If the response is positive, he phones the author and makes the lowest possible offer, which is usually accepted because it's not only actors and actresses who like to be associated with the dream machine. Every author feels more important when his or her words are transformed into images. They arrange to have lunch. The producer says that the book is a work of art and highly cinematographic, and that the writer is a genius deserving of recognition. The writer explains that he spent 5 years working on the book and asks to be allowed to help in the writing of the script. No, really, you shouldn't do that. It's an entirely different medium, comes the reply. But I know you'll love the result. Then he adds, the film will be totally true to the book, which, as both of them know, is a complete and utter lie. The writer decides that he should agree to the conditions, promising himself that next time will be different. He accepts. The producer now says that they have to interest one of the big studios because they need financial backing for the project. He names a few stars he claims to have lined up for the lead roles, which is another complete and utter lie, but one that is always wheeled out and always works as a seduction technique. He buys what is known as an option. That is, he pays around $10,000 to retain the rights for 3 years. And then what happens? Then we'll pay 10 times that amount, and you'll have a right to 2% of the net profits. That's the financial part of the conversation over with, because the writer is convinced he'll earn a fortune from his slice of the profits. If he were to ask around, he'd soon find out that the Hollywood accountants somehow manage it so that no film ever makes a profit. Lunch ends with the producer handing the writer a huge contract and asking if he could possibly sign it now, so that the studio will know that the product is definitely theirs. With his eyes fixed on that non-existent percentage and on the possibility of seeing his name in lights, which won't happen either, at most there'll be a line in the credits saying, based on the book by, the writer signs the contract without giving the matter much thought. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, and there is nothing new under the sun, as Solomon said more than 3,000 years ago. The producer starts knocking on the doors of various studios. He's known in the industry already, and so some of those doors open, but his proposal is not always accepted. In that case, he doesn't even bother to ring up the author and invite him to lunch again. He just writes him a letter saying that, despite his enthusiasm for the project, the movie industry isn't yet ready for that kind of story, and he's returning the contract, which he, of course, did not sign. If the proposal is accepted, the producer then goes to the lowest and least well-paid person in the hierarchy, the screenwriter, the person who will spend days, weeks, and months writing and rewriting the original idea or the screen adaptation. The scripts are sent to the producer, but never to the author, who, out of habit, automatically rejects the first draft, knowing that the screenwriter can always do better. More weeks and months of coffee and insomnia for the bright young talent, or old hack, there are no halfway houses, who rewrites each scene, which are then rejected or reshaped by the producer. And the screenwriter thinks, if he can write so damn well, why doesn't he write the whole thing? Then he remembers his salary and goes quietly back to his computer. Finally, the script is almost ready. At this point, the producer draws up a list of demands. The removal of any political references that might upset a more conservative audience. More kissing, because women like that kind of thing. A story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a hero who moves everyone to tears with his self-sacrifice and devotion, and one character who loses a loved one at the start of the film and finds him or her again at the end. In fact, most film scripts can be summed up very briefly as: man loves woman, man loses woman, man gets woman back. 90% of all films are variations on that same theme. Films that break this rule have to be very violent to make up for it, or have loads of crowd-pleasing special effects, and since this tried-and-tested formula is a surefire winner, why take any unnecessary risks? Armed with what he considers to be a well-written story, whom does the producer seek out next? The studio who financed the project. The studio, however, has a long line of films to place in the ever-diminishing number of cinemas around the world. They ask him to wait a little, or to find an independent distributor, first making sure that the producer signs another gigantic contract, which even takes into account exclusive rights outside of planet Earth, taking full responsibility for all money spent. And that's where people like me come in. The independent distributor can walk down the street without being recognized, although at media fests like this, everyone knows who he is. He's the person who didn't come up with the idea, didn't work on the script, and didn't invest a cent. Javits is the intermediary, the distributor. He receives the producer in a tiny office, the big plane, the house with the swimming pool. The invitations to parties all over the world are purely for his enjoyment. The producer doesn't even merit a mineral water. He takes the DVD home with him. He watches the first 5 minutes. If he likes it, he watches to the end, but this only happens with 1 out of every 100 new films he's given. Then he spends 10 cents on a phone call and tells the producer to come back on a certain date and at a certain time. "We'll sign," he says, as if he were doing the producer a big favor. "I'll distribute the film." The producer tries to negotiate. He wants to know how many cinemas and how many countries and under what conditions. These, however, are pointless questions because he knows what the distributor will say. That depends on the reactions we get at the pre-launch screenings. The product is shown to selected audiences from all social classes, people specially chosen by market research companies. The results are analyzed by professionals. If the results are positive, another 10 cents gets spent on a phone call, and the following day, Javits hands the producer 3 copies of yet another vast contract. The producer asks to be given time for his lawyer to read it. Javits says he has nothing against him doing that, but he needs to finalize that season's program now, and can't guarantee that by the time the producer gets back to him, he won't have selected another film. The producer reads only the clause that tells him how much he's going to earn. He's pleased with what he sees, and so he signs. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Years have passed since he sat down with the writer to discuss making a film of his book, and he's quite forgotten that he is now in exactly the same situation. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity, and there is nothing new under the sun, as Solomon said more than 3,000 years ago. Javits watches the tent filling up with guests, and again asks himself what he's doing there. He controls more than 500 cinemas in the United States, and has an exclusive contract with another 5,000 around the world, where exhibitors are obliged to buy everything he offers them, even if the films don't always work out. They know that one box office success more than makes up for the other 5 that fail to pull in the crowds. They rely on Javits, the independent mega-distributor, the hero who managed to break the monopoly of the big studios and become a legend in the film world. No one has ever asked how he did this, but since he continues to give them one big success for every 5 failures, the average in the big studio is 1 blockbuster for every 9 flops, it really doesn't matter. Javits, however, knows how he became so successful, which is why he never goes anywhere without his 2 friends, who are at that moment busily answering calls, arranging meetings, and accepting invitations. They both have reasonably normal physiques, not like the burly bouncers on the door, but they're worth a whole army. They trained in Israel and have served in Uganda, Argentina, and Panama. One fields phone calls, and the other is constantly looking around, memorizing each person, each movement, each gesture. They alternate these tasks because, like simultaneous translators and air controllers, they need to rest every 15 minutes. What is he doing at this lunch? He could have stayed at the hotel trying to get some sleep. He's tired of being fawned over and praised, and of having to smile every minute and tell someone that it's really not worth their while giving him their card, because he'll only lose it. When they insist, he asks them gently to speak to one of his secretaries, duly housed at another luxury hotel on the Boulevard de la Croisette, where they are not allowed to sleep, but must answer the phone that rings non-stop or reply to the emails flooding in from cinemas all over the world, along with the promises of increased penis size or multiple orgasms that manage to elude all the spam filters. Depending on how he nods his head, one of his two assistants will either give the person the secretary's address or phone number, or say that unfortunately they're fresh out of cards. Yes, what is he doing at this lunch? He would be sleeping now in Los Angeles, however late he might have got home from a party. Javits knows the answer, but he doesn't want to accept it. He's afraid of being alone. He envies the man who arrived earlier and sat drinking his fruit juice, staring off into the distance, apparently relaxed and unconcerned about trying to look busy or important. He decides to invite him to join him in a drink, but notices he's no longer there. Just then, he feels something prick him in the back. Mosquitoes. That's what I hate about beach parties. When he goes to scratch the bite, he finds a small needle. It must be some stupid prank. He looks behind him, and, about 2 yards away, separated from him by various other guests, a black guy with dreadlocks is laughing loudly, while a group of women gaze at him with mingled respect and desire. He's too tired to react to this provocation. Best let the guy play the fool if that's the only way he can impress other people. Idiot. His two companions react to the sudden change in posture of the man they are paid to protect at the rate of $435 a day. One of them raises his hand to his right shoulder, where he keeps an automatic pistol in a holster that is entirely invisible beneath his jacket. The other man gets discreetly to his feet. They are at a party, after all, and places himself between the black man and his boss. It was nothing, says Javits. Just a prank. He shows them the needle. These two idiots are prepared for attacks with firearms and knives, for acts of physical aggression or attempts on their boss's life. They're always the first to enter his hotel room, ready to shoot if necessary. They can sense when someone's carrying a weapon, a common enough occurrence now in many cities of the world, and they don't take their eyes off that person until they're sure he's harmless. When Javits gets into an elevator, he stands, sandwiched between them, their two bodies forming a kind of wall. He has never seen them take out their guns because, if they did so, they would use them. They usually resolve any problem with a look or a few quiet words. Problems? He has never had any problems since he acquired his two friends, as if their mere presence were enough to drive away evil spirits and evil intentions. That man, one of the first people to arrive who sat down alone at that table over there, says one of them. He was armed, wasn't he? The other man murmurs something like, possibly, but the man had left the party some time ago, and he had been watched the whole time because they couldn't tell what exactly he was looking at from behind his dark glasses. They relax. One of them starts answering the phone again. The other fixes his gaze on the Jamaican, who looks fearlessly back. There's something strange about that man, but one false move on his part and he'll be wearing false teeth from now on. It would all be done as discreetly as possible, on the beach, far from prying eyes, and by only one of them, while the other stood waiting, finger on the trigger. Sometimes, though, such provocative acts are a ruse to get the bodyguard away from the intended victim. They're used to such tricks. Fine. No, it's not fine. Call an ambulance. I can't move my hand. 12:44 p.m. What luck! The last thing she was expecting that morning was to meet the man who would, she was sure, change her life. But there he is, as sloppily dressed as ever, sitting with two friends, because powerful people don't need to show how powerful they are. They don't even need bodyguards. Maureen has a theory that the people at Cannes can be divided into two categories. A, the tanned, who spend the whole day in the sun. They are already winners, and have the necessary badge to gain entry to certain restricted areas of the festival. They arrive back at their hotels to find several invitations awaiting them, most of which will be thrown in the bin. B, the pale, who scurry from one gloomy office to the next, watching auditions, and either seeing some really good films that will be lost in the welter of other things on offer, or having to put up with some real horrors that might just win a place in the sun, among the tanned, because the makers know the right people. Javits Wild, of course, sports an enviable tan. The festival that takes over this small city in the south of France for 12 days, putting up prices, allowing only authorized cars to drive through the streets, and filling the airport with private jets and the beaches with models, isn't just a red carpet surrounded by photographers, a carpet along which the big stars walk on their way into the Palais de Congrès. Cannes isn't about fashion, it's about cinema. What strikes you most is the luxury and the glamour, but the real heart of the festival is the film industry's huge parallel market. Buyers and sellers from all over the world who come together to do deals on films that have already been made or to talk investments and ideas. On an average day, 400 movies are shown, most of them in apartments hired for the duration, with people perched uncomfortably on beds, complaining about the heat and demanding that their every whim be met, from bottles of mineral water up, and leaving the people showing the film with their nerves in tatters and frozen smiles on their faces, for it's essential to agree to everything, to grant every wish, because what matters is having the chance to show something that has probably been years in the making. However, while these 4,800 new productions are fighting tooth and nail for a chance to leave that hotel room and get shown in a proper cinema, the world of dreams is setting off in a different direction. The new technologies are gaining ground. People don't leave their houses so much anymore because they don't feel safe, or because they have too much work, or because of all those cable TV stations where you can usually choose from about 500 films a day and pay almost nothing. Worse still, the internet has made anyone and everyone a filmmaker. Specialist portals show films of babies walking, men and women being decapitated in wars, or women who exhibit their bodies merely for the pleasure of knowing that the person watching them will be enjoying their own moment of solitary pleasure. Films of people freezing in Grand Central Station, of traffic accidents, sports clips, and fashion shows, films made with hidden video cameras intent on embarrassing the poor innocents who walk past them. Of course, people do still go out, but they prefer to spend their money on restaurant meals and designer clothes because they can get everything else on their high-definition TV screens or on their computers. The days when everyone knew who had won the Palme d'Or are long gone. Now, if you ask who won last year, even people who were actually there at the festival won't be able to remember. "Some Romanian, wasn't it?" says one. "I'm not sure, but I think it was a German film," says another. They'll sneak off to consult the catalogue and discover that it was an Italian, whose films, it turns out, are only shown at art cinemas. After a period of intense competition with video rentals, cinemas started to prosper again, but now they seem to be entering another period of decline, having to compete with internet rentals, with pirating and those DVDs of old films that are given away free with newspapers. This makes distribution an even more savage affair. If one of the big studios considers a new release to be a particularly large investment, they'll try to ensure that it's being shown in the maximum number of cinemas at the same time, leaving little space for any new film venturing onto the market. And the few adventurous souls who decide to take the risk, despite all the arguments against, discover too late that it isn't enough to have a quality product. The cost of getting a film into cinemas in the large capitals of the world is prohibitive. What with full-page advertisements in newspapers and magazines, receptions, press officers, promotion junkets, ever more expensive teams of people, sophisticated filming equipment, and increasingly scarce labor. And the most difficult problem of all, finding someone who will distribute the film. And yet, every year it goes on, the trudging from place to place, the appointments, the superclass who are interested in everything except what's being shown on the screen. The companies prepared to pay a tenth of what is reasonable just to give some filmmaker the honor of having his or her work shown on television, the requests that the film be reworked so as not to offend families, the demands for the film to be recut, the promises, not always kept, that if the script is changed completely to focus on one particular theme, a contract will be issued next year. People listen and accept because they have no option. The superclass rules the world. Their arguments are subtle, their voices soft. their smiles discreet, but their decisions are final. They know. They accept or reject. They have the power, and power doesn't negotiate with anyone, only with itself. However, all was not lost. In the world of fiction and in the real world, there is always a hero. And Maureen is staring proudly at one such hero now. The great meeting that is finally going to take place in 2 days' time after nearly 3 years of work, dreams, phone calls, trips to Los Angeles, presents, favors asked of friends in her bank of favors, and the influence of an ex-boyfriend of hers who had studied with her at film school, then decided it was much safer to work for an important film magazine than risk losing both his head and his money. "I'll talk to Javits," the ex-boyfriend had said, "but he doesn't need anyone, not even the journalists who can promote or destroy his products. He's above all that. We once tried getting together an article trying to find out how it is that he has all these cinema owners eating out of his hand, but no one he works with was prepared to say anything. I'll talk to him, but I can't put any pressure on him." He did talk to him, and got him to watch The Secrets of the Cellar. The following day, she received a phone call, saying that Javits would meet her in Cannes. At the time, Maureen didn't even dare to say that she was just 10 minutes by taxi from his office. Instead, they arranged to meet in this far-off French city. She bought a plane ticket to Paris, caught a train that took all day to reach Cannes, showed her voucher to the bad-tempered manager of a cheap hotel, installed herself in her single room where she had to climb over her luggage to reach the bathroom, and, again thanks to her ex-boyfriend, wrangled invitations to a few second-rate events, a promotion for a new brand of vodka, or the launch of a new line in T-shirts. But it was far too late to apply for the pass that would allow her into the Palais des Festivals et des Congrès. She has overspent her budget, traveled for more than 20 hours, but she will at least get her 10 minutes. And she's sure that she'll emerge with a contract and a future before her. Yes, the movie industry is in crisis, but so what? Movies, however few, are still making money, aren't they? Big cities are plastered with posters advertising new movies. And what are celebrity magazines full of? Gossip about movie stars. Maureen knows, or rather believes, that the death of cinema has been declared many times before, and yet still it survives. Cinema was dead when television arrived. Cinema was dead when video rentals arrived. Cinema was dead when the internet began allowing access to pirate sites. But cinema is still alive and well in the streets of this small Mediterranean town, which, of course, owes its fame to the festival. Now it's simply a case of making the most of this manna from heaven, and of accepting everything, absolutely everything. Javits Wild is here. He has seen her film. The subject of the film is spot on. Sexual exploitation, voluntary or forced, was getting a lot of media attention after a series of cases that had hit the headlines worldwide. It is just the right moment for The Secrets of the Cellar to appear on the posters put up by the distribution chain he controlled. Javits Wild, the rebel with a cause, the man who was revolutionizing the way films reached the wider public. Only the actor Robert Redford had tried something similar with his Sundance Film Festival for independent filmmakers, but nevertheless, after decades of effort, Redford still hadn't managed to break through the barrier into a world that mobilized hundreds of millions of dollars in the United States, Europe, and India. Javits, though, was a winner. Javits Wild, the savior of filmmakers, the great legend, the ally of minority interests, the friend of artists, the new patron, who obviously used some very intelligent system. She had no idea what it was, but she knew it worked. To reach cinemas all around the world. Javits Wild has arranged a 10-minute meeting with her in 2 days' time. This can mean only one thing, that he has accepted her project and that everything else is merely a matter of detail. "I will accept everything, absolutely everything," she repeats. Obviously, in those 10 minutes, Maureen won't have a chance to say a word about what she has been through in the 7 years, yes, a quarter of her life, that have gone into making her film. There will be no point in telling him that she went to film school, directed a few commercials, made 2 short films that were warmly received in various small-town cinemas or in alternative bars in New York. That in order to raise the $1 million needed for a professional production, she had mortgaged the house she inherited from her parents. That this was her one chance because she didn't have another house to mortgage. She had watched as her fellow students, after much struggling, opted for the comfortable world of commercials, of which there were more and more, or some safe but obscure job in one of the many companies that made TV series. After the warm reception given to her short films, she began to dream of higher things, and then there was no stopping her. She was convinced she had a mission, to make the world a better place for future generations by getting together with like-minded people to show that art isn't just a way of entertaining or amusing a lost society, by exposing world leaders as the flawed people they are, by saving the children who were now dying of hunger somewhere in Africa, by speaking out about environmental problems, by putting an end to social injustice. This was, of course, an ambitious project, but she was sure she would achieve it, if only through sheer doggedness. To do this, she needed to purify her soul, and so she turned to the 4 forces that had always guided her: love, death, power, and time. We must love because we are loved by God. We must be conscious of death if we are to have a proper understanding of life. We must struggle in order to grow, but without falling into the trap of the power we gain through that struggle, because we know that such power is worthless. Finally, we must accept that our eternal soul is, at this moment, caught in the web of time with all its opportunities and its limitations. Caught in the web of time she might be, but she could still work on what gave her pleasure and filled her with enthusiasm. And through her films, she could make her contribution to a world that seemed to be disintegrating around her and could try to change reality and transform human beings. When her father died, after complaining all his life that he had never had the chance to do what he had always dreamed of doing, she realized something very important. Transformations always occur during moments of crisis. She didn't want to end her life as he had. She wouldn't like to have to tell her daughter, "There was something I wanted to do, and there was even a point when I could have done it, but I just didn't have the courage to take the risk." When she received her inheritance, she knew then that it had been given to her for one reason only, to allow her to fulfill her destiny. She accepted the challenge. Unlike other adolescent girls who always dreamed of being famous actresses, her dream had been to tell stories that subsequent generations could see, smile at, and dream about. Her great example was Citizen Kane. That first film by a radio producer who wanted to make an exposé of a powerful American press magnate became a classic not just because of its story, but because it dealt in a creative and innovative manner with the ethical and technical problems of the day. All it took was one film to gain eternal fame. His first film. It was possible to get it right first time, even though its director, Orson Welles, never made anything as good again. Even though he had disappeared from the scene, that does happen, and was now only studied in courses about cinema, someone was sure to rediscover his genius sooner or later. Citizen Kane wasn't his only legacy. He had proved to everyone that if your first step was good enough, you would never lack for invitations thereafter. And she would take up those invitations. She had promised herself that she would never forget the difficulties she had been through, and that her life would contribute to dignifying human life. And since there can only ever be one first film, she had poured all her physical efforts, her prayers, and her emotional energy into one project. Unlike her friends who were always firing off scripts, proposals, and ideas, only to end up working on several things at once without any of them ever really coming to anything, Maureen dedicated herself, body and soul, to The Secrets of the Cellar, the story of 5 nuns who are visited by a sex maniac. Instead of trying to convert him to Christian salvation, they realize that the only way they can communicate with him is by accepting the norms of his aberrant world. They decide to surrender their bodies to him so that he can understand the glory of God through love. Her plan was a simple one. Hollywood actresses, however famous they might be, usually disappear from the cast lists when they reach 35. They still continue to appear in the pages of the celebrity magazines, are seen at charity auctions and big parties. They embrace humanitarian causes, and when they realize that they really are about to vanish from the spotlight entirely, they start to get married, or have messy divorces and create public scandals, and all for a few months, weeks, or days of glory. In that period between unemployment and total obscurity, money is of no importance. They will take any role if it gives them a chance to appear on screen. Maureen approached actresses who, less than a decade earlier, had been at the top of the tree, but who now sensed that the ground was beginning to slip away from under them, and that they desperately needed to get back to the way things were. It was a good script. She sent it to their agents, who demanded an absurd salary and got a straightforward no as an answer. Her next step was to approach each actress individually. She told them that she had the money for the project, and they all ended up accepting on the understanding that no one would know that they were working for almost nothing. In something like the film industry, there was no point in being humble. Sometimes the ghost of Orson Welles would appear to her in dreams. Try the impossible. Don't start low down because that's where you are now. Climb those rungs quickly before they take the ladder away. If you're afraid, say a prayer but carry on. She had an excellent script, a first-class cast, and knew that she had to produce something that was acceptable to the big studios and distributors, but without sacrificing quality. It was possible, and indeed, obligatory for art and commerce to go hand in hand. As for the rest, well, the rest consisted of various things. The kind of critic who's into mental masturbation and who loves films no one else understands. The small alternative circuits where the same half-dozen people emerge from showings and spend the small hours in bars, smoking and discussing one particular scene, whose meaning was, very possibly, quite different from the one intended when it was filmed. Directors giving lectures to explain what should be obvious to the audience. Trade union meetings calling for more state aid for domestic cinema. Manifestos in intellectual magazines, the result of interminable meetings at which the same old complaints were made about the government's lack of interest in supporting the arts. The occasional letter published in the serious press and usually read only by the interested parties or the families of the interested parties. Who changes the world? The superclass. Those who do. Those who alter the behavior, hearts, and minds of the largest possible number of people. That's why she wanted Javits, and Oscar, and Cannes. And since she couldn't get those things democratically, other people were very willing to offer advice but never to shoulder any of the risks. She simply gambled everything. She took on whoever was available, spent months rewriting the script, persuaded excellent, but unknown, art directors, designers, and supporting actors to take part, promising them almost no money, only increased visibility in the future. They were all impressed by the names of the 5 main actresses. The budget must be astronomical, and initially asked for large salaries, but ended up convinced that participating in such a project would look really good on their CVs. Maureen was so enthusiastic about the idea that her enthusiasm seemed to open all doors. Now came the final step, the one that would make all the difference. It isn't enough for a writer or musician to produce something of quality. They have to make sure their work doesn't end up gathering dust on a shelf or in a drawer. Visibility is what's required. She sent a copy of the film to just one person, Javits Wild. She used all her contacts. She suffered rejection but carried on anyway. She was ignored, but that didn't diminish her courage. She was mistreated, ridiculed, excluded, but still she believed it was possible because she had poured her lifeblood into what she had done. Then her ex-boyfriend entered the scene, and Javits Wild agreed to see her film and to meet her. She keeps her eyes on Javits all through lunch, savoring in anticipation the moment they will spend together in 2 days' time. Suddenly, she notices him go stiff, his eyes fixed on nothing. One of the friends with him glances behind and to the side, slips one hand inside his jacket. The other man starts frantically keying in a number on his mobile phone. Has something happened? Surely not. The people nearest him are still talking, drinking, enjoying another day of festival, parties, sun, and nice bodies. One of the men tries to help Javits up and make him walk, but he appears incapable of movement. It can't be anything serious. Too much drink, perhaps. Tiredness. Stress. No, it can't be anything serious. She has come so far, she is so close, and she can hear a siren in the distance. It must be the police, cutting their way through the permanently congested traffic in order to reach some important person. One of the men puts Javits' arm around his shoulder and more or less carries him toward the door. The siren is getting closer. The other man, still with his hand inside his jacket, keeps looking in all directions. At one point, their eyes meet. Javits is being taken up the ramp by one of his friends, and Maureen is wondering how someone so slight can possibly carry such a heavily built man, and with so little apparent effort. The sound of the siren stops right outside the tent. Javits has, by now, disappeared with one of the friends, but the second man is walking toward her, one hand still inside his jacket. "What happened?" she asks, frightened, because years of directing actors have taught her that this man's face is that of a professional killer, a face that looks as if it were carved out of stone. "You know what happened," the man says in an accent she can't identify. "I saw that he began to feel ill, but what did happen?" The man keeps his hand inside his jacket, and at that moment, it occurs to Maureen that this might be a chance to transform a minor incident into a great possibility. "Can I help? Can I go with him?" The hand in the jacket seems to relax a little, but the eyes watch every move she makes. "I'll come with you. I know Javits Wild. I'm a friend of his." After what seems like an eternity, but which can't have been more than a fraction of a second, the man turns and walks quickly away toward the boulevard, without saying a word. Maureen's brain is working fast. Why did he say that she knew what had happened? And why did he suddenly lose all interest in her? The other guests haven't noticed a thing, apart from the sound of the siren, which they probably attribute to something going on out in the street. Sirens have nothing to do with joy, sun, drinks, contacts, beautiful women, handsome men, with the pale and the tanned. Sirens belong to another world, a world of heart attacks, diseases, and crime. Sirens are of no interest to the people here. Maureen's head begins to spin. Something has happened to Javits, and this could be a gift from the gods. She runs to the door and sees an ambulance speeding away, sirens blaring, down the blocked-off lane of the boulevard. "That's my friend," she says to one of the bodyguards at the entrance. "Where have they taken him?" The man gives her the name of a hospital. Without pausing to think, Maureen starts running to find a taxi. 10 minutes later, she realizes that there are no taxis in the city, only those summoned by hotel porters, lured by the prospect of generous tips. Since she has no money in her bag, she goes into a pizzeria, shows someone working there the map she has with her, and learns that she must run for at least half an hour to reach her objective. She's been running all her life, so half an hour won't make much difference. 12:53 p.m. "Good morning." "You mean good afternoon, don't you?" one of the other girls replies. "It's midday." Everything is exactly as she'd imagined. The 5 other young women waiting all rather resemble her, at least physically. They, however, are heavily made up, wear short skirts and low-cut tops, and are busy with their mobile phones and their texts. No one speaks because they know their soulmates, who have all been through the same difficulties and have uncomplainingly faced the same challenges and accepted each knockout blow. They're all trying hard to believe that dreams have no sell-by date, that life can change from one second to the next, that somewhere the right moment is waiting for them, and that this is just a test of their willpower. They've all perhaps quarreled with their families, who are convinced their daughters will end up working as prostitutes. They've all been on stage and experienced the agony and the ecstasy of seeing the audience and knowing that every eye is fixed on them. They've felt the electricity in the air and heard the applause at the end. They've imagined 100 times over that there will come a night when a member of the superclass will be in the audience and visit them in their dressing room after the performance with something more substantial to offer than an invitation to supper, a request for their phone number, or compliments on a job well done. To begin with, they accepted a few of those invitations, but the only place they led to was the bed of some powerful older man, usually married, as all the interesting men are, concerned only with notching up another conquest. They all had a boyfriend their own age, but when anyone asked if they were married or single, they always answered, "Free and unattached." They thought they were in control of the situation. They've all been told, hundreds of times now, that they have real talent and just need the right opportunity, and that the person there before them is the one who can transform their lives. They've occasionally believed this, too. They've fallen into the trap of being overconfident and thinking they were in charge until the next day came and the phone number they'd been given put them through to the extension of a very grumpy secretary who had no intention of letting them speak to her boss. They've threatened to sell their story to the tabloids, saying that they had been deceived, although none of them has ever actually done so because they're still at the stage of thinking, "I mustn't spoil my chances in the acting world." One or two may even have shared Gabriella's Alice in Wonderland experience, and now want to prove to their families that they're far more capable than they thought. Their families, of course, have all by now seen their daughters in commercials, on posters and billboards scattered round the city, and, after a few initial arguments, are convinced that those same daughters are on the verge of entering a world of bright lights and glamour. All the girls there believed that their dream was possible, that one day their talent would be recognized, until the penny dropped. There is only one magic word: contacts. They had all distributed their books as soon as they arrived in Cannes, and now keep a constant eye on their mobile phone, getting invited to whatever launches and events they can, and trying their best to get into those they can't, always dreaming that someone will ask them to one of the evening parties or, dream of dreams, award them that greatest of prizes, an invitation to walk down the red carpet at the Palais des Congrès. That, however, was probably the most difficult dream to realize, so difficult that they didn't really allow themselves to think about it, in case the feelings of rejection and frustration destroyed their ability to wear the happy face they must wear at all times, even when they're not happy at all. Contacts. After many cases of mistaken identity, they did find the occasional useful contact, which is why they're here. One such contact had led to a New Zealand producer calling them. None had asked what it was about. They knew only that they had to be punctual because no one has any time to lose, certainly not people in the film industry. The only ones who do are the 5 young women in the waiting room, busy with their mobile phones and their magazines, compulsively sending texts to see if they've been invited to something later in the day, trying to talk to their friends, and always making a point of saying that they're not free to speak right now because they have an important meeting with a film producer. Gabriella is the 4th person to be called. She had tried to interpret the look in the eyes of the first 3 candidates who emerged from the room without saying a word. But then, of course, they're all actresses capable of hiding any emotion, be it joy or sadness. All 3 strode determinedly to the door and wished the others a confident "good luck," as if to say, "No need to be nervous, girls. You've got nothing to lose. The part's mine." One of the walls in the apartment is covered with a black cloth. The floor there is cluttered with all kinds of electric cables and lights covered with a metal mesh, and there's a kind of umbrella with a white cloth spread before it, as well as sound equipment, screens, and a video camera. In the corners stand bottles of mineral water, metal briefcases, tripods, bits of paper, and a computer. Sitting on the floor, a bespectacled 30-something woman is leafing through Gabriella's book. "Awful," she says, not looking up at her. "Awful." Gabriella doesn't know quite what to do. Perhaps she should pretend she isn't listening and go over to the group of chain-smoking technicians, chatting brightly in one corner, or perhaps she should simply stay where she is. "This one's awful," said the woman again. "That's me." She can't help herself. She has run through half of Cannes to get there, waited nearly 2 hours, imagined yet again that her life is about to change forever, although she's less and less prone to such fantasies now and won't allow herself to get as excited as she used to. And she certainly doesn't need more reasons to be depressed. "I know," says the woman, her eyes fixed on the photos. "They must have cost you a fortune. People make a career out of making books, writing CVs, running acting courses, and generally making money out of the vanity of people like you. If you think I'm so awful, why did you call me?" "Because we need someone awful." Gabriella laughs. The woman finally raises her head and looks her up and down. "I liked your clothes. I hate vulgar people." Gabriella's dream is returning. Her heart beats faster. The woman hands her a sheet of paper. "Go over there to the mark." Then she turns to the crew. "Put those cigarettes out and close the window. I don't want the sound messed up." The mark is a cross made with yellow tape on the floor. This means that the actor is automatically in the right position for the lighting and the camera. "It's so hot in here, I'm sweating. Could I at least go to the bathroom and put a little foundation on, some makeup?" "Of course you can, but when you get back, there won't be time to do the recording. We have to hand this stuff over by this afternoon." All the other girls who went in must have asked the same question and been given the same answer. Best not to waste time. She takes a paper handkerchief out of her pocket and dabs at her face as she makes her way over to the mark. An assistant positions himself by the camera while Gabriella battles against time, trying to read through what is written on that half sheet of paper. "Test number 25, Gabriella Sherry, Thompson Agency." 25, thinks Gabriella. "And action," says the woman with the glasses. Silence falls. "No, I can't believe what you're saying. No one can commit a murder for no reason." "Start again. You're talking to your boyfriend." "No, I can't believe what you're saying. No one can commit a murder like that for no reason." "The words 'like that' aren't in the script. Do you really think that the scriptwriter who worked on this for months didn't consider putting those words in, but decided against it because they're useless, superficial, unnecessary?" Gabriella takes a deep breath. She has nothing to lose but her patience. She's going to do her best now, then leave, go to the beach, or go back to bed for a while. She needs to rest in order to be in good shape for the evening round of cocktail parties. A strange, delicious calm comes over her. Suddenly, she feels protected, loved, grateful to be alive. No one's forcing her to be there, enduring yet another humiliation. For the first time in years, she's aware of her power, a power she had never thought existed. "No, I don't believe what you're saying. No one can commit a murder for no reason." "Next line." There was no need for her to say that. Gabriella was going to continue anyway. "We'd better go and see a doctor. I think you need help." "No," said the woman in glasses, who was playing the part of the boyfriend. "Okay, no doctor then. How about a little walk, and you can tell me exactly what's going on? I love you, you know, and even if no one else in the world cares about you, I do." There are no more lines. Another silence. A strange energy fills the room. "Tell the other girl out there she can go," says the woman in the glasses to one of the other people present. Does this mean what Gabriella thinks it means? "Go to the marina at the end of Boulevard de la Croisette, opposite Allée des Palmières. A boat will be waiting there at 1:55 prompt to take you to meet Mr. Gibson. We're going to send him the video now, but he always likes to meet the people he might be working with." A smile appears on Gabriella's face. "I said might. I didn't say will be working with." The smile remains. Mr. Gibson. 1:19 p.m. Lying on a stainless steel table between Inspector Savoy and the pathologist is a beautiful young woman of about 20, completely naked, and dead. Are you sure? The pathologist goes over to a stainless steel sink, removes his rubber gloves, throws them in the bin, and turns on the tap. Absolutely, there's no trace of drugs. What happened then? Could a young woman like her have had a heart attack? The only noise in the room is that of running water. The pathologist thinks, they always come up with the obvious, drugs, a heart attack. He takes longer than necessary to wash his hands. A little suspense never goes amiss. He applies disinfectant to his arms and throws away the disposable material used in the autopsy. Then he turns round and asks the inspector to study the body. "No, really. Take a good look. Don't be embarrassed. Noticing details is part of your job, isn't it?" Savoy carefully examines the body. At one point, he reaches out to lift one of the girl's arms, but the pathologist stops him. "No need to touch." Savoy runs his eyes over the girl's naked body. He knows quite a lot about her now. Olivia Martins, the daughter of Portuguese parents, currently going out with a young man of no fixed profession, who is heavily into Cannes nightlife and is, at that moment, being interrogated at a police station some way away. A judge issued a search warrant for his apartment, and they found some small flasks of THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, the main hallucinogenic element in marijuana, and which can be taken dissolved in sesame oil, which leaves no smell and has a far stronger effect than when the substance is absorbed through smoke. They also found 6 envelopes, each containing a gram of cocaine, and some bloodstains on a sheet which is now on its way to a laboratory for tests. He's probably, at most, a minor dealer. He's already known to the police, having spent a couple of spells in prison, but never for physical violence. Olivia was lovely, even in death. Her dark eyebrows, that childlike air, her breasts. "No," he thinks. "I mustn't go there. I'm a professional. I can't see anything," he says. The pathologist smiles, and Savoy finds his smugness slightly irritating. The expert points to a small, purplish, almost imperceptible mark between the girl's left shoulder and her throat. Then he shows him another similar mark on the right-hand side of her torso, between 2 of her ribs. "I could begin by giving you the technical details. Death was caused by obstruction of the jugular vein and the carotid artery, while simultaneously similar pressure was being applied to a particular sheaf of nerves, but so precisely that it caused the complete paralysis of the upper part of the body." Savoy says nothing. The pathologist realizes that this is not the moment to show off his knowledge or to make jokes. He feels rather sorry for himself. He works with death on a daily basis and spends each day surrounded by corpses and grave-faced people. His children never tell anyone what their father does, and he has nothing to talk about at supper parties because people hate discussing what they perceive to be macabre topics. He sometimes wonders if he hasn't perhaps chosen the wrong profession. In short, she was strangled. Savoy still says nothing. His brain is working very fast. How could someone possibly be strangled on Boulevard de la Croisette in broad daylight? Her parents had been interviewed, and they said that their daughter had left the house that morning with the usual merchandise. Illegal merchandise, it must be said, because street vendors pay no taxes and are therefore banned from trading. Although that's hardly relevant now, he thinks. The intriguing thing about this particular case, says the pathologist, is that in a normal case of strangulation there are marks on both shoulders, that is, in the classic scene in which the attacker grabs the victim round the throat and the victim struggles to get free. In this case, only one hand, or rather one finger, stopped the blood reaching the brain, while another finger paralyzed the body, rendering her incapable of fighting back. This requires a very sophisticated technique and a detailed knowledge of the human body. Could she have been killed somewhere else and carried to the bench where we found her? If so, there would be other marks on her body. That was the first thing I looked for, assuming she was killed by just one person. When I found no marks, I looked for any indication that she had been grabbed by the wrists or ankles, if, that is, we were dealing with more than one killer. But there was nothing to indicate this. Indeed, without wishing to go into more technical detail, there are certain things that happen at the moment of death which leave traces in the body. Urine, for example, and— What are you saying? That she was killed where she was found, and that, judging by the finger marks on her body, only one person was involved. That since no one saw her trying to run away, she clearly knew her killer, who was seated on her left side, and that her killer must be someone highly trained and with an extensive knowledge of the martial arts. Savoy nods his thanks and walks quickly to the exit. On the way, he phones the police station where the boyfriend is being interrogated. "Forget about drugs," he says. "We have a murder on our hands. Try and find out what the boyfriend knows about martial arts. I'm coming straight over." "No," says the voice at the other end. "Go straight to the hospital. I think we have another problem." 1:28 p.m. A seagull was flying over a beach when it saw a mouse. It flew down and asked the mouse, "Where are your wings?" Each animal speaks its own language, and so the mouse didn't understand the question, but stared at the two strange, large things attached to the other creature's body. It must have some illness, thought the mouse. The seagull noticed the mouse staring at its wings and thought, "Poor thing, it must have been attacked by monsters that left it deaf and took away its wings." Feeling sorry for the mouse, the seagull picked it up in its beak and took it for a ride in the skies. "It's probably homesick," the seagull thought while they were flying. Then, very carefully, it deposited the mouse once more on the ground. For some months afterward, the mouse was sunk in gloom. It had known the heights and seen a vast and beautiful world. However, in time, it grew accustomed to being just a mouse again, and came to believe that the miracle that had occurred in its life was nothing but a dream. This was a story from her childhood, but right now, she's up in the sky. She can see the turquoise sea, the luxurious yachts, the people, small as ants, below, the tents on the beach, the hills, the horizon to her left, beyond which lay Africa and all its problems. The ground is approaching fast. It's best to view humankind from on high, she thinks. Only then can we see how very small we are. Ava seems bored, either that or nervous. Hamid never really knows what's going on in his wife's head, even though they've been together for more than 2 years now. Cannes, it's true, is a trial for everyone concerned, but he can't leave the festival any earlier than planned. Besides, she should be used to all this because the life of her ex-husband hadn't been so very different, with suppers to attend, events to organize, and having constantly to change country, continent, and language. Was she always like this? Or is it that she doesn't love me as much as she did at first? A forbidden thought. Concentrate on other things, please. The noise of the engine doesn't allow for conversation unless you use the headphones with the microphone attached. Ava hasn't even picked hers up from the hook beside her seat. Not that there's any point asking her to put them on so that he can tell her for the 1000th time that she's the most important woman in his life and that he'll do his best to make sure she enjoys the week at this, her first Cannes festival. The sound system on board is set up so that every conversation can be overheard by the pilot, and Ava hates public displays of affection. There they are, in that glass bubble, just about to touch down. He can see the huge white car, a Maybach, the most expensive and most sophisticated car in the world, even more exclusive than Rolls-Royce. Soon they'll be sitting inside, listening to some relaxing music and drinking iced champagne or mineral water. He consults his platinum watch, which is a certified copy of one of the first models produced in a small workshop in the town of Schaffhausen. Women can get away with spending a fortune on diamonds, but a watch is the only piece of jewelry allowed to a man of good taste, and only the true cognoscenti knew the significance of that watch, which was rarely advertised in the glossy magazines. That could be a definition of true sophistication, knowing where to find the very best, even if other people have never heard of it, and producing the very best too, regardless of what others might say. It was already nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he needed to talk to his stockbroker in New York before trading opened on the stock exchange. When he arrived, he would make a call, just one, with his instructions for the day. Making money at the casino, as he called the investment funds, was not his favorite sport. However, he had to pretend to be keeping an eye on what his managers and financial engineers were up to. He could rely on the protection, support, and vigilance of the sheik, but nevertheless, he had to demonstrate that he was up to date on what was happening. He might, in the end, have to make 2 phone calls, but give no concrete instructions on what to buy or sell. His energy is focused on something else. That afternoon, at least 2 actresses, one famous and one unknown, will be walking down the red carpet wearing his dresses. Obviously, he has assistants who can take care of everything, but he likes to be personally involved, even if only to remind himself that every detail is important and that he hasn't lost touch with the basis on which he built his empire. Apart from that, he wants to spend the rest of his time in France trying to enjoy Ava's company to the full, introducing her to interesting people, strolling on the beach, lunching together in some small restaurant in a nearby town, or walking along, hand in hand, through the vineyards he can see on the horizon. He had always felt he was incapable of falling in love with anything other than his work, although the list of his conquests includes an enviable series of relationships with some even more enviable women. The moment Ava appeared on the scene, though, he was a different man. They have been together for 2 years, and his love is stronger and more intense than ever. In love. Him, Hamid Hussein, one of the most famous designers on the planet, the public face of a gigantic international conglomerate selling luxury and glamour. The man who had battled against everything and everyone, who had challenged all the West's preconceived ideas about people from the Middle East and their religion. The man who had used the ancestral knowledge of his tribe to survive, learn, and reach the top. Contrary to rumor, he was not from a rich oil family. His father had been a seller of cloth who, one day, had found favor with a sheik simply because he refused to do as he was told. Whenever Hamid had doubts about what decision to make, he liked to remember the example he had received in adolescence. Say no to powerful people, even when doing so means taking a great risk. It had almost always worked. And on the few occasions when it hadn't, the consequences were not as grave as he had imagined. His father had not, alas, lived to see his son's success. When the sheik started buying up all the available land in that part of the desert in order to build one of the most modern cities in the world, his father had had the courage to say to one of the sheik's emissaries, "I'm not selling. My family has been here for centuries. We buried our dead here. We learned to survive storms and invaders. We cannot sell the place that God charged us to take care of." The emissaries increased their offer. When he still refused, they got angry and threatened to do whatever was necessary to remove him. The sheik, too, began to grow impatient. He wanted to start his project straight away because he had big plans. The price of oil had risen on the international market, and the money needed to be spent before the oil reserves ran out and any possibility of building an infrastructure to attract foreign investments vanished. Still, old Hussein refused to sell his property, whatever the price. Then the sheik decided to go and speak to him directly. "I can offer you anything you desire," he said. "Then give my son a good education. He's 16 now, and there are no prospects for him here. Only if you sell me your house." There was a long silence. Then his father, looking straight at the sheik, said something the latter had never expected to hear. "You, sir, have a duty to educate your subjects, and I cannot exchange my family's future for its past." Hamid recalls the look of immense sadness in his father's eyes as he went on. "But if you can at least give my son a chance in life, then I will accept your offer." The sheik left, without saying another word. The following day, he asked Hamid's father to send his son to him so that they could talk. After walking down blocked roads, past gigantic cranes, laborers tirelessly working, and whole quarters in the process of being demolished, Hamid finally reached the palace that had been built beside the old port. The sheik came straight to the point. "You know that I want to buy your father's house. There is very little oil left in our country, and we must wean ourselves off oil and find other paths before the oil wells run dry. We will prove to the world that we can sell not only oil, but our services too. Meanwhile, in order to take those first steps, we need to make some major reforms, like building a good airport, for example. We need land so that foreigners can build on it. My dream is a just one, and my intentions are good. One thing we're going to need are more experts in the field of finance. Now, you heard the conversation between myself and your father." Hamid tried to disguise his fear, for there were more than a dozen people listening to their conversation. However, his heart had an answer ready for each question he was asked. "So tell me, what do you want to do?" asked the sheik. "I want to study haute couture." The other people present looked at each other. They might not even have known what he meant. "My father sells much of the cloth he buys to foreigners, who then turn his cloth into designer clothes and earn 100 times more from it than he does. I'm sure we could do the same here. I'm convinced that fashion could be one way of breaking down the prejudices the rest of the world has about us. If they could be made to see that we don't dress like barbarians, they would find it easier to accept us." This time, he heard murmurings in the court. Was he talking about clothes? That was something for Westerners, who were more concerned with how people looked on the outside than with what they were like inside. "On the other hand, the price my father is paying is very high. I would prefer to keep our house. I will work with the cloth he has, and if merciful God so desires it, I will realize my dream. I, like your majesty, know what I want." The court listened in amazement to hear this boy not only challenging their region's great leader, but refusing to accept his own father's wishes. The sheik, however, smiled. "And where does one study haute couture?" "In France or Italy, working with the great masters. There are universities where one can study, but there's no substitute for experience. It won't be easy, but if merciful God so wishes, I will succeed." The sheik asked him to come back later that afternoon. Hamid strolled down to the port and visited the bazaar, where he marveled at the colors, the cloths, and the embroidery. He loved visiting the bazaar, and it saddened him to think that it would soon be destroyed, because a part of the past and part of tradition would be lost. Was it possible to stop progress? Would it be sensible to try and stop the development of a nation? He remembered the many nights he had sat up late, drawing by candlelight, copying the clothes the Bedouin wore, afraid that tribal costumes would also one day be destroyed by the cranes and by foreign investment. At the appointed hour, he returned to the palace. There were even more people with the sheik now. "I have made 2 decisions," said the sheik. "First, I am going to pay your expenses for a year. We have enough boys interested in a career in the financial sector, but you are the first to express a wish to learn sewing. It seems utter madness, but then everyone tells me my dreams are mad too, and yet look where they've got me. I cannot go against my own example. On the other hand, none of my assistants has any contacts among the people you mentioned, and so I will be paying you a small monthly allowance to keep you from having to beg in the streets. You will return a winner. You will represent our country, and it's important that other nations should learn to respect our culture. Before leaving, you will have to learn the languages of the countries to which you are going. Which languages are they?" "English, French, and Italian. I am most grateful to you for your generosity, but what about my father?" The sheik gestured to him to be silent. "My second decision is as follows. Your father's house will remain where it is. In my dreams, it will be surrounded by skyscrapers. No sun will enter its windows, and, in the end, he will have to move. However, the house will stay there forever. In the future, people will remember me and say, he was a great man because he changed his country, and he was just because he respected the rights of a seller of cloth." The helicopter lands at the very end of the pier, and he leaves aside his memories. He gets out first, and then proffers Ava a helping hand. He touches her skin and looks proudly at this blonde woman, all dressed in white, her clothes glowing in the sunlight, her other hand holding on to the lovely, discreet beige hat she is wearing. They walk past the ranks of yachts moored on either side, toward the car that awaits them, and the chauffeur standing with the door already open. He holds his wife's hand and whispers in her ear, "I hope you enjoyed the lunch. They are great collectors of art, and it was very generous of them to provide a helicopter for us." "Yes, I loved it." But what Ava really means is, "No, I hated it. Worse, I'm feeling really frightened. I've just received a text on my mobile phone, and I know who sent it, even though I can't identify the number." They get into the vast car, made for just 2 people, the rest being empty space. The air conditioning is set at the ideal temperature. The music is exactly right for such a moment, and no outside noise penetrates their perfect isolation. He sits down on the comfortable leather seat, opens the minibar in front of them, and asks Ava if she would like some champagne. "No," she says, "mineral water will be fine." "I saw your ex-husband yesterday in the hotel bar before we left for supper." "That's impossible. He has no business in Cannes." She would like to have said, "You may be right. I've just received a text. We should board the next plane out of here." "Oh, I'm quite sure it was him." Hamid notices that his wife is not in the mood to talk. He has been brought up to respect the privacy of those he loves, and so he makes himself think of something else. Having first asked Ava's permission, he makes the obligatory phone call to his stockbroker in New York. He listens patiently for 2 or 3 sentences, then politely interrupts any further news on market trends. The whole call lasts no more than 2 minutes. He makes another call to the director he has chosen for his first film. The director is on his way to the boat to meet with the star, and yes, a young actress has been chosen and should be joining them shortly. He turns to Ava again, but she still seems disinclined to talk, her gaze absent, staring out of the limousine windows at nothing. Perhaps she's worried because she'll have so little time at the hotel. She'll have to change immediately and go straight to a rather insignificant fashion show by a Belgian designer where Hamid wants to see for himself the young African model, Jasmine, whom his assistants tell him will be the ideal face for his next collection. He wants to know how the girl will survive the pressures of an event in Cannes. If everything goes to plan, she'll be one of his star models at the Fashion Week in Paris set for October. Ava keeps her eyes fixed on the window, not that she's interested in what's going on outside. She knows the gentle, creative, determined, well-dressed man by her side very well. She knows that he desires her as no man has ever desired a woman, apart, that is, from the man she left. She can trust him, even though he lives surrounded by some of the most beautiful women in the world. He's an honest, hard-working man who has met and overcome many challenges in order to be chauffeured around in that limo and to be able to offer her a glass of champagne or her favorite mineral water. He is powerful and capable of protecting her from any danger, except one, the worst of all, her ex-husband. She doesn't want to arouse suspicions now by picking up her phone again to reread the message. She knows the message by heart. "I have destroyed the world for you, Katyusha." She has no idea what these words mean, but no one else would call her by that name. She has taught herself to love Hamid, although she detests the life he leads, the parties they go to, and his friends. She doesn't know yet if she has succeeded in making herself love him. There are moments when she feels almost suicidal with despair. All she knows is that he was her salvation at a time when she thought she was lost forever, incapable of escaping the trap of her marriage. Many years before, she had fallen in love with an angel with a sad childhood, who had been called up into the Soviet army to fight in an absurd war in Afghanistan, only to return to a country verging on collapse. Despite this, he had overcome all difficulties to succeed. He began to work very hard, getting loans from some very shady people, then lying awake at night, worrying about the risk he was taking and wondering how he could ever repay those loans. He put up uncomplainingly with the endemic corruption, accepting that he would have to bribe a government official each time he needed a new license for a product that would improve the quality of life of his own people. He was idealistic and affectionate. By day, his leadership went unquestioned because life had taught him how to lead, and military service had helped him understand exactly how hierarchies work. At night, he would cling to her and ask her to protect and advise him, to pray for everything to go well, and for him to avoid the many traps that lay in his path each day. Ava would stroke his hair and assure him that everything was fine, that he was a good man, and that God always rewarded the just. Gradually, the difficulties gave way to opportunities. The small business he had started, after almost begging people to sign contracts, began to grow because he was one of the few to have invested in something that no one believed could work in a country still plagued by near-obsolete communication networks. The government changed and corruption diminished. Money began to come in, slowly at first, then in vast quantities. However, they never forgot the difficult times they had been through and never wasted a penny. They made contributions to charities and to associations for ex-soldiers. They lived unostentatiously, dreaming of the day when they could put it all behind them and go and live in a house away from the world. When that happened, they would forget that they had once been obliged to have dealings with people who had no ethics and no dignity. They spent much of their time in airports, planes, and hotels. They worked 18 hours a day, and for years never managed to take a month's holiday together. They nurtured the same dream. The moment would come when that frenetic pace of life would be but a distant memory. The scars from that period would be like medals won in a war waged in the name of faith and dreams. After all, each human being, or so she believed then, had been born to love and to live with their beloved. The whole process of finding work was suddenly turned on its head. Instead of them having to hunt down contracts, they began to appear spontaneously. Her husband was featured on the front cover of an important business magazine, and the local bigwigs started sending them invitations to parties and events. They began to be treated like royalty, and ever greater quantities of money flowed in. They had to adapt to these changed circumstances. They bought a beautiful house in Moscow, a house with every possible comfort. For reasons she didn't and preferred not to know, her husband's old associates ended up in prison. These were the same associates who had made those initial loans of which, despite the exorbitant interest rates, Igor had paid back every penny. From then on, Igor began to be accompanied everywhere by bodyguards, only 2 at first, fellow veterans and friends from the Afghan War, but they were later joined by others as the small company grew into a multinational giant with branches in several countries in 7 different time zones, making ever more and ever more diverse investments. Ava spent her days in shopping malls or having tea with friends who always talked about the same things. Igor, of course, wanted to go further and further. After all, he had only got where he was by dint of ambition and hard work. Whenever she asked if they had not gone far beyond what they had planned, and if it wasn't time to realize their dream of living only on the love they felt for each other, he always asked for a little more time. And he began to drink more heavily. One night, he came home after a long supper with friends, during which much wine and vodka had been drunk, and she could contain her feelings no longer. She said she couldn't stand the empty existence she was leading. If she didn't do something soon, she would go mad. "Wasn't she satisfied with what she had?" asked Igor. "Yes, I'm satisfied. But the problem is you're not, and never will be. You're insecure, afraid of losing everything you've achieved. You don't know how to quit once you're ahead. You'll end up destroying yourself. You're killing our marriage and my love." This wasn't the first time she had spoken thus to her husband. They had always been very honest with each other, but she felt she was reaching a limit. She had had enough of the shopping and the tea parties and the ghastly television programs that she watched while waiting for him to come home from work. "Don't say that. Don't say I'm killing our love. I promise that soon we'll leave all this behind us. Just be patient. Perhaps you should start some project of your own because your life at the moment really must be pretty hellish." At least he recognized that. "What would you like to do?" he asked. Yes, she thought, perhaps that would be a way out. "I'd like to work with fashion. That's always been my dream." Her husband immediately granted her wish. The following week, he turned up with the keys to a shop in one of the best shopping malls in Moscow. Ava was thrilled. Her life took on new meaning. The long days and nights spent waiting would be over for good. She borrowed money, and Igor invested enough in the business for her to have a good chance of success. Suppers and parties, where she had always felt like an outsider, took on a new interest for her. In just 2 years, thanks to contacts made at such social events, she was running the most successful haute couture shop in Moscow. Although she had a joint account with her husband, and he never questioned how much she spent, she made a point of paying back the money he had lent her. She started going off on business trips alone, looking for new designs and exclusive brands. She took on staff, got to grips with the accounts, and became, to her own surprise, an excellent businesswoman. Igor had taught her everything. He was a great role model, an example to be followed. And just as everything was going so well and her life had taken on new meaning, the angel of light that had lit her path began to waver. They were in a restaurant in Irkutsk after spending a weekend in a fishing village on the shores of Lake Baikal. By that stage, the company owned 2 planes and a helicopter, so that they could travel as far as they liked and be back on Monday to start all over again. Neither of them complained about spending so little time together, but it was clear that the many years of struggle were beginning to take their toll. Still, they knew that their love was stronger than everything else, and as long as they were together, they would be all right. In the middle of a candle-lit supper, a drunken beggar came into the restaurant, walked over to their table, sat down, and began to talk, interrupting their precious moment alone, far from the hustle and bustle of Moscow. A minute later, the owner offered to remove him, but Igor said he would take care of it. The beggar grew animated, picked up their bottle of vodka and drank from it. Then he started asking questions.
"Who are you? How come you've got so much money when we all live in such poverty here?"
And generally complaining about life and about the government. Igor put up with this for a few more minutes. Then he got to his feet, took the man by the arm, and led him outside. The restaurant was in an unpaved street. His 2 bodyguards were waiting for him. Eva saw through the window that her husband barely spoke to them, apart from issuing some order along the lines of, "Keep an eye on my wife," and headed off toward a small side street. He came back a few minutes later, smiling.
"Well, he won't bother anyone again," he said.
Eva noticed a different light in his eyes. They seemed filled by an immense joy, far greater than any joy he had shown during the weekend they had spent together. "What did you do?" Igor did not reply, but simply called for more vodka. They both drank steadily into the night, he happy and smiling, and she choosing to understand only what she wanted to understand. He had always been so generous with those less fortunate than himself, so perhaps he had given the man money to help him out of his poverty. When they went back to the hotel, he said,
"It's something I learned in my youth, when I was fighting in an unjust war for an ideal I didn't believe in. There's always a way of putting an end to poverty."
No, Igor can't be here in Cannes. Hamid must have made a mistake. The 2 men had only met once before, in the foyer of the building where they lived in London, when Igor had found out their address and gone there to beg Eva to come back. Hamid had spoken to him, but hadn't allowed him to come in, threatening to call the police. For a whole week, she had refused to leave their apartment, claiming to have a headache, but knowing that the angel of light had turned into absolute evil. She looks at her phone again, and rereads the message. Katyusha. Only one person would call her by that name. The person who lives in her past and will terrorize her present for the rest of her life, however protected she feels, however far away she lives, and even though she inhabits a world to which he has no access. The same person who, on their return from Irkutsk, as if he had sloughed off an enormous weight, had begun to speak more freely about the shadows that inhabited his soul.
"No one, absolutely no one can threaten our privacy. We've spent long enough creating a fairer, more humane society. Anyone who fails to respect our moments of freedom should be removed in such a way that they'll never even consider coming back."
Eva was afraid to ask what "in such a way" meant. She had thought she knew her husband, but from one moment to the next, it seemed that a submerged volcano had begun to roar, and the shock waves were getting stronger and stronger. She remembered certain late-night conversations with him when he was still a young man, and how he had told her that, during the war in Afghanistan, he had sometimes been forced to kill in self-defense. She had never seen regret or remorse in his eyes.
"I survived, and that's what matters. My life could have ended one sunny afternoon, or at dawn in the snow-covered mountains, or one night when we were playing cards in our tent, confident that the situation was under control. And if I had died, nothing would have changed in the world. I would have been just another statistic for the army and another medal for my family. But Jesus helped me, and I was blessed with quick reactions. And because I survived the hardest tests a man can face, fate has given me the 2 most important things in life: success at work and the person I love." It was one thing killing in order to save your own life, but quite another to remove for good some poor drunk who had interrupted their supper and who could easily have been shepherded away by the restaurant owner. She couldn't get the idea out of her head. She started going ever earlier to the shop and, when she came home, sitting at her computer until late into the night. There was a question she wanted to avoid. She managed to carry on like this for some months, following the usual routine: business trips, parties, suppers, meetings, charity auctions. She even wondered if she had misunderstood what her husband had said in Irkutsk and blamed herself for making such a snap judgment. Time passed, and the question became less important, until the night they attended a gala supper cum charity auction at one of the most expensive restaurants in Milan. They were both there for different reasons. Igor, in order to firm up the details of a contract with an Italian firm, and Ava, in order to attend the Fashion Week, where she intended to make a few purchases for her Moscow shop. And what had happened in the middle of Siberia was repeated in one of the most sophisticated cities in the world. This time, a friend of theirs, rather the worse for wear, sat down at their table uninvited and started joking and making inappropriate remarks. Ava saw Igor's hand grip the handle of his knife more tightly. As tactfully and politely as possible, she asked the friend to go away. By then, she had already drunk several glasses of asti spumanti, as the Italians refer to what used to be called champagne, because the use of the word champagne was banned under the so-called protected designation of origin. Champagne simply means a white wine made using a particular bacteria which, when rigorously controlled, begins to generate gases inside the bottle as the wine ages over a period of at least 15 months. The name refers to the region where it's produced. Spumanti is exactly the same thing, but European law doesn't allow it to be known by the French name, since the vineyards are in Italy and not in the Champagne region of France. They started talking about champagne and about the laws governing names, while she tried to drive from her head the question she had tried to suppress and which was now returning in full force. While they were talking, she kept drinking, until there came a moment when she could hold back no longer. "What does it matter if someone gets a little drunk and comes over to talk to us?" When he answered, Igor's voice had changed. "Because we so rarely travel together. Besides, you know what I think about the world we live in? That we're being suffocated by lies, encouraged to put our faith in science rather than in spiritual values, and to feed our souls with the things society tells us are important when in reality, we're slowly dying because we know what's going on around us, that we're being forced to do things we never planned to do, and yet even so are incapable of giving it all up and devoting our days and nights to true happiness, to family, nature, love. And why is that? Because we feel obliged to finish what we started, so that we can achieve the financial stability we need in order to enjoy the rest of our lives, devoting ourselves to each other, because we're responsible people. I know you sometimes think I work too much, but it's not true. I'm building our future, and soon we'll be free to dream and to live out our dreams." Financial stability was hardly something they lacked. They had no debts, and they could have got up from the table there and then with just their credit cards and simply left behind them the world Igor apparently hated, and start all over again, and never have to worry about money. She had often spoken to him about this, and Igor always said the same thing: "It won't be much longer." Besides, this wasn't the moment to discuss their future as a couple. "God thought of everything," he went on. "We are together because he decided we should be. You may not fully appreciate your importance in my life, but without you, I would never have got where I am today. He placed us side by side, and lent me his power to defend you whenever necessary. He taught me that everything is part of a plan, and I must respect that plan down to the last detail. If I hadn't done so, I would either be dead in Kabul or living in poverty in Moscow." And it was then that the spumanti or champagne revealed what it was capable of, regardless of what it was called. "What happened to that beggar in Siberia?" she asked. Igor didn't at first know what she was talking about. Ava reminded him of what had happened in the restaurant there. "I'd like to know what you did." "I saved him." She gave a sigh of relief. "I saved him from a filthy, hopeless life in those freezing winters, with his body being slowly destroyed by booze. I let his soul depart toward the light, because the moment he came into that restaurant to destroy our happiness, I knew that his spirit was inhabited by the evil one." Ava felt her heart begin to pound.
She didn't need him to say outright, "I killed him." It was clear that he had. "Without you, I don't exist. Anything and anyone who tries to separate us or to destroy the little time we have together at this particular moment of our lives gets the treatment they deserve." Meaning, perhaps, that they deserved to be killed? Could such a thing have happened before without her noticing? She drank, and drank some more, and Igor began to relax again. Since he never opened his heart to anyone else, he loved their conversations. "We speak the same language," he went on. "We see the world in the same way. We complete each other with a perfection that is granted only to those who put love above all else. As I said, without you, I don't exist. Look at the superclass around us. They think they're so important, so socially aware, because they're willing to pay a fortune for some useless item at a charity auction, or to attend a supper organized to raise funds to help the homeless in Rwanda, or to save the pandas in China. Pandas and the homeless are all one to them. They feel special, superior to the average person because they're doing something useful. Have they ever fought in a war? No. They create wars, but they don't fight in them. If the war turns out well, they get all the credit. If not, others get the blame. They're in love with themselves. My love, I'd like to ask you something else." At that point, a presenter climbed onto the stage and thanked everyone for being there that night. The money raised would go toward buying medicine for refugee camps in Africa. "What he doesn't say," Igor went on as if he hadn't heard her, "is that only 10% of the total amount raised will reach its destination. The rest will be used to pay for this event, for the cost of this supper, for the publicity and the organizers, in short, for the people who had the brilliant idea in the first place, and all at an exorbitant price. They use poverty as a way to get even richer." "So why are we here?" "Because we need to be. It's part of my work. I have no intention of saving Rwanda or sending medicine to refugees, but at least I know that I don't. The other guests here tonight are using their money to wash their consciences and their souls clean of guilt. When the genocide was going on in Rwanda, I financed a small army of friends who prevented more than 2,000 deaths. Did you know that?" "No, you never told me." "I didn't need to. You know that I care about other people." The auction began with a small Louis Vuitton travel bag. It sold for 10 times its retail price. Igor watched the auction impassively, while she drank another glass of spumante and wondered whether she should or shouldn't ask that question. An artist danced to a soundtrack provided by Marilyn Monroe and simultaneously painted a picture. The bids for the finished work of art were sky high, the price of a small apartment in Moscow. Another glass of wine. Another item sold, for an equally absurd price. She drank so much that night that she had to be carried back to the hotel. Before he put her into bed, and before she fell asleep, she finally got up the courage to ask, "And what if I were to leave you?" "Drink less next time." "Answer me." "That could never happen. Our marriage is perfect." Common sense returned, but she knew she had an excuse now, and so pretended to be drunker than she was. "Yes, but what if I did?" "I'd make you come back, and I'm good at getting what I want, even if that means destroying whole worlds." "And what if I met another man?" He looked at her without rancor, almost benevolently. "Even if you slept with every man on earth, my love would still survive." And since then, what had seemed a blessing began to turn into a nightmare. She was married to a monster, an assassin. What was that story about financing an army of mercenaries to intervene in a tribal war? How many other men had he killed to keep them from troubling their marital peace? She could blame the war, the traumas he had suffered, the hard times he had been through, but many other men had endured the same experiences without emerging from them convinced that they were the instrument of divine justice, carrying out some grand plan. "I'm not jealous," Igor used to say whenever he or she set off on a business trip, "because you know how much I love you, and I know how much you love me. Nothing will ever happen to destabilize our marriage." She was more convinced than ever that this was not love. It was something sick and morbid, which she would either have to accept and live the rest of her life a prisoner to fear, or else free herself as soon as possible at the first opportunity. Several opportunities arose, but the most insistent, the most
her assistant was the very last man with whom she would have imagined building a real relationship. The couturier who was dazzling the fashion world, growing ever more famous, and receiving a vast amount of money from his own country so that the world would understand that the nomadic tribes had solid moral values that were completely at odds with the reign of terror imposed by a religious minority. He was a man who, increasingly, had the world at his feet. Whenever they met at fashion shows, he would drop whatever other commitments he had, cancel lunches and suppers just so that they could spend some time together in peace, locked in a hotel room, often without even making love. They would watch television, eat, drink, although he never touched a drop of alcohol, go for walks in parks, visit bookshops, talk to strangers, speak very little of the past, never of the future, and a great deal about the present. She resisted for as long as she could, and, although she was never in love with him, when he proposed that she leave everything and move to London, she accepted at once. It was the only possible way out of her private hell. Another message appears on her phone. It can't be. They haven't been in touch for 2 years. I've just destroyed another world because of you, Katyusha. Who's it from? I haven't the slightest idea. It doesn't show a number. What she meant to say was that she was terrified. We're nearly there. Remember, we haven't got much time. The limousine has to maneuver its way toward the entrance of the Hotel Martinez. On both sides, behind the metal barriers erected by the police, people of all ages spend the whole day hoping to get a close-up look at some celebrity. They take photos with their digital cameras, tell their friends whom they've seen, and send messages over the internet to the virtual communities they belong to. They would feel the long wait was justified for that one moment of glory, catching a glimpse of an actress, an actor, or even a TV presenter. Although it's only thanks to them that the celebrity industry keeps going, they are kept at a safe distance. Strategically positioned bodyguards ask anyone going into the hotel for proof that they are staying there or meeting someone. Then you either have to get out the magnetic card that serves as your room key or else be turned away in full view of the public. If you're having a business meeting or have been invited for a drink at the bar, they give your name to the security people and, with everyone watching, wait to see if what you say is true or false. The bodyguard uses his radio to call reception, and you wait there for what seems like an eternity, and then, finally, after that very public humiliation, you're allowed in. Those who arrive in limousines, of course, are treated quite differently. The 2 doors of the Maybach are opened, one by the chauffeur and the other by the hotel porter. The cameras turn on Ava and start to shoot, even though no one knows who she is. If she's staying at the Martinez and has arrived in a fancy car, she must be important. Perhaps she's the mistress of the man she's with, and if she is and he's having an extramarital affair, there's always a chance they can send the photos to some scandal rag. Or perhaps the beautiful blonde is a famous foreign celebrity as yet unknown in France. Later, they'll find her name in the so-called People magazines and be glad that they were once only 4 or 5 yards from her. Hamid looks at the small crowd pressed up against the metal barriers. He has never understood this phenomenon, having been brought up in a place where such things simply don't happen. Once, he asked a friend why there was so much interest in celebrities. "Don't assume they're all fans," said his friend. "Since time immemorial, men have believed that being close to something unattainable and mysterious can bring blessings. That's why people make pilgrimages to visit gurus and sacred places." "But can? It can be anywhere they might catch a distant glimpse of some elusive celebrity. For the adoring crowd, a wave from a celebrity is like being scattered with ambrosia dust or manna from heaven. It's the same everywhere. Take, for example, those massive pop concerts that seem more like religious meetings, or the way people are willing to wait outside some sellout performance at a theater just to see the superclass entering and leaving. Take the crowds who go to football stadiums to watch a bunch of men chasing after a ball. Celebrities are idols, icons, if you like, after all. They do resemble the paintings you see in churches and can become cult images in the bedrooms of adolescents or housewives, and even in the offices of industrial magnates who, despite their own enormous wealth, envy their celebrity. There's just one difference. In this case, the public is the supreme judge, and while they may applaud today, Tomorrow they'll be equally happy to read some scandalous revelation about their idol in a gossip magazine. Then they can say, "Poor thing, I'm so glad I'm not like him." They may adore their idol today, but tomorrow they'll stone and crucify him without a twinge of conscience. 1:37 p.m. Unlike the other girls who arrived for work this morning and are now using their iPods and mobile phones to while away the 5 hours that separate having their makeup and hair done from the actual fashion show, Jasmine is reading a book, a poetry book. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both and be one traveler. Long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other, as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim because it was grassy and wanted wear, though as for that, the passing there had warned them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. She had chosen the road less traveled, and though it cost her dear, it has been worth it. Things arrive at the right moment. Love had appeared when she most needed it, and was still there with her now. She did her work with, for, and out of love, or rather, out of love for one particular person. Jasmine's real name is Christina. Her CV says she was discovered by Anna Dieter on a trip to Kenya, but there was little detail about this, leaving in the air the possibility of a childhood spent suffering and starving, caught up in the middle of a civil war. In fact, despite her black skin, she was born in the very traditional Belgian city of Antwerp, the daughter of parents fleeing the eternal conflicts between Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda. One weekend when she was 16, she was helping out her mother on one of the latter's endless cleaning jobs when a man came up to them and introduced himself, saying he was a photographer. "Your daughter is extraordinarily beautiful," he said. "I'd like her to work with me as a model. You see this bag I'm carrying? It's full of cleaning materials. I work day and night so that she can go to a good school and one day get a university degree. She's only 16. That's the ideal age," said the photographer, handing his card to Christina. "If you change your mind, let me know." They carried on walking, but her mother noticed that her daughter kept the card. "Don't be deceived. That isn't your world. They just want to get you into bed." Christina didn't need to be told this. Even though all the girls in her class envied her, and the boys all wanted to take her to parties, she was keenly aware of her origins and her limitations. She still didn't believe it when the same thing happened again. She had just gone into an ice cream parlor when an older woman remarked on her beauty and said that she was a fashion photographer. Christina thanked her, took her card, and promised to phone her, even though she had no intention of doing so, and even though becoming a model was the dream of every girl her age. Given that things never happen only twice, 3 months later, she was looking in the window of a shop selling extremely expensive clothes when the owner of the shop came out to speak to her. "What do you do for a living?" "You should really be asking me what I will be doing. I'm going to study to be a vet." "Well, you're on the wrong path. Wouldn't you like to work with us?" "I haven't got time to sell clothes. Whenever I can, I help my mother." "I'm not suggesting you sell anything. I'd like you to do a few photo shoots wearing our designs." And if it hadn't been for an episode that occurred a few days later, these encounters would have been nothing but pleasant memories to look back on when she was married with children, loved by her family, and fulfilled by her career. She was with some friends at a nightclub, dancing and feeling glad to be alive, when a group of 10 boys burst in, shouting. 9 of them were carrying clubs with razor blades embedded in them and were ordering everyone to get out. Panic spread, and people started running. Christina didn't know what to do, although her instincts told her to remain where she was and look the other way. Before she could do anything, however, she saw the 10th boy take a knife out of his pocket, go over to one of her friends, grab him from behind, and slit his throat. The gang left as quickly as they had appeared, while the other people present were either screaming, trying to run away, or sitting on the floor crying. A few went over to the victim to see if they could help, knowing that it was too late. Others, like Christina, simply stared at the scene in shock. She knew the murdered boy, and the murderer too, and even knew the motive for the crime, a fight in a bar shortly before they had gone to the nightclub. But she seemed to be floating somewhere in the clouds, as if it had all been a dream from which she would soon wake up, drenched in sweat, relieved to know that all nightmares come to an end. This, however, was no dream. It took only a few minutes for her to return to earth, screaming for someone to do something, screaming for people to do nothing, screaming for no reason at all, and her screams seemed to make people even more nervous. Then the police arrived, carrying guns, and were followed by paramedics and then detectives, who lined all the young people up against the wall and started questioning them, demanding to see their documents, their mobile phones, their addresses. Who had killed the boy and why? Christina could say nothing. The body, covered by a sheet, was taken away. A nurse forced her to take a pill and told her that she must on no account drive home, but take a taxi or use public transport. Early the next morning, the phone rang. Her mother had decided to spend the day at home with her daughter, who seemed somehow detached from the world. The police insisted on speaking to Christina directly, saying that she must be at the police station by midday and ask for a particular inspector. Her mother refused. The police threatened her, and so, in the end, Christina and her mother had no choice. They arrived at the appointed time. The inspector asked Christina if she knew the murderer. Her mother's words were still echoing in her mind. "Don't say anything, we're immigrants, they're Belgians. We're black, they're white. When they come out of prison, they'll track you down." So she said, "I don't know who the boy was. I'd never seen him before." She knew that by saying this, she risked losing her love of life. "Of course you know who he was," retorted the policeman. "Look, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to you. We've arrested almost the whole group, and we just need witnesses for the trial." "I don't know anything. I was nowhere near. I didn't see who did it." The inspector shook his head in despair. "You'll have to repeat that at the trial," he said. "Knowing that you're committing perjury, that is, lying to the judge, a crime for which you could spend as long in prison as the murderers themselves." Months later, she was called as a witness. The boys were all there with their lawyers and seemed almost to be enjoying the situation. One of the other girls who had been at the club that night identified the murderer in court. Then it was Christina's turn. The prosecutor asked her to identify the person who had slit her friend's throat. "I don't know who did it," she said. She was black and the daughter of immigrants. She had a student grant from the government. All she wanted was to recover her will to live and to feel once again that she had a future. She had spent weeks staring at her bedroom ceiling, not wanting to study or to do anything. The world in which she had lived up until then did not belong to her anymore. At 16, she had learned in the hardest way possible that she was incapable of fighting for her own security. She needed to leave Antwerp, to travel the world, to recover her joy and her strength. The boys were let off for lack of evidence. The prosecution had needed 2 witnesses to corroborate the charges and ensure that the guilty parties paid for their crime. After leaving court, Christina phoned the numbers on the business cards given her by the 2 photographers and made appointments to see them. Then she went back to the dress shop where the owner had come out especially to speak to her and ask if she would model his clothes. The saleswomen, however, said that the owner had shops all over Europe and was a very busy man, and no, they couldn't give her his phone number. Fortunately, photographers have better memories, and both immediately recognized her name and arranged to meet her. Christina went back home and told her mother what she had decided to do. She didn't ask her advice or try to convince her. She simply said that she wanted to leave Antwerp for good, and that her one chance was to get work as a model. Jasmine looks around her again. It's still 3 hours until the fashion show, and the other models are eating salad, drinking tea, and talking about where they'll be going next. They come from various countries, are about the same age as her, 19, and probably have just 2 things on their minds: getting a new contract that evening and finding a rich husband. She knows their beauty routine. Before sleeping, they apply sundry creams to cleanse their pores and keep their skin moisturized, thus, from early on, making their organism dependent on artificial substances to maintain an ideal equilibrium. In the morning, they apply more cream and more moisturizer. They drink a cup of black coffee with no sugar and eat some fruit and fiber, so that any other food they consume during the day will pass quickly through. Then they do a few stretching exercises before setting off in search of work. They're too young to start working out in a gym, and besides, their bodies might start taking on masculine contours. They get on the scales 3 or 4 times a day. In fact, most of them always have their own scales with them just in case, because sometimes they stay in boarding houses rather than hotels. They get depressed each time the pointer on the scales tells them they've gained another ounce. Most of the models are only 17 or 18, and so their mothers go with them whenever possible. The girls never admit to being in love with anyone, although most of them are, because love makes the traveling seem longer and more unbearable, and arouses in their boyfriends the strange sense that they are losing the woman, or girl, that they love. Yes, the girls think about money, and earn an average of €400 a day, an enviable salary for someone who is often still too young to have a license and drive a car. Their dreams go beyond being a model, however. They know that soon they'll be overtaken by new faces, new trends, and so urgently need to show that they can do more than just stride down a catwalk. They're always nagging their agencies to get them a screen test so that they can demonstrate that they've got what it takes to become an actress, their great dream. The agencies, of course, agree to do this, but advise them to wait a little. After all, their careers are only just beginning. The truth is that most model agencies don't have many contacts outside the fashion world. They earn a good percentage, compete with other agencies, and the market isn't that big. It's best to get what they can now, before time passes, and the model crosses the dangerous age barrier of 20, by which time her skin will have been spoiled by too many moisturizers, her body ruined by too much low-calorie food, and her mind already affected by the remedies she takes to inhibit appetite, and which end up leaving eyes and head completely empty. Contrary to what most people think, models pay their own expenses, flights, hotels, and those inevitable salads. They are summoned by a designer's assistant to do what is known as casting, namely, selecting who will appear on the catwalk or in the photos. They are faced at these sessions by a lot of disgruntled people who use the little power they have to vent their own day-to-day frustrations and who never say a kind or encouraging word. Awful or dreadful are the ones most commonly heard. The girls leave that test and move on to the next, clinging to their mobile phones for dear life, as if these were about to offer some divine revelation, or at least put them in contact with the higher world to which they dream of ascending, and from where they'll be able to look down on all those other pretty faces, and where they will be transformed into stars. Their parents are proud that their daughters have got off to a good start, and regret their initial opposition to such a career. After all, their daughters are earning money and helping the family. Their boyfriends get upset, but keep a lid on their feelings because it's good for one's ego to be seen going out with a professional model. The model's agents work with dozens of girls of similar age and with similar fantasies, and are ready with pat answers to the kind of questions the girls all ask. Couldn't I take part in the Fashion Week in Paris? Do you think I have what it takes to get into the movies? The girls' friends envy them, either secretly or openly. These young models go to any party they're invited to. They behave as if they were much more important than they are, knowing, deep down, that they would love someone to break through the artificial barrier of ice they create around themselves. They look at older men with a mixture of revulsion and attraction. They know that such men have the necessary money to help them make the big leap, but, at the same time, don't want to seem to be nothing but high-class whores. They're always seen with a glass of champagne in one hand, but that's just part of the image they want to project. They know that alcohol can affect their weight, and so their preferred drink is a glass of still mineral water, because although fizzy water doesn't affect the weight, it has immediate consequences on the shape of the stomach. They have ideals, dreams, dignity, but all these things will vanish one day, when they can no longer disguise the early onset of cellulite. They make a secret pact with themselves never to think about the future. They spend much of what they earn on beauty products promising eternal youth. They adore shoes, but they're so expensive. Nevertheless, they sometimes treat themselves and buy a pair of the very best. They get clothes from friends in the fashion world at half the usual price. They share a small apartment with their parents, a brother who's at university, and a sister who's chosen to be a librarian or a scientist. Everyone assumes the girls must be earning a fortune, and frequently ask them for loans, to which the girls agree because they want to appear important, rich, generous, and different from other mortals. When they go to the bank, though, their account is always in the red, and they've overshot their credit card limit. They acquire hundreds of business cards, meet well-dressed men who make proposals of work they know to be false, but they phone them now and then to keep in touch, conscious that they might need help one day, even though that help comes at a price. They all fall into the same traps. They all dream of easy success, only to realize that it doesn't exist. By 17, they have all suffered innumerable disappointments, betrayals, humiliations, and yet still they believe. They sleep badly because of the various pills they take. They listen to stories about anorexia, the commonest illness in their world, a kind of mental disturbance caused by an obsession with weight and one's physical appearance, and which culminates in the body rejecting all nourishment. They say it won't ever happen to them, but never notice when the first symptoms appear. They step out of childhood, straight into a world of glitz and glamour, without passing through adolescence. When asked what their plans are for the future, they always have the answer on the tip of their tongue. I'm going to study philosophy. I'm just working to pay for my studies. They know this isn't true. Or rather, they know that something about these words doesn't ring true, but they can't quite put their finger on what it is. Do they really want a degree? Do they really need that money for their studies? They don't have time for college because there's always a casting session in the morning, a photo shoot in the afternoon, a cocktail party before dark, then another party they have to go to in order to be seen, admired, and desired. To other people, they seem to lead a fairy tale existence, and, for a while, they too believe that this is the real meaning of life. After all, they have almost everything they once envied in the girls who appeared in magazines and cosmetic ads. With a little discipline, they can even save a little money, until, after a careful daily examination of their skin, they discover the first mark left by age. After that, they know it's only a matter of time before a designer or a photographer notices the same thing. Their days are numbered. I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Instead of going back to her book, Jasmine gets up, fills her glass with champagne, it's always there but rarely drunk, picks up a hot dog, and goes over to the window. She stands there in silence, looking out at the sea. Her story is different. 1:46 p.m. He wakes up, bathed in sweat. When he looks at the clock on the bedside table, he realizes that he's only been asleep for 40 minutes. He's exhausted, frightened, in a state of panic. He had always thought himself incapable of harming anyone, and yet, this morning he has already killed 2 innocent people. It isn't the first time he's destroyed a world, but before, he had always had good reasons for doing so. He dreamed that the girl on the bench near the beach came to see him, and instead of condemning him, blessed him. He lay in her lap, weeping and begging her to forgive him, but she seemed not to care about that, and simply stroked his hair and told him not to upset himself. Olivia, the image of generosity and forgiveness. He wonders now if his love for Ava is worth what he is doing. He prefers to believe that it is. The fact that Olivia is on his side, that he met with her on a higher plane closer to the divine, and that everything has been so much easier than he imagined, all this indicates that there must be a reason behind what is happening. It hadn't been difficult to evade the vigilant eyes of Javitz's friends. He knew that such men, as well as being physically prepared to react rapidly and precisely, were trained to memorize each face, follow every movement, second-guess any danger. They probably knew he was armed, which is why they watched him for a while, but relaxed when they realized he didn't constitute a threat. They might even have thought he was in the same line of work and had gone to the tent to check out the place and see if it was safe for his own boss. He had no boss, and he was a threat. The moment he went into the tent and decided who would be his next victim, there was no turning back, or only at the risk of losing all self-respect. He saw that the ramp leading into the tent was guarded, but that it was perfectly easy to slip out onto the beach. He left 10 minutes after he had arrived, hoping that Javitz's friends would notice that he had gone. He then walked round the tent and came back up the ramp reserved for guests at the Hotel Martinez. He had to show his key card, and into the area reserved for the lunch. Walking on sand in one's shoes wasn't the pleasantest thing in the world, and Igor noticed that he was still feeling tired from the flight, from the fear that his plan might prove impossible to achieve, and from the tension he felt after destroying the universe and future generations of that poor young vendor of craftwork. Nevertheless, he had to go on. Before returning to the tent, he took from his pocket the drinking straw that he had made a point of keeping. He opened the small glass flask he had shown to Olivia. It did not, as he had told her, contain petrol, but something quite insignificant, a needle and a piece of cork. Using a thin metal blade, he made a hole in the cork, the same diameter as the straw. Then he rejoined the party, which by then was full of guests strolling around, kissing and embracing, giving little yelps of recognition, clutching cocktails of every possible hue just to have something to do with their hands and to keep a check on their anxiety, as they waited for the buffet to open. They could eat, then, in moderation of course, because there were diets and plastic surgery to be considered, and suppers at the end of the day, where they would have to eat even though they weren't hungry, because that was what etiquette required. Most of the guests were older people, which meant that this was an event for professionals. The age of the guests further favored his plan, since almost all of them would need glasses. Needless to say, no one was wearing them because tired eyes are a sign of age. There, everyone had to dress and behave like people in the prime of life, young at heart and in excellent health, and to pretend that they were indifferent to what was going on around them because they were preoccupied with other things, when the truth was that they couldn't actually see. Their contact lenses meant that they could just about identify a person a few yards away, and besides, they would find out soon enough who it was they were talking to. Only 2 of the guests noticed everything and everyone, Javitz's friends. This time, however, they were the ones being observed. Igor placed the needle inside the straw and pretended to put it back in his drink. A group of pretty girls standing near Javitz's table appeared to be listening, entranced, to the extraordinary tales told by a Jamaican man. In fact, each girl was plotting how to get rid of her rivals and carry the man off to bed because Jamaicans have such a reputation as studs. Igor moved closer to Javitz, took the straw from the glass, and blew through it, projecting the needle inside in the direction of his victim. He stayed only long enough to see Javitz put his hand to his back. Then he left and went straight back to the hotel to try and get some sleep. Curare, originally used by South American Indians for hunting with darts, can also be found in European hospitals because, under controlled conditions, it can be used to paralyze certain muscles, thus facilitating the surgeon's work. A fatal dose, like that on the point of the needle he had shot into Javitz's back, could kill a bird in just 2 minutes. Boar, on the other hand, take 15 minutes to die, and large mammals, a man, for example, 20. As soon as it gets into the bloodstream, the nervous fibers of the body relax, then stop functioning altogether, causing gradual asphyxia. The strangest thing, or the worst, some might say, is that the victim remains conscious throughout, but cannot move in order to ask for help, nor stop the slow process of paralysis overtaking his body. If someone cuts his finger on a poisoned dart or arrow during a hunting expedition in the jungle, the Indians know exactly what to do. They use mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and an herbal antidote that they always carry with them because such accidents are commonplace. In cities, the paramedics can do nothing because they think they're dealing with a heart attack. Igor did not look back as he walked to the hotel. He knew that just then one of the 2 friends would be frantically searching out the perpetrator, while the other would be ringing for an ambulance, which would arrive quickly enough, but the crew would have little idea what was going on. They would be wearing colorful uniforms and high-visibility jackets and carrying a defibrillator to apply a series of shocks to the heart and a portable electrocardiogram. In the case of curare, the heart seems to be the last muscle affected and continues beating even after brain death has occurred. The paramedics would notice nothing strange about his heartbeat, and so would put him on a drip, assuming he was suffering from some form of heat stroke or food poisoning, although they would still take all the usual measures, even applying an oxygen mask. By then, the 20 minutes would be up, and although the body might still be alive, it would now be in a vegetative state. Yes, he had planned everything. He had used his private plane so that he could enter France with an unregistered gun and with the various poisons he had obtained via his connections with the Chechen mafia working in Moscow. Each step, each move had been carefully studied and rehearsed, as if he were planning a business meeting. He had made a list of victims in his head. Apart from the one he had met and talked to, the others were all to be of different classes, ages, and nationalities. He had spent months analyzing the lives of serial killers, using a computer program that was very popular with terrorists and which left no record of any searches you made. He had taken all the necessary steps to escape unnoticed once he had carried out his mission. He is sweating. No, it's not remorse. Perhaps Ava really does deserve such a sacrifice, but the thought of the possible futility of the project. He needed the woman he most loved to know he was capable of doing anything for her, including destroying universes, but was it really worth it? Or is it sometimes necessary to accept fate and allow things to develop in their own way and simply wait for people to come to their senses in their own time? He's tired. He can't think straight anymore, and who knows, perhaps martyrdom was better than murder, surrendering himself and thus making a greater sacrifice, offering up his own life for love. Jesus was the best example of that. When his enemies saw Jesus defeated and hung upon a cross, they thought it was all over. They felt proud of what they, the victors, had done, convinced that they had put paid to the problem once and for all. Igor is confused. His intention was to destroy universes, not relinquish his freedom out of love. In his dream, the girl with the dark eyebrows had resembled Notre Dame de Pietà, the mother with her son in her arms, at once proud and long-suffering. He goes into the bathroom, puts his head under the shower, and turns on the cold water. Perhaps it's lack of sleep, being in a strange place in a different time zone, or the fact that he was actually doing the thing he had planned to do, but never thought he would. He remembers the promise he made before the relics of St. Mary Magdalene in Moscow, but is what he's doing right? He needs a sign. Sacrifice. Yes, he should have thought of that, but perhaps he needed the experience of destroying those two worlds this morning to be able to see more clearly what is going on. The redemption of love through total surrender. His body will be handed over to the executioners who judge only one's gestures and who forget about the intentions and reasons that lie behind any act that society considers insane. Jesus, who understands that love merits any amount of sacrifice, will receive his spirit, and Ava will have his soul. She will know what he was capable of: surrender, self-immolation, and all for the sake of one person. He won't be condemned to death, because the guillotine was abolished in France decades ago, but he might spend many years in prison. Ava will repent of her sins. She'll come to see him, bring him food. They'll have time to talk, reflect, love, and even though their bodies do not touch, their souls will be closer than ever. Even if they have to wait years before they can live in the house he intends building on the shores of Lake Baikal, that period of waiting will purify and bless them. Yes, sacrifice. He turns off the shower, looks at his face in the mirror for a moment, and sees not himself, but the lamb, prepared to be slaughtered once again. He puts on the same clothes he was wearing this morning, goes out into the street, heads for the place where the little street vendor used to sit, and goes up to the first policeman he meets. "I killed the girl who used to work here." The policeman looks at him and sees a well-dressed man with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes. "The one who used to sell craftwork?" Igor nods. The policeman doesn't take much notice of him. He greets a couple who are walking by, laden with shopping. "You should get a maid." "If you'll pay her wages," retorts the woman, smiling. "You just can't get the staff these days." "Oh, come on. Money can't be the reason. You have a different diamond on your finger every week." Igor cannot understand what's going on. He has just confessed to a murder. "Did you hear what I said? Look, it's very hot. Go and lie down for a bit. Cannes has a lot to offer its visitors." "But what about the girl? Did you know her?" "I'd never seen her before in my life. She was here this morning." You saw the ambulance arrive and someone being taken away and concluded she'd been murdered. I don't know where you're from, sir. I don't know if you've got children yourself, but just watch out for drugs. People say they're not as bad as all that, but look what happened to that poor girl." And the policeman moves away without waiting for a response. Should Igor have insisted, given more details? Then would the policeman have taken him seriously? But of course, it's impossible to kill someone in broad daylight and on the main street in Cannes. He had even been ready to own up to the other world he had destroyed at a party packed with people. But the representative of law and order and good manners hadn't wanted to listen to him. What kind of world was he living in? Would he have to take the gun out of his pocket and start firing in all directions for them to believe him? Would he have to behave like a barbarian who kills for no reason before they would finally listen to him? Igor watches the policeman cross the road and go into a snack bar. He decides to wait for a while, just in case he should change his mind, get further information from the police station, and come back and ask him for more details of the crime. However, he's pretty certain that won't happen. He remembers the policeman's remark to the woman about the diamond on her finger. Did he perhaps know where it came from? Of course not. If he did, he would have taken her straight to the police station and charged her with handling criminal property. As far as the woman was concerned, the diamond had magically appeared in some high-class shop, having, as the shop assistants always said, first been cut by Dutch or Belgian jewelers. It would be classified according to cut, color, clarity, and carat weight. The price could vary from a few €100 to something most mere mortals would consider truly outrageous. A diamond, or brilliant, to give it its other name, is, as everyone knows, just a piece of coal that has been worked on by heat and time. Since it contains no organic matter, it is impossible to know how long it takes for its structure to change, although geologists estimate something between 300 million and 1 billion years. Diamonds generally form 90 miles below the Earth's crust and gradually rise to the surface, where they can be mined. Diamond is the hardest and most resistant of natural materials, and it takes a diamond to cut another diamond. The particles produced by this process are used in machines made for polishing and cutting. The real importance of diamonds lies in their use as jewels. A diamond is the supreme manifestation of human vanity. A few decades ago, in a world that seemed about to return to more practical things and greater social equality, diamonds began to disappear from the market. Then, the largest mining company in the world, with its headquarters in South Africa, decided to commission one of the best advertising agencies in the world. Superclass met with superclass. Research was carried out, and the result was a 3-word phrase: "Diamonds are forever." Problem solved. Jewelers took up the slogan, and the industry began to flourish again. If diamonds are forever, what better way to express one's love, which, in theory at least, should also be eternal? What better way of distinguishing the superclass from the other billions of inhabitants who make up the bottom half of the pyramid? The demand for the stones increased, and prices started to rise. In a matter of a few years, that same South African company, which had, up until then, set the rules for the international market, found itself surrounded by corpses. Igor knows what he's talking about. When he helped form an army to get involved in a tribal conflict in Africa, it had proved an extremely difficult task. Not that he regrets it, because, although few people knew about the project, he managed to save many lives. He had mentioned it once in passing to Eva over some now-forgotten supper, but had decided to say no more. When he performed a charitable act, he preferred his right hand not to know what his left hand was doing.
Diamonds had helped him save many lives, although that fact will never appear in his biography. The policeman who takes no notice when a criminal confesses to a crime but praises the jewel on the finger of a woman carrying bags packed with toilet paper and cleaning materials is simply not fit for the job. He doesn't know that this pointless industry creates about $50 billion a year, employs a vast army of miners, transporters, private security companies, diamond factories, insurance companies, wholesalers, and luxury boutiques. He doesn't realize that it begins in the mud and has to cross whole rivers of blood before it reaches a shop window. The mud is where the miner spends his life looking for the stone that will eventually bring him the fortune he so desires. He finds several and sells each stone for an average of $20, a stone that will end up costing the consumer $10,000. But he's happy enough, because where he lives, people earn less than $50 a year, and 5 stones are enough for him to enjoy a short but happy life, working as he does in the worst possible conditions. The stones are bought by unidentified buyers and immediately passed on to irregular armies in Liberia, in the Congo, and in Angola. In those countries, a man surrounded by guards armed to the teeth is designated to go to an airstrip where planes can land illegally. A plane duly lands. A man in a suit gets out, usually accompanied by another man in shirt sleeves carrying a small suitcase. There is a perfunctory exchange of greetings. The man with the bodyguards hands over a few small packages, perhaps for superstitious reasons. The packages are always made from old tights. The man in shirt sleeves takes a special jeweler's eyeglass from his pocket, puts it to his left eye, and begins to check each piece, one by one. After about an hour and a half, he has a good idea of what he's dealing with. He then takes a small precision electronic weighing balance from his case and empties the contents of the packages onto the scale. He makes a few calculations on a sheet of paper. The material is placed in the suitcase, along with the balance. The man in the suit signals to the armed guards, and 5 or 6 of them board the plane. They start to unload large crates, which they pile up beside the airstrip until the plane leaves again. The whole operation takes most of the day. The large crates are opened. They contain precision rifles, anti-personnel mines, and bullets that explode on impact, releasing dozens of small, deadly metal balls. The arms are handed out to mercenaries and soldiers, and soon the country finds itself facing another ruthless coup d'etat. Whole tribes are murdered, children's legs or arms are blown off by cluster bombs, women are raped. Meanwhile, a long way away, usually in Antwerp or in Amsterdam, earnest men are working with love and dedication, painstakingly cutting the stones, exhilarated by their own skill, hypnotized by the flashes of light that begin to emerge from each new facet of that piece of coal whose structure was transformed by time. Diamond cutting diamond. On the one hand, women screaming in despair beneath a smoke-shrouded sky. On the other, beautiful old buildings seen through the windows of well-lit rooms. In 2002, the United Nations adopted a resolution, the Kimberley Process, that tried to trace the origin of diamonds and forbade jewelers from buying any that came from war zones. For some time, the respectable European diamond cutters went back to buying stones from the South African monopoly. However, ways were found of making a diamond official, and the resolution became a mere sham that allowed politicians to claim that they were doing something to put an end to blood diamonds, as these became known. 5 years ago, Igor had swapped diamonds for arms and created a small group intended to put an end to a bloody conflict in the north of Liberia, and he had succeeded. Only the murderers were killed. Peace returned to the small villages, and the diamonds were sold to jewelers in America with no awkward questions asked. When society doesn't act to stop crime, men have the right to do whatever they think correct. Something similar had happened a few minutes ago on that beach. As soon as both murders were discovered, someone would turn to the public and say what they always said. "We're doing our best to identify the murderer." So be it. Once again, ever-generous destiny had shown the way ahead. Sacrifice wasn't enough.
Besides, when he thought about it, Ava would have found his absence unbearable, with no one to talk to during the long nights and endless days while she awaited his release. She would weep whenever she thought of him in his cold cell, staring at the blank prison walls. And when the time finally came for them to go and live in the house on the shores of Lake Baikal, they might be too old to experience all the adventures they had planned together. The policeman comes out of the snack bar and joins him on the pavement. "Are you still here, sir? Are you lost? Do you need help?" "No, thank you. Like I said, go and have a rest. The sun can be very dangerous at this time of day." He goes back to the hotel and takes a shower. He asks the receptionist to wake him at 4. That way he should be rested enough to recover the necessary clarity of mind not to go doing any more such foolish things. He had very nearly ruined his whole plan. He phones the concierge and reserves a table on the hotel terrace for when he wakes up. He'd like to drink some tea there undisturbed. Then he lies down, staring up at the ceiling and waiting for sleep to come. What does it matter where diamonds are from, as long as they shine? In this world, only love deserves absolutely everything. Nothing else makes sense. As he has many times before in his life, Igor feels a sense of total freedom. The confusion in his head is slowly disappearing, and lucidity is returning. He had placed his fate in Jesus' hands, and Jesus had decided that he should continue with his mission. He falls asleep, without any feeling of guilt whatsoever. 1:55 p.m. Gabriella decides to walk very slowly to the place where she is to pick up the boat. She needs to put her thoughts in order. She needs to calm down. She is at a point where not only her most secret dreams might become reality, but also her worst nightmares. Her phone rings. It's a text message from her agent. "Congratulations. Accept whatever they offer. XXX." She watches the crowds of people who seem to be wandering aimlessly up and down the boulevard. She, on the other hand, has a goal. She isn't just another of the opportunists who come to Cannes and don't know quite where to start. She has a solid CV, some respectable professional baggage. She's never tried to get ahead in life merely by using her physical attributes, and she has real talent. That's why she's been chosen to meet this famous director, without any help from anyone, without having to dress in a provocative manner, without even having time to rehearse her role. He would, of course, take all these things into consideration. She stops for a snack. She hasn't eaten anything all day, and as soon as she takes her first sip of coffee, her thoughts seem to come back down to earth. Why had she been chosen? What exactly would her role in the film be? And what if, when Gibson saw the video of the audition, he decided she wasn't the person he was looking for? Calm down. She has nothing to lose, she tells herself, but another voice insists. This is your one and only chance. There's no such thing as a one and only chance. Life always gives you another chance, but the voice says again, maybe, but how long before another chance comes along? You know how old you are, don't you? Of course she does. She's 25 in a world in which actresses, even the most committed, etc., etc. She doesn't need to go over all that again. She pays for the sandwich and the coffee and makes her way over to the quay, this time trying to control her optimism, telling herself not to refer to other people as opportunists, mentally reciting the rules of positive thinking that she can remember, anything to avoid dwelling on that all-too imminent meeting. If you believe in victory, then victory will believe in you. Risk everything in the name of chance and keep well away from everything that offers you a world of comfort. Talent is a universal gift, but it takes a lot of courage to use it. Don't be afraid to be the best. It isn't enough to focus on what great teachers have said. She needs help from the heavens. She starts to pray, as she always does when she's anxious. She feels the need to make a promise and decides that if she does get the role, she will walk all the way from Cannes to the Vatican. If the film gets made, if it's a worldwide success. No, it would be enough just to get a part in a film with Gibson, because that would attract the attention of other directors and producers. Then she will make the promised pilgrimage. She reaches the appointed place, looks at the sea, and again at the message she received from her agent. If her agent already knows about it, that must mean the director is serious. But what did "accept whatever they offer" mean? That she should sleep with the director, or with the starring actor? She's never done that before, but she's prepared to do anything now. Besides, who hasn't dreamed of sleeping with a movie star? She looks at the sea again. She could have gone back to the apartment and changed her clothes, but she's superstitious. If a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt were enough to get her this far, she should at least wait until the end of the day to change her clothes. She loosens her belt and sits in the lotus position, and starts to do some yoga breathing. She breathes slowly, and body, heart, and thoughts all settle into place. She sees the launch approaching. A man jumps out and says, "Gabriella Sherry?" She nods, and the man asks her to go with him. They get into the launch and set off across a sea crowded with yachts of all types and sizes. The man doesn't say another word, as if he were far away, perhaps dreaming about what might be going on in the cabins of those small boats, or how good it would be to own one. Gabriella hesitates. Her head is full of questions and doubts, and a sympathetic word can often make a stranger into an ally who might help with valuable tips on how to behave. But she doesn't know who he is. He might have influence with Gibson, or be merely a no-account assistant who gets landed with jobs like picking up unknown actresses and taking them to his boss. Best to say nothing. 5 minutes later, they draw up alongside a huge white boat. The name on the prow is Santiago. A sailor climbs down a ladder and helps her aboard. She passes through the spacious central reception room in which preparations are underway for what looks like a big party later that night. She walks toward the stern of the ship, where there is a small swimming pool, 2 tables shaded by parasols, and a few sun loungers. Enjoying the afternoon sun are Gibson and the star. I wouldn't mind sleeping with either of them, she thinks, smiling to herself. She feels more confident, although her heart is beating faster than usual. The star looks her up and down and gives her a friendly, reassuring smile. Gibson gives her a firm handshake, gets up, takes one of the chairs from the nearest table, and tells her to sit down. Then he phones someone and asks for the number of a hotel room. He repeats it out loud, looking at her. It was just as she imagined, a hotel room. He switches off his phone. "When you leave here, go straight to this suite at the Hilton. That's where Hamid Hussein's clothes are on display. You've been invited to tonight's party at Cap d'Antibes." It wasn't at all as she imagined. The part was hers, and she would be going to a party in Cap d'Antibes. A party in Cap d'Antibes! He turns to the star. "What do you think?" "I think we should hear what she has to say." Gibson nods and makes a gesture meaning, "Tell us a little about yourself." Gabriella starts with the drama course she took and the advertisements she's appeared in. She notices that the 2 men are no longer listening. They must have heard the same story thousands of times. And yet she can't stop. She's talking faster and faster, feeling that she has nothing more to say and that this chance of a lifetime depends on finding just the right word, which she is patently failing to do. She takes a deep breath and tries to appear at ease. She wants to seem witty, and so she makes a joke, but she's incapable of departing from the script her agent taught her to follow in such interviews. After 2 minutes, Gibson interrupts her. "That's great, but we know all that from your CV. Why don't you talk about you?" Some inner barrier suddenly crumbles. Instead of panicking, her voice grows calmer and steadier. "I'm just one of millions of people in the world who have always dreamed of being on a yacht like this, looking at the sea and talking about the possibility of working with at least one of you gentlemen, and you both know that. I doubt there's anything else I might say that will change anything very much. Am I single? Yes. But as is the case with all single women, there's a man back home who's madly in love with me and is waiting for me in Chicago right now, hoping that things here will all go horribly wrong." Both men laugh, and she relaxes a little more. "I want to get as far as I can, although I know I'm almost at the limit of what's possible, given that in the world of movies my age is already against me. I know there are lots of people out there with as much or more talent than me, but I was chosen. Why, I don't know, and I've decided to run with it. This might be my last chance, and perhaps the fact that I'm saying this now will decrease my value, but I have no choice. All my life I've imagined a moment like this, doing an audition, getting chosen, and being able to work with real professionals. It's finally happened. If it goes no further than this meeting and I return home empty-handed, at least I know I got here because of two qualities: integrity and perseverance. I'm my own best friend and my own worst enemy. Before coming here, I was thinking that I didn't deserve it, that I wouldn't be able to meet your expectations, and that you had probably chosen the wrong candidate. At the same time, my heart was telling me that I was being rewarded because I hadn't given up and had fought to the end. She looks away and suddenly feels an intense desire to cry, but controls herself, because that might be seen as emotional blackmail. The star's mellow voice breaks the silence. There are honest people in the movie world, people who value professionalism, just as there are in any industry. That's why I've got where I am today, and the same with our director here. I've been through exactly what you're going through now. We know how you feel. Her whole life passes before her eyes. All the years of seeking without finding, of knocking on doors that wouldn't open, of asking and never getting an answer and being met with blank indifference as if she didn't exist. All the no's she had heard when no one even seemed to notice she was alive and at least deserved a response. I mustn't cry. She thinks about all the people who have told her over the years that she's chasing an impossible dream and who, if this turned out right, would be sure to say, "I always knew you had talent." Her lips start to tremble. It's as if all these thoughts were suddenly flowing out of her heart. She's glad to have had the guts to show that she's human and frail, and that being chosen has made a huge difference to her soul. If Gibson were now to change his mind about her, she could take the launch back to shore with no regrets. At the moment of battle, she had shown real courage. She depends on other people. It's taken her a long time to learn this lesson, but she's finally accepted that it's true. She knows people who are proud of their emotional independence, although the truth is they're as fragile as she is and weep in private and never ask for help. They believe in the unwritten rule that says, "The world is for the strong," and "Only the fittest survive." If that were true, human beings would never have survived because, as a species, we require care and protection for several years. Her father once told her that we only acquire some ability to survive alone by the age of 9, whereas a giraffe takes a mere 5 hours and a bee achieves independence in less than 5 minutes. "What are you thinking?" asks the star. "That I don't need to pretend I'm strong, which is an enormous relief. I used to have a lot of problems with relationships because I thought I knew better than anyone else how to get where I wanted. All my boyfriends hated me for this, and I couldn't understand why. Once, though, when I was on tour with a play, I came down with the most terrible flu and couldn't leave my room, even though I was terrified that someone else would take my part. I couldn't eat, I was delirious with fever, and eventually they called a doctor, who ordered me home. I thought I had lost both my job and the respect of my colleagues, but that wasn't the case at all. They showered me with flowers and phone calls. They all wanted to know how I was. Suddenly, I realized that the people I believed to be my rivals, competing for the same place in the spotlight, were really concerned about me. One of the other actresses sent me a card on which she'd written the words of a doctor who went abroad to work in some far-off country. He wrote, "We've all heard about an illness in Central Africa called sleeping sickness. What we should also know is that a similar disease exists that attacks the soul. It's very dangerous because the early stages often go unnoticed. At the first sign of indifference or lack of enthusiasm, take note. The only preventive against this disease is the realization that the soul suffers greatly, when we force it to live superficially. The soul loves all things beautiful and deep." Words. The star thinks of his favorite line from a poem, one that he learned when still at school, and which frightens him more and more as time passes. "You would have to give up all else. I alone would expect to be your sole and exclusive standard." Choosing is perhaps the most difficult thing any human being has to do. As the actress tells her story, he sees his own experiences being reflected back at him. He remembers his first big chance, which he won thanks to his talent as a theater actor. He remembers how his life changed from one minute to the next, and the fame that overtook him so fast that he didn't really have time to adapt, and ended up accepting invitations to places he shouldn't have gone to, and rejecting meetings with people who would have helped him go much further in his career. Then there was the money he earned, which wasn't actually that much, but which gave him a sense that he could do anything. There were the expensive presents, the forays into an unfamiliar world, the private planes, the five-star restaurants, and the hotel suites that resembled the palatial rooms of kings and queens as imagined by a child. There were the first reviews, full of respect and praise and words that touched his heart and soul. There were the letters that flooded in from around the world, and which he used to answer individually, even arranging to meet some of the women who sent him their photos, until he realized that he simply couldn't keep up that pace, and his agent terrified him by warning him that he could easily become the victim of some entrapment. Nevertheless, even now he still gets a special pleasure out of meeting the fans who have followed every step of his career, who create web pages devoted to his work, distribute little magazines describing everything that's going on in his life, the positive things, that is, and defend him against any attacks in the press when some performance of his doesn't receive the praise it deserves. And with the passing years, what had once seemed a miracle or the luckiest of chances, and which he had always promised himself he would never become enslaved by, has gradually become his sole reason to go on living. Then he looks ahead and feels a twinge of anxiety that it all might end one day. There were always younger actors prepared to accept less money in exchange for more work and more visibility. He's noticed that people talk only about the great film that propelled him to fame and which everyone knows about, even though he's made another 99 films since that no one really remembers. The financial conditions are no longer the same either, because he made the initial mistake of thinking he would always have work and forced his agent to keep his fee very high. As a result, he got fewer and fewer offers, even though now he charges only half his normal fee to appear in a film. Feelings of despair are beginning to stir in a world which, up until then, had been made up entirely of the hope that he would get ever farther, ever higher, and ever more quickly. He cannot allow himself to lose his value just like that, and so now, whenever a script arrives, regardless of its quality, he has to say that he really loves the part they're offering him, and that he is willing to do it, even if they're unable to offer him his usual fee. The producers pretend to believe him, and his agent pretends that he's managed to pull the wool over their eyes, that he knows that his product needs to keep being seen at festivals like this one, always busy, always polite, always slightly distant, as movie legends should be. His press officer has suggested that he should be photographed kissing a famous actress so that the resulting photo can appear on the cover of one of the scandal rags. They've already been in contact with the actress in question, who is also in need of a little extra publicity, so now it's simply a matter of choosing the right moment during tonight's gala supper. The clinch should appear spontaneous, although they'll have to be sure there's a photographer nearby without, of course, seeming to be aware that they're being watched. Later on, when the photos are published, they'll hit the headlines again, denying any love interest and declaring that the photo was an invasion of privacy. Lawyers will start legal proceedings against the magazines, and the press officers of both parties will do their best to keep the affair alive for as long as possible. Despite his many years of work, and despite being internationally famous, his situation is not so very different from that of this young actress. You would have to give up all else. I alone would expect to be your sole and exclusive standard. Gibson interrupts the 30-second silence that has fallen upon this perfect scene. The yacht, the sun, the iced drinks, the cries of the seagulls, the cooling breeze. I assume you'd like to know about the role you'll be playing because the title of the film could change between now and its premiere. Well, you'll be playing opposite him, and he indicates the star. That is, you'll be playing one of the principal roles. Your next question, logically enough, must be, why me and not some big-name movie star? Exactly. Money. For the script I've been asked to direct, and which will be the first film produced by Hamid Hussein, we have a very limited budget, half of which will go on promotion rather than on the final product, so we need a big name to pull in the crowds and a complete unknown who'll be cheap, but will get lots of media attention. This isn't anything new. Ever since the movie industry became a force in the world, the studios have always done this in order to keep alive the idea that fame and money are synonymous. I remember when I was a boy seeing those great Hollywood mansions and thinking that all actors must earn a fortune. Well, it's a lie. There are maybe 10 or perhaps 20 stars worldwide who can honestly say that they do earn a fortune. The rest live on appearances. In a house rented by the studio, wearing clothes and jewelry lent by couturiers and jewelers, driving cars on short-term loan from companies who want their name to be associated with the high life. The studio pays for all that glamour, and the actors earn very little. This isn't the case of our friend here, of course, but it will be with you. The star doesn't know if Gibson is being sincere, and if he really does include him among the major stars, or if he's just being sarcastic. Not that it matters. Just as long as they sign the contract, the producer doesn't change his mind at the last minute, the screenwriters manage to deliver the script on time, they keep strictly to the budget, and an excellent PR campaign is set in motion. He's seen hundreds of projects come to nothing. That's just a fact of life. However, his last film went almost unnoticed by the public, and he desperately needs a runaway success. And Gibson is in a position to produce just that. "I accept," says the young woman. "We'll discuss everything with your agent. You'll sign an exclusive contract with us. For the first film, you'll earn $5,000 a month for a year, and you'll have to attend parties and be promoted by our PR department, go wherever we send you, and say what we want you to and not what you think. Is that clear?" Gabriella nods. What could she say? A secretary in Europe could earn $5,000 a month, but it was either take it or leave it, and she doesn't want to appear even a tiny bit hesitant. She understands the rules of the game. "So," Gibson says, "you'll be living like a millionairess and behaving like a big star, but always remember, none of that is true. If all goes well, we'll increase your salary to $10,000 for the next film. Then we'll talk again because you'll probably be thinking, one day I'll get my revenge. Naturally, your agent has heard our terms and knows what to expect, or perhaps you didn't realize that." "It doesn't matter, and I have no intention of seeking revenge." Gibson pretends not to have heard. "I didn't call you here to talk about your test. It was great, the best I've seen in a long time. The casting director thought the same. I called you here to make sure you understand, from the start, just what you're getting into. After their first film, when they feel like the world is at their feet, a lot of actresses or actors want to change the rules, but they've signed contracts and know that's impossible. Then they fall into a kind of black depression, go into auto-destruct mode, that kind of thing. So our policy now is to set out plainly how it's going to be. If you're successful, you'll have to learn to live with two women. One of them will be adored by people around the world, while the other will be constantly aware that she has no power at all. So, before you go to the Hilton to collect your clothes for the night, think long and hard about the consequences. When you enter that hotel suite, you'll find 4 copies of a vast contract waiting for you. Before you sign it, the world is yours and you can do what you like with your life. But the moment you sign, you're no longer the mistress of anything. We will control everything from the way you cut your hair to where you eat, even if you're not hungry. Obviously, you can use your new-won fame to earn money from advertising, which is why people accept these conditions." The two men get up. Gibson asks the star, "Do you think you'll enjoy acting with her?" "She'll be great. She showed real feeling in a situation where most people are simply trying to look competent. Oh, and by the way, don't go thinking this yacht is mine," says Gibson, after calling someone to accompany her to the launch that will return her to shore. She gets the message. 3:44 p.m. "Let's go up to the terrace and have a coffee," says Ava. "But the show starts in only an hour from now, and you know what the traffic's like." "There's still time for a cup of coffee." They go up the stairs, turn right, and walk to the end of the corridor. The security guard there knows them already and barely acknowledges them. They walk past glass cases full of jewelry studded with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, and emerge into the sunlight on the first-floor terrace. The same very famous jewelry firm hires the area every year to receive friends, celebrities, and journalists. It's furnished in the very best of taste, and there's always a table groaning with a constantly replenished supply of delicacies. They sit down at a table shaded by a parasol. A waiter comes over, and they order a sparkling mineral water and an espresso. The waiter asks if they would like something from the buffet, but they decline, saying that they've already eaten. In less than 2 minutes, he's back with their order. "Is everything all right?" he asks. "Yes, thank you, excellent." "No," thinks Ava. "Things couldn't be worse, although at least the coffee's good." Hamid knows that something strange is going on with his wife, but prefers to leave that conversation for another time. He doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't want to risk hearing something along the lines of, "I'm leaving you." He is disciplined enough to control his feelings. At one of the other tables sits one of the most famous designers in the world, with his camera beside him. He's staring into space, as if hoping to make it clear that he doesn't want to be disturbed. No one approaches him, and whenever some ill-advised person attempts to do so, the hotel's PR lady, a pleasant woman in her 50s, asks them politely to leave him alone. He needs a respite from the constant barrage of models, journalists, clients, and impresarios. Hamid remembers their first meeting so many years ago now that it seems like an eternity. He had been in Paris for 11 months, made a few friends in the fashion world, knocked on various doors and, thanks to contacts furnished by the sheik, who may have known no one in that particular world but had influential friends in high places, had landed a job as a designer for one of the most respected names in haute couture. Instead of making sketches based on the materials he was given, he used to stay at the studio until late at night, working with the fabrics he had brought from his own country. During that period, he was twice summoned home. The first occasion was when he learned that his father had died and left him the small family business. Even before he'd had time to think about it, he was informed by one of the sheik's emissaries that someone would be taking over the business and making the necessary investments to ensure that it prospered, but that ownership would remain in his name. He asked why, since the sheik had shown no knowledge of or interest in the subject. "A French luggage manufacturer is setting up business here. The first thing they did was seek out local fabrics, which they've promised to use in some of their luxury goods. So not only do we already have one client, we can continue to honor our traditions and keep control of the raw material." Hamid returned to Paris, knowing that his father's soul was in paradise and that his memory would remain in the land he had so loved. He continued working late into the night, making designs with Bedouin themes and experimenting with the fabrics he had brought back with him. If that French company, known for its innovative designs and good taste, was showing an interest in local products, then news of this would soon reach the capital of fashion, and there was sure to be a big demand. It was only a matter of time, but news traveled fast. One morning, he was called in to see the director. This was the first time he had entered that inner sanctum, the great couturier's office, and he was astonished to see how untidy it was. There were newspapers everywhere, papers piled high on the couturier's antique desk, a vast quantity of photos taken of him with various celebrities, framed magazine covers, fabric samples, and a vase full of white feathers of all sizes. "You're very good at what you do. I had a look at the sketches you leave around for all to see. I'd be careful about doing that if I were you. You never know when someone might change jobs and steal any good ideas they picked up here." Hamid didn't like to think he was being spied on, but he said nothing, and the great couturier went on. "Why do I think you're good? Because you come from a country where people dress very differently, and you're beginning to understand how to adapt those fashions to the West. There's just one problem. We can't buy those fabrics here. Also, your designs have religious connotations, and fashion is, above all, about clothing the body, although it does inevitably reflect a great deal of what's going on in the soul as well." He went over to one of the piles of magazines, and as if he knew exactly what was there, he picked up a particular copy, possibly bought from the bouquinistes, the booksellers who have been selling their wares on the banks of the Seine since the days of Napoleon. It was an old Paris Match, with a picture of Christian Dior on the cover. What makes this man a legend? I'll tell you. His ability to understand human beings. Of all the many fashion revolutions, one merits special mention. Immediately after the Second World War, when cloth was in such short supply in Europe that there was barely enough to make clothes at all, he started designing dresses that required an enormous amount of fabric. By doing so, he was not only showing off a beautiful woman beautifully dressed, he was selling the dream that we would once again return to a time of elegance, abundance, and plenty. He was attacked and insulted for doing this, but he knew he was going in the right direction, which is always the opposite direction to everyone else. He put the magazine back exactly where he had taken it from, and returned, holding another one. And here is Coco Chanel. She was abandoned by her parents, became a cabaret singer, and was just the kind of woman who could expect only the worst from life. But she seized the one chance she had, in her case a series of rich lovers, and transformed herself into the most important female couturier of her day. What did she do? She liberated women from the slavery of corsets, those instruments of torture that imprisoned the torso and prevented all natural movement. She made only one mistake. She concealed her past, when that would, in fact, have helped her become an even greater legend, the woman who had survived despite all. He put that magazine back in its place, too. Then he went on. You might ask, why didn't they do that before? We'll never know. People must have tried, couturiers, who have been completely forgotten by history because they failed to reflect in their collections the spirit of the times they were living in. Chanel needed more than creative talent and rich lovers to have the impact she had. Society had to be ready for the great feminist revolution that took place at the same time. The couturier paused. Now it's the turn of the Middle East, precisely because all the tension and the fear that keep the world in limbo are coming from your country. I know this because I'm the director of this company. After all, everything starts with a meeting of the main suppliers of dyes. Hamid glances again at the designer sitting alone on the terrace, his camera resting on the armchair beside him. Perhaps he had noticed Hamid arrive and is now wondering just where Hamid got the money that had enabled him to become his biggest competitor. The man now staring into space and feigning indifference had done everything possible to prevent Hamid from being admitted into the Fédération. He believed Hamid was being financed by oil money and felt that this constituted unfair competition. He didn't know that the director of the label Hamid was working for at the time had offered him a better job. Not that better meant his name would appear anywhere. The company had contracted another designer to shine in the spotlight and on the catwalk. Nor did he know that 2 months after this, and 8 months after the death of his father, Hamid had been summoned to a face-to-face meeting with the sheik. When Hamid arrived home, he found it hard to recognize the city that had once been his. The skeletons of skyscrapers lined the city's one avenue. The traffic was unbearable. The old airport was in near chaos, but the sheik's idea was beginning to take shape. The city would be a place of peace, in the midst of war, an investment paradise in the midst of turbulent financial markets, the visible face of a nation that so many people took pleasure in criticizing, humiliating, and stereotyping. Other countries in the region had also now begun to believe in that city being built in the middle of the desert, and money was starting to flow in, first in a trickle, and then like a rushing river. The palace, however, was the same, although another much larger one was being built not far from there. Hamid arrived at the meeting in an excellent mood, saying that he had just received an excellent job offer and no longer needed the sheik's financial help. Indeed, he would pay back every penny invested in him. "And in your resignation," said the sheik. Hamid didn't understand. He knew that the business his father had left him was doing well, but he had other dreams for his future. However, he couldn't defy this man who had done so much to help him, not a second time. "At our first meeting, I was able to say no to your highness because I was defending my father's rights, which were always paramount. Now, though, I must bow to your will. If you think you have lost money by investing in my work, I will do whatever you ask. I will come home and look after my inheritance. If I have to give up my dream in order to honor the code of my tribe, I will do so." He spoke these words without a tremor. He dared not show any weakness before a man who so respected other men's strength. "I'm not asking you to come home. The fact that you were promoted is a sign that you're ready to set up your own company. That is what I want you to do." "To set up my own company?" thought Hamid. Did I hear him right? "More and more of the big fashion companies are setting up business here," the sheik went on. "And they're no fools. Our women are beginning to change the way they think and dress. Fashion has had an even bigger impact on our region than foreign investment. I've spoken to men and women who know about these things. I'm just an old Bedouin who, when he saw his first car, thought it would have to be fed like a camel. I'd like foreigners to read our poets, listen to our music, to sing and dance to the songs that were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, but no one, it seems, is interested in that. There is only one way in which they can learn to respect our tradition, and that is via the world in which you work. If they can understand who we are by the way we dress, they will eventually understand everything else. The following day, Hamid met a group of investors from various other countries. They placed at his disposal an enormous sum of money and gave him a deadline by which it had to be repaid. They asked him if he was ready and prepared to accept the challenge. Hamid asked for time to think. He went to his father's grave and prayed all afternoon and evening. That night, he walked in the desert, felt the wind freezing his bones, then returned to the hotel where the foreign investors were staying. "Blessed be that which gives your children wings and roots," says an Arabic proverb. He needed his roots. There is a place in the world where we are born, where we learn our mother tongue and discover how our ancestors overcame the problems they had to face. There always comes a point when we feel responsible for that place. He needed wings, too. They reveal to us the endless horizons of the imagination. They carry us to our dreams and to distant places. It is our wings that allow us to know the roots of our fellow men and to learn from them. He asked for inspiration from God and began to pray. 2 hours later, he remembered a conversation he had overheard between his father and a friend in his father's shop. "This morning my son asked me for money to buy a sheep. Should I help him, do you think? Since it clearly isn't a matter of urgency, wait another week before giving him your answer. But I have the means to help him now. What difference will a week make? A very great difference indeed. Experience has taught me that people only give value to a thing if they have, at some point, been uncertain as to whether or not they'll get it." Hamid made the investors wait a week, and then accepted the challenge. He needed people who would take care of the money and invest it as he wanted. He needed staff, preferably people who came from his own village. He needed another year in the job he was doing so that he could learn what he still needed to know. That was all. Everything starts with a meeting of the main suppliers of dyes. Well, that isn't exactly true. Everything begins when the companies involved in studying market trends, cabinet de tendance in French, trend adapters in English, take note of the different things, among them fashion, in which each layer of society is currently interested. This research is based on interviews with consumers, the close monitoring of samples, but, above all, on careful observation of a particular cohort of people, usually aged between 20 and 30, who go to nightclubs, hang out on the streets, and read the blogs on the internet. They never look at what's in the shop windows, even at named brands, because everything there has already reached the general public and is therefore condemned to die. The trend adapters want to know what will be the next thing to capture the consumer's imagination. Young people don't have enough money to buy luxury goods and so have to invent new ways of dressing. Since they live glued to their computer screens, they share their interests with like-minded others, and these interests can often become a kind of virus that infects the whole community. Young people influence their parents' views of politics, literature, and music, and not, as ingenious adults believe, the other way round. However, parents influence young people's system of values. Adolescents may be rebellious by nature, but they always believe the family is right. They may dress strangely and enjoy listening to singers who howl and break guitars, but that's as far as it goes. They don't have the courage to go any further and provoke a real revolution in behavior. They did that in the past, but fortunately, that particular wave has passed and returned to the sea. All these studies of market trends show that society is now heading toward a more conservative style, far from the dangers posed by suffragettes, the women at the beginning of the 20th century who fought for and achieved the right to vote, or by hairy, unhygienic hippies, a group of crazies who believed that peace and free love were real possibilities. In 1960, for example, the world was caught up in the bloody wars of the post-colonial era, terrified by the threat of nuclear war, and although we were also living through a period of economic prosperity, we were all desperately in need of a little joy. Just as Christian Dior had understood that the hope of future abundance could be expressed through clothes using yards of material, The designers of the 60s went in search of a combination of colors that would lift people's morale and came to the conclusion that red and violet were simultaneously calming and stimulating. 40 years later, the collective view had changed completely. The world was no longer under the threat of war, but of grave environmental problems. Designers were opting for colors drawn from the natural world, the sands of the desert, the jungles, the sea. Between these two periods, various other trends, psychedelic, futuristic, aristocratic, nostalgic, arose and vanished. Before the great designer collections are fully defined, these studies of market trends are used to give a snapshot of the world's current state of mind. It seems now that, despite wars, famine in Africa, terrorism, the violation of human rights, and the arrogant attitude of certain developed countries, our main preoccupation is saving poor planet Earth from the many threats created by human society. Ecology, save the planet. How ridiculous. Hamid knows, however, that there's no point in fighting the collective unconscious. The colors, the accessories, the fabrics, the so-called charity events attended by the superclass, the books being published, the music being played on the radio, the documentaries made by ex-politicians, the new films, the material used to make shoes, the new biofuels, the petitions handed in to members of parliament and congressmen, the bonds being sold by the largest of the world banks, everything appears to focus on one thing: saving the planet. Fortunes are made overnight. Large multinationals are given space in the press because of some completely irrelevant action they are taking. Unscrupulous NGOs place advertisements on the major TV channels and receive hundreds of millions of dollars in donations because everyone seems obsessed with the fate of the Earth. Whenever he reads articles in newspapers or magazines written by politicians using global warming or the destruction of the environment as a platform for their electoral campaigns, he thinks, how can we be so arrogant? The planet is, was, and always will be stronger than us. We can't destroy it. If we overstep the mark, the planet will simply erase us from its surface and carry on existing. Why don't they start talking about not letting the planet destroy us? Because saving the planet gives a sense of power, action, and nobility, whereas not letting the planet destroy us might lead to feelings of despair and impotence, and to a realization of just how very limited our capabilities are. However, this is what the trends reveal, and fashion must adapt to the desires of the consumers. The dye works were already busy producing what were deemed to be the best colors for the next collection. The cloth manufacturers were on the hunt for natural fibers. The creators of accessories such as belts, bags, glasses, and wristwatches were doing their best to adapt, or at least pretend to adapt, by publishing leaflets printed on recycled paper explaining the lengths they had gone to in order to preserve the environment. All of this would be shown to the major designers at the largest of the fabric shows, closed to the public, and bearing the evocative name of Première Vision. After that, each designer would apply his or her creativity to the new collection and feel that haute couture was something inventive, original, and different. Not true. They were all merely slavishly following what the market trends dictated. The more important the brand, the less willing they were to take any risks, given that the jobs of hundreds of people around the world depended on the decisions of a small group of people. The superclass of the haute couture world, which was already weary of pretending that it had something different to sell every 6 months. The first designs were made by misunderstood geniuses who dreamed of one day having their own label. They worked for approximately 6 to 8 months, at first with pencil and paper, then with prototypes made out of cheap fabric, which could be photographed on models and analyzed by the directors. Out of every 100 prototypes, about 20 would be chosen for the next show. Adjustments were made, new buttons, a different cut of sleeve, or some unusual stitching. Then more photos would be taken, this time with the models sitting, lying down, or walking, and still further adjustments, because remarks such as, only suitable for the catwalk, could ruin a whole collection and place a particular label's reputation at risk. During this process, some of the misunderstood geniuses were summarily dismissed, with no right to compensation because they were only there as trainees. The more talented of those who remained would have to rethink their creations several times, aware that, however successful the design, Only the name of the label would be mentioned. They all vowed revenge one day. They told themselves that eventually they would open their own shop and get the recognition they deserved. Meanwhile, they smiled and continued working as if they were thrilled to have been chosen. As the final models were being selected, more people were dismissed, and more people taken on for the next collection. And finally, the genuine fabrics were used to make the clothes that would appear on the catwalk, as if this were the first time they were being shown to the public. This, of course, was part of the legend because by then, retailers worldwide already had in their hands photos of the various designs taken from every conceivable angle, as well as details of the accessories, the texture of the fabric, the recommended retail price, and the addresses of suppliers. Depending on the brand's size and importance, the new collection was already being produced on a large scale in various countries around the world. Then, finally, the big day arrived, or rather, the 3 weeks that marked the beginning of a new era which, as they all knew, would last only 6 months. It began in London, then went on to Milan, and ended in Paris. Journalists were invited from all over the world, photographers jockeyed for the best places, and everything was treated with the greatest secrecy. Newspapers and magazines devoted pages and pages to the latest designs. Women were dazzled, and men regarded with a certain scorn what they thought of as a mere fashion item and thought sourly about how they would have to spend a few $1,000s on something of not the slightest importance to them, but which their wives considered to be an emblem of the superclass. A week later, something that had been described as exclusive was already available in shops around the world. No one asked how it had managed to travel so fast and be produced in such a short space of time. The legend, however, is more important than the reality. The consumers didn't realize these new fashions were created by those who were merely following the existing fashions, that exclusivity was just a lie they chose to believe, that many of the collections praised by the specialist press belonged to the large manufacturers of luxury goods, who supported those same magazines and journals by placing full-page advertisements. There were, of course, exceptions, and, after a few years of struggle, Hamid Hussein was one of them, and therein lay his power. He notices that Ava is again checking her mobile phone, which she doesn't normally do. The fact is that she hates the thing, perhaps because it reminds her of a past relationship, a period of her life about which he still knows little or nothing, because neither of them ever refers to it. He glances at his watch. They still have time to finish their coffee without rushing. He looks again at the other designer. If only it did all begin with a meeting of dye manufacturers and end on the catwalk, but that wasn't the case. He and the man now sitting alone and staring out at the horizon first met at Première Vision. Hamid was still working for the major fashion house that had taken him on as a designer, although the sheik had, by then, already started organizing the small army of 11 people who would put into practice the idea of using fashion as a window onto their world, their religion, and their culture. Most of the time we stand here listening to explanations of how to present simple things in the most complicated way possible, Hamid had said. They were walking past stands displaying the latest fabrics, the latest revolutionary techniques, the colors that would be used over the next 2 years, the ever more sophisticated accessories, platinum belt buckles, push-button credit card holders, watch straps the size of which could be minutely regulated with the help of a diamond-encrusted dial. The couturier looked him up and down. The world always was and always will be complicated. I don't think so. And if I ever leave the company I'm working for now, it will be to open my own business, which will go against all these beliefs. The couturier laughed. You know what the world of fashion is like. You've heard of the Fédération, haven't you? Well, it takes foreigners a very, very long time to get accepted. The Fédération Française de la Couture was one of the world's most exclusive clubs. It decided who could or couldn't take part in the fashion weeks in Paris, as well as setting the parameters to be followed by participants. First created in 1868, it had enormous power. It trademarked the expression haute couture so that no one outside the Fédération could use it without running the risk of being sued.
It published the 10,000 copies of the official catalog for the 2 great annual events, decided which journalists would receive the 2,000 press passes, selected the major buyers, and selected the venue for each show according to the importance of the designer. "Yes, I know what the world of fashion is like," said Hamid, bringing the conversation to a close. He sensed that the man he was talking to would, in the future, be a great designer, but he knew, too, that they would never be friends. 6 months later, everything was ready for his great adventure. He resigned from his job, opened his first shop in Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and started to fight as best he could. He lost many battles, but realized one thing. He could not bow to the tyranny of the companies who dictated the fashion trends. He had to be original, and he succeeded because he brought with him the simplicity of the Bedouin, a knowledge of the desert, everything he had learned at the company where he had worked for over a year, as well as the advice of certain financial experts, together with textiles that were completely new and original. 2 years later, he had opened 5 or 6 large shops throughout France and had been accepted by the Fédération, not just because of his talent, but through the sheik's contacts, whose emissaries controlled which French companies could open branches in their country. More water flowed under the bridge. People changed their minds. Presidents were elected or stepped down. The new technology grew in popularity. The Internet began to dominate world communications. Public opinion became more influential in all spheres of human activity. Luxury and glamour regained the position they had lost. His work grew and expanded. He wasn't just involved now in fashion, but in accessories, furniture, beauty products, watches, and exclusive fabrics. Hamid was now the master of an empire, and all those who had invested in his dream were richly rewarded with the dividends paid to shareholders. He continued to supervise much of what his businesses produced, attended the most important photo shoots, still designed most of the clothes, and visited the desert 3 times a year to pray at his father's grave and give an account of his activities to the sheik. Now he has taken up a new challenge. He is going to produce a film. He glances at his watch again and tells Ava it's time to go. She asks if it really is so very important. "No, it's not, but I'd like to be there." Ava gets to her feet. Hamid takes one last look at the famous couturier sitting alone and contemplating the Mediterranean, oblivious to everything. 4:07 p.m. The young all have the same dream: to save the world. Some quickly forget this dream, convinced that there are more important things to do, like having a family, earning money, traveling, and learning a foreign language. Others, though, decide that it really is possible to make a difference in society and to shape the world we will hand on to future generations. They start by choosing their profession. Politicians, whose initial impulse always stems from a desire to help their local community. Social activists, who believe that the root of all crime lies in class differences. Artists, who believe there's no hope at all and that we'll just have to start again from zero. And policemen. Savoy had been sure he could be a useful member of society. Having read a great deal of detective fiction, he imagined that once the baddies were all behind bars, the goodies would be able to enjoy their place in the sun forever. He went to police college where he studied assiduously, received excellent marks for his theory exams, prepared himself physically for dangerous situations, and trained as a sharpshooter, although he hoped never to have to kill anyone. During his first year, he felt that he was learning about the nitty-gritty of the profession. His colleagues complained about low salaries, incompetent judges, other people's preconceived ideas about the job, and the almost complete absence of any real action in their particular area. As time passed, life as a policeman and the complaints continued more or less the same, apart from the addition of one thing: paper. Endless reports on the where or how or why of a particular incident. A simple case of someone dumping some rubbish, for example, required the rubbish in question to be meticulously searched for evidence of the guilty party's identity. There are always clues, like envelopes or plane tickets. The area then had to be photographed, a map drawn, the perpetrator identified and sent a friendly warning, followed by a rather less friendly warning and, if the transgressor refused to take the matter seriously, by a visit to court. where statements were taken and sentences handed down, all of which, of course, required the services of competent lawyers. 2 whole years might pass before the case was finally relegated to the files, with no real consequences for either side. Murders, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Recent statistics showed that most of the crime in Cannes involved fights between rich kids in expensive nightclubs, break-ins at holiday apartments, traffic offenses, black marketeering, and domestic disputes. He should, of course, be pleased about this. In an ever more troubled world, the south of France was an oasis of peace, even during the festival when Cannes was invaded by thousands of foreigners visiting the beach or buying and selling films. The previous year, he'd had to deal with 4 cases of suicide. These involved about 15 pounds of paperwork and 2 violent attacks that had ended in death. And now there had been likely 2 deaths in a matter of hours. What was going on? The bodyguards had disappeared before they could even give a statement, and Savoy made a mental note to send a written reprimand, as soon as he had time, to the officers in charge of the case. After all, they had let slip the only 2 witnesses to what had happened, because the woman in the waiting room clearly knew nothing. It took him no time at all to establish that she had been standing some way away when the poison had been administered, and that all she wanted was to take advantage of the situation to get close to a famous film distributor. All he has to do now is to read more paper. He's sitting in the hospital waiting room with 2 reports before him. The first, written by the doctor on duty, consists of 2 pages of boring technical details, analyzing the damage to the organism of the man now in the intensive care unit. Poisoning by an unknown substance, currently being studied in the laboratory, and which was injected into the bloodstream through a needle that perforated the left lumbar region. The only agent on the list of poisons capable of provoking such a rapid and violent reaction is strychnine, but this normally sends the body into convulsions. According to the security men in the marquee, and as was confirmed both by the paramedics and by the woman in the waiting room, there were no such symptoms. On the contrary, they had noticed an immediate paralysis of the muscles and a stiffening of the chest, and the victim had been able to be carried from the tent without attracting the attention of the other guests. The second, much longer report was from the EPCTF, European Police Chiefs Task Force, and Europol, who had been following the victim's every move since he set foot on European soil. The agents were taking turns during the surveillance and, at the time of the incident, the victim was being watched by a black agent originally from Guadeloupe, but who looked Jamaican. Even so, the person charged with watching him noticed nothing. Or rather, at that precise moment, his view was partially blocked by a man walking past holding a glass of pineapple juice. Although the victim had no police record and was known in the movie world as one of the few revolutionary film distributors around, his business was, in fact, just a front for something far more profitable. According to Europol, Javits Wild had been just another second-rate film producer. Then, 5 years ago, he was recruited by a cartel specializing in the distribution of cocaine in the Americas to help them change dirty money into clean. It's starting to get interesting. For the first time, Savoy feels pleased by what he's reading. He may have an important case on his hands, far removed from the routine of fly-tipping, domestic disputes, holiday apartments being burgled, and those 2 murders a year. He knows how these things work. He knows what the report is talking about. Traffickers earn fortunes from selling their products, but because they can't show where that money came from, they can't open bank accounts, buy apartments, cars, or jewels, or transfer large sums of money from one country to another because the government is sure to ask, how did this guy get to be so rich? Where did he earn all this money? To overcome this obstacle, they use a financial mechanism known as money laundering, that is, transforming money earned by criminal means into respectable financial assets which can then become part of the economic system and generate still more money. The expression is said to have originated with the Chicago gangster Al Capone, who bought a chain of laundries known as the sanitary cleaning shops and then used those shops as a front for the money he was earning from the illegal sale of drinks during the Prohibition era. So if anyone asked him how he came to be so rich, he could always say, "People are washing more clothes than ever. This line of business has turned out to be a really good investment." He did everything right, thought Savoy,
apart from forgetting to file a tax return. Money laundering was used not only for drugs, but for many other things. Politicians getting commission on the over-invoicing of construction work, terrorists needing to finance operations in various parts of the world, companies wanting to conceal profits and losses from shareholders, individuals who deem income tax to be an unacceptable invention. Once, all you had to do was open a numbered account in a tax haven, but then governments started drawing up a series of mutual collaboration treaties, and the money launderers had to adapt to these new times. One thing was certain, however. The criminals were always several steps ahead of the authorities and the tax inspectors. How does it work now? Well, in a far more elegant, sophisticated, and creative way. They just have to follow 3 clear stages: placement, layering, and integration. Take several oranges, make some juice, and serve it up. No one need ever suspect where the fruit came from. Making the orange juice is relatively easy. You set up a series of accounts and start moving small amounts of money from one bank to another, often using computer-generated systems, with the aim of bringing it all together again at some future date. The routes taken are so circuitous that it's almost impossible to follow the traces left by the electronic impulses, because once the money has been deposited, it ceases to be paper and is transformed into digital codes composed of just 2 numbers, 0 and 1. Savoy thinks about his own bank account. The little he has in there is entirely at the mercy of codes traveling up and down wires. What if the bank decided, from one moment to the next, to change the whole system? What if that new program didn't work? How could he prove he had the amount of money he said he had? How could he convert those numbers into something more concrete, like a house or food bought at the supermarket? He can do nothing because he's in the hands of the system. However, he decides that as soon as he leaves the hospital, he'll visit an ATM and get a balance statement. He makes a note in his diary to do this every week. That way, if some calamity does occur in the world, he'll have proof on paper. Paper. That word again.
How did he get onto this subject in the first place?
Ah yes, money laundering. He goes back to what he knows about laundering money. The final stage is the easiest of all. The money is put into a respectable account, for example, one belonging to a property development company or an investment fund. If the government asks, where did this money come from? The answer's easy enough. From small investors who believe in what we're selling. After that, it can be invested in more shares, more land, in planes and other luxury goods, in houses with swimming pools, in credit cards with no cash limit. The partners in these companies are the very same people who first financed the buying of drugs, guns, or some other illicit merchandise. The money, though, is clean. After all, any company can earn millions of dollars speculating on the stock market or on property. This left only the first step to consider, the most difficult of all. Who are these small investors? And that's where criminal creativity comes in. The oranges are people who hang around in casinos using money lent to them by a friend, in countries where there's corruption aplenty and few restrictions on betting. There's always a chance someone will win a fortune. If they do, there are arrangements in place with the owners who keep a percentage of the money that crosses their tables. And the gambler, someone on a low income, can justify the enormous sum deposited in his bank account by saying that it was all a matter of luck. The following day, he'll transfer nearly all the money to the friend who lent it to him and hold back just a small percentage. The preferred method used to be buying up restaurants, which could charge a fortune for their food and deposit the profits in an account without arousing suspicion. Even if an inspector came by and found the tables completely empty, they couldn't prove that no one had eaten there all day. Now, however, with the growth of the leisure industry, a more creative option has opened up. The ever-imponderable, arbitrary, incomprehensible art market. A middle-class couple, say with little money, will bring some extremely valuable piece to auction, alleging that they found it in the attic of their grandparents' old house. The piece is sold for a lot of money, then resold the following week to specialist galleries for 10 or 20 times the original price. The oranges are happy, thank the gods for their generosity, deposit the money in their joint account, and resolve to invest it in some foreign country, always taking care to leave a small amount, their percentage, in that first account. The gods in this case are the real owners of the paintings who will buy it back from the galleries and put it on the market again with different vendors this time. There are, however, more expensive products still, like the theater and the production and distribution of films. That is where the invisible hands of the money launderers can really make a killing. Savoy is now reading about the man currently in intensive care and trying to fill in a few blanks in his own imagination. The man had been an actor who dreamed of becoming a major star. He couldn't find any work, although he still took great care of his physical appearance, as if he really were a star, but he got to know the industry. In middle age, he managed to raise some money from investors and make a couple of films, both of which were resounding flops because they didn't get the right distribution. Nevertheless, his name appeared on the credits, and he became known in the specialist magazines as someone who had at least tried to make something different from the films being churned out by the big studios. Just as he was beginning to despair, unsure what to do with his life, with no one willing to give him another chance and weary of begging money from people who were only interested in investing in surefire hits, he was approached by a group of people, some of whom were very affable, while others were completely silent. They made him an offer. He would start up as a film distributor, and his first purchase should be something guaranteed to reach a wider public. The major studios would offer vast sums of money for the film, but he needn't worry. Any sum offered would be matched by his new friends. The film would be shown in lots of cinemas and earn a fortune. Javits would get what he most needed, a reputation. No one would be likely to delve into the life of a frustrated film producer. 2 or 3 films later, the authorities might start to ask where all the money was coming from, but by then, the first step was safely concealed behind the 5-year time limitation on all tax investigations. So Javits began a glorious career. His first films as a distributor were highly profitable. Exhibitors began to believe in his ability to select the best films on the market. Directors and producers were soon queuing up to work with him. To keep up appearances, he always made sure to accept 2 or 3 low-budget projects every 6 months, the rest being films made with mega-budgets, top-ranking stars, able technicians, and a lot of money to spend on promotion. Money that came from groups based in tax havens. Box office earnings were deposited in a normal investment fund, above suspicion, which had shares in the movie. Fine. The dirty money was thus transformed into a marvelous work of art which, naturally, didn't make as much money as was hoped, but was still capable of yielding millions of dollars that would immediately be invested by one of the partners in the enterprise. At one point, however, a sharp-eyed tax inspector, or perhaps a whistleblower at one of the studios, noticed one very simple fact. Why was it that so many previously unknown producers were employing big stars and the most talented directors, spending a fortune on publicity, and using only one distributor for their films? The answer? The big studios are only interested in their own productions, whereas Javits is the hero, the man standing out against the monopoly of the giant corporations, a David to their Goliath, battling an unfair system. A more conscientious tax inspector decided to proceed with his investigation, despite all these apparently reasonable explanations. He began in great secrecy and learned that all the companies who had invested in the biggest box office successes were always limited companies based in the Bahamas, in Panama, or in Singapore. A mole in the tax office, there is always a mole, warned Javits's bankers that they had better find another distributor to launder money from now on. Javits was in despair. He had grown accustomed to the millionaire lifestyle and to being treated as if he were a demigod. He had traveled to Cannes, which provided an excellent front for sorting things out with his backers and personally handing over the codes of various numbered accounts. He had no idea that he was being followed, that a prison term would almost certainly ensue, pending decisions made by men in ties in ill-lit offices. They might let him continue for a while longer in order to get more proof, or they might end the story right there. His backers, however, never took unnecessary risks. Their man could be arrested at any moment, make a deal with the court, and give details of how the whole scam worked, as well as naming names and identifying people in photos taken without his knowledge. There was only one way to solve the problem. They would have to kill him. Things couldn't be clearer, and Savoy can see exactly how things developed. Now he just needs to do what he always does. Fill in more forms, draw up a report, hand it to Europol, and let their bureaucrats find the murderers, because it's a case that could well lead to promotions and revive stagnant careers. The investigation has to produce a result, and none of his superiors would believe that a detective from a small town in France would be capable of making any major discoveries, because however glitzy and glamorous Cannes was during the festival, for the other 350 days of the year it was just a small provincial town. He suspects that the perpetrator may have been one of the bodyguards at the table, since the poison could only have been administered by someone standing very close. However, he won't mention that. He'll fill up more paper about the people working in the tent, find no further witnesses, then close the file, having first spent a few days exchanging faxes and emails with other more important departments. He'll go back to his 2 murders a year, to the fights and the fines, having been so close to something that could have international repercussions. His adolescent dream of improving the world, contributing to creating a safer, fairer society, getting promoted, landing a job at the Ministry of Justice, giving his wife and children a more comfortable life, helping to change the public perception of the law, and showing that there are still some honest policemen, all came down to the same thing: more paperwork. 4:16 p.m. The terrace outside the bar is packed, and Igor feels proud of his ability to plan things, because even though he's never been to Cannes before, he had foreseen precisely this situation and reserved a table. He orders tea and toast, lights a cigarette, and looks around him at the same scene you might see in any chic place anywhere in the world. Women who are either anorexic or use too much Botox, ladies dripping with jewelry and eating ice cream, men with much younger female companions, bored couples, smiling young women sipping low-calorie drinks and pretending to be listening to what their friends are saying when they're really on the lookout for someone more interesting to hove into view. There is one exception. 3 men and a woman are sitting at a table strewn with papers and beer cans, discussing something in low voices and constantly checking figures on a calculator. They appear to be the only ones who are really engaged on some project, but that isn't quite true. Everyone there is working hard, in a way, in search of one thing: visibility, which, if all goes well, will turn into fame, which, if all goes well again, will turn into power, the magic word that transforms any human being into a demigod, a remote, inaccessible icon accustomed to having his every desire met and to getting jealous looks when he sweeps past in his limousine with the smoked glass windows, or in his expensive sports car. Someone who no longer has mountains to climb or impossible conquests to make. The people on the terrace have clearly leaped over certain barriers already. They are not outside with the photographers, behind the metal barriers, waiting for someone to come out of the main door and fill their universe with light. They have already made it into the hotel lobby, and now all they need is fame and power, and they really don't mind what form these take. Men know that age isn't a problem. All they need are the right contacts. The young women, who keep as keen an eye on the terrace as any trained bodyguard, know that they are reaching a dangerous age, when any chance of achieving something through their beauty alone will suddenly vanish. The older women there would like to be recognized and respected for their gifts and their intelligence, but the diamonds they're wearing make it unlikely that their talents will be discovered. The men sitting with their wives are waiting for someone to pass by and say hello, and for everyone to turn and look and think, he must be well known, or even famous, who knows. The celebrity syndrome. It can destroy careers, marriages, and Christian values, and can blind both the wise and the ignorant. A few examples. Great scientists who, on being given an important prize, abandon the research that might have helped humanity and decide instead to live off lectures that feed both their ego and their bank balance. The Indian in the Amazon jungle who, on being taken up by a famous singer, decides that he's being exploited for his poverty. The campaigner for justice who works hard defending the rights of the less fortunate, decides to run for public office, wins the election, and subsequently considers himself above the law, until he's discovered one day in a motel room with a prostitute paid for by the taxpayer. The celebrity syndrome. when people forget who they are and start to believe what other people say about them. The superclass, everyone's dream, a world without shadows or darkness, where yes is the only possible answer to any request. Igor is a powerful man. He has fought all his life to get where he is now. To that end, he has sat through boring suppers, endless lectures, and meetings with people he loathed, has bestowed smiles when he would rather have bestowed insults, and insults when he actually felt genuinely sorry for the poor creatures being singled out for punishment, as an example to others. He worked day and night, and weekends too, deep in discussions with lawyers, administrators, officials, and press officers. He started with nothing just after the fall of the communist regime, and he reached the top. He has, moreover, managed to survive all the political and economic storms that swept his country during the first 2 decades of the new regime. And why? Because he fears God and knows that the road he has traveled in his life is a blessing that must be respected. If not, he will lose everything. There were, of course, moments when something told him he was forgetting about the most important part of that blessing, Ava. But for many years he persuaded himself that she would understand and accept that it was simply a temporary phase and that soon they would be able to spend as much time together as they wished. They made great plans, journeys, cruises, a remote house in the mountains with a blazing log fire, and the certain knowledge that they could stay there for as long as they wanted, with no need to worry about money, debts, or obligations. They would find a school for the many children they planned to have together. They would spend whole afternoons walking through the surrounding forests. They would have supper at small, cozy local restaurants. They would have time to garden, read, go to the cinema, and do the simple things that everyone dreams of doing, the only things truly capable of filling anyone's life. When he got home, his arms full of papers which he would then spread out on the bed, he would ask her to be patient for a little while longer. When his phone rang on the very day they'd chosen to go out to supper together, and he had to interrupt their conversation and spend a long time talking to whoever had called, he would again ask her to be patient. He knew Ava was doing everything she could to make things easy for him, although she did complain now and then, very sweetly, that they needed to make the most of life while they were still young. After all, they had money enough for the next 5 generations. Igor would say, "Right, I'll stop today," and Ava would smile and stroke his cheek, and then he would remember something important he'd forgotten to do and go over to the phone to ring someone or to the computer to send an email. A man in his 40s gets up, looks around the terrace, and brandishing a newspaper, shouts, "Violence and horror in Tokyo," says the headline. 7 people killed in a shop selling electronic toys. Everyone looks at him. Violence! They don't know what they're talking about. This is where you get real violence. A shudder runs down Igor's spine. If some madman stabs to death a few innocent people, the whole world is shocked. But who cares about the intellectual violence being perpetrated in Cannes? Our festival is being killed in the name of a dictatorship. It's not a question of choosing the best film, but of committing crimes against humanity, forcing people to buy products they don't want, putting fashion above art, choosing to go to a lunch or a supper rather than watch a film. That's disgraceful. I'm here to— Be quiet, someone says. No one cares why you're here. I'm here to denounce the enslavement of man's desires, for we have stopped using our intelligence to make choices and instead allow ourselves to be manipulated by propaganda and lies. People get all steamed up about these stabbings in Tokyo, but they don't give a damn about the death by 1,000 cuts suffered by a whole generation of filmmakers. The man pauses, expecting a standing ovation, but there isn't even a thoughtful silence. Everyone resumes their conversations, indifferent to his words. He sits down again, trying to look dignified, but with his heart in shreds for making such a fool of himself. Visibility, thinks Igor. The problem is that no one took any notice. It's his turn to look around. Ava is staying at the same hotel, and a sixth sense born of many years of marriage tells him that she's sitting not very far away on that same terrace. She will have received his messages and is probably looking for him now, knowing that he too must be near. He can't see her, but neither can he stop thinking about her, his obsession. He remembers one night being driven home in his imported limousine by the chauffeur who doubled as his bodyguard,
They had fought together in Afghanistan, but fortune had smiled on them in very different ways, and remembers asking the driver to stop outside the Hotel Kempinski. He left his mobile phone and his papers in the car and went up to the terrace bar. Unlike this terrace in Cannes, the place was almost empty and getting ready to close. He gave a generous tip to the waiters and asked them to stay open for another hour, just for him. And that was when he understood. It wasn't true that he would give up work next month, or next year, or even next decade. They would never have the house in the country and the children they dreamed of. He asked himself that night why this was impossible, and he had only one answer. On the road to power, there's no turning back. He would be an eternal slave to the road he'd chosen, and if he did ever realize his dream of abandoning everything, he would plunge immediately into a deep depression. Why was he like that? Was it because of the nightmares he had about the trenches, remembering the frightened young man he'd been then, fulfilling a duty he hadn't chosen, and being forced to kill? Was it because he couldn't forget his first victim, a peasant who had strayed into the line of fire when the Red Army was fighting the Afghan guerrillas? Was it because of the many people who hadn't believed in him and had humiliated him when he was looking for investors for his mobile phone business? Was it because in the beginning he'd had to associate with shadows, with the Russian mafia eager to launder the money they earned through prostitution? He'd managed to repay those questionable loans without himself being corrupted and without owing any favors. He'd managed to negotiate with the shadows and still keep his own light burning. He knew that the war belonged to the distant past and that he would never again set foot on a battlefield. He'd found the love of his life. He was doing the kind of work he'd always wanted to do. He was rich, very rich, and, just in case the communist regime were to return tomorrow, he kept most of his personal fortune abroad. He was on good terms with all the political parties. He'd met famous people from around the world. He'd set up a foundation to care for the orphans of those soldiers killed during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. But it was only when he was sitting on that terrace cafe near Red Square, knowing that he had power and money enough to pay the waiters to work all night if necessary, that he finally understood. He understood because he saw the same thing happening to his wife. Ava was also constantly traveling, and even when she was in Moscow, she would arrive home late and go straight to her computer as soon as she walked in the door. He understood that, contrary to what most people think, total power means total slavery. When you get that far, you don't ever want to give it up. There's always a new mountain to climb. There's always a competitor to be convinced or crushed. Along with 2,000 other people, he formed part of the most exclusive club in the world, which met only once a year in Davos in Switzerland, at the World Economic Forum. All the members were millionaires, and they all worked from dawn until late at night, always wanting to go further, never changing tack, acquisitions, stock markets, market trends, money, money, money. They worked not because they needed to, but because they judged themselves to be necessary. They felt that thousands of families depended on them, and that they had a huge responsibility to their governments and their associates. They genuinely thought they were helping the world, which might be true, but they had to pay for this with their own lives. The following day, he did something he hated having to do. He went to a psychiatrist. Something must be wrong. He discovered then that he was suffering from an illness that was fairly common among those who had achieved something beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. He was a compulsive worker, a workaholic. According to the psychiatrist, workaholics run the risk of becoming depressed when not immersed in the challenges and problems of running a company. We don't yet know the origin of the disorder, but it's associated with insecurity, childhood fears, and a desire to block out reality. It's as serious an addiction as drugs. Unlike drugs, however, which diminish productivity, the workaholic makes a great contribution to the wealth of his country, so it's in no one's interests to seek a cure. And what are the consequences? You should know, because that's presumably why you've come to see me. The gravest consequence is the damage it causes to family life. In Japan, one of the countries where the illness is most common and where the consequences are sometimes fatal, they've developed various ways of controlling the obsession. Igor couldn't remember listening to anyone in the last 2 years with the respect and attention he was paying that bespectacled, mustachioed man before him.
So there is a way out, then. When a workaholic seeks help from a psychiatrist, that means he's ready to be cured. Only about 1 in every 1,000 cases realizes that he needs help. Oh, I need help, and I have enough money. That's what all workaholics say. Yes, I know you have enough money, you all do. I know who you are as well. I've seen photos of you at charity balls, at congresses, in private audience with our president, who, by the way, shows the same symptoms. Money isn't enough. What I want to know is this. Do you really want to change? Igor thought of Ava, of the house in the mountains, the family he'd like to have, the hundreds of millions of dollars he had in the bank. He thought of his position in society and of the power he possessed and how difficult it would be to give all that up. I'm not saying you should abandon what you're doing, said the psychiatrist, as if he'd read his thoughts. I'm simply suggesting that you use work as a source of happiness and not as a compulsion. Yes, I can do that. And what would be your main motive for doing so? All workaholics think they're happy doing what they're doing, and none of their friends, who are in the same position, will see why they should seek help. Igor lowered his eyes. Shall I tell you what your main motive is? As I said before, you're destroying your family. No, it's worse than that. My wife is starting to show the same symptoms. She's been distancing herself from me ever since a trip we made to Lake Baikal. And if there's anyone in the world I would be capable of killing again for... Igor realized he'd said too much, but the psychiatrist seemed entirely unmoved. If there's anyone in the world for whom I would do anything, absolutely anything, that person is my wife. The psychiatrist summoned his assistant and asked her to make a series of appointments. He didn't consult his patient to see if he would be available on those dates. It was part of the treatment to make it quite clear that any other commitment, however important, could be postponed. May I ask a question? The psychiatrist nodded. Couldn't overwork also be considered rather noble? A proof of my deep respect for the opportunities God has given me in this life. A way of putting society to rights, even if sometimes I have to use methods that are a little... Silence. A little what? Oh, nothing. Igor left the consulting room feeling both confused and relieved. Perhaps the psychiatrist had failed to understand the essence of what he did. Life has its reasons. We are, all of us, linked, and often it's necessary to cut out the malignant tumors so that the rest of the body can remain healthy. People are locked up in their selfish little worlds. They make plans that don't include their fellow man. They believe the planet is simply land to be exploited. They follow their instincts and desires and care nothing for the collective well-being of society. He wasn't destroying his family. He simply wanted to leave the world a better place for the children he dreamed of having. A world without drugs, or wars, or people trafficking. A world in which love would be the great force uniting all couples, peoples, nations, and religions. Ava would understand this, even if their marriage was currently going through a crisis doubtless sent by the evil one. The following day, he asked his secretary to cancel all subsequent appointments with the psychiatrist. He had more important things to do. He was drawing up a great plan to purify the world, a plan for which he would need help. Indeed, he'd already contacted a group prepared to work with him. 2 months later, the wife he loved left him, because of the evil that had possessed her, because he hadn't been able to understand her feelings. The sound of a chair being shifted returns him to the reality of Cannes. Before him sits a woman holding a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigarette in the other. She's well dressed but visibly drunk. May I sit here? All the other tables are occupied. You already are sitting here. It's just not possible, says the woman, as if she'd known him for years. It's simply not possible. The police made me leave the hospital, and the man for whose sake I traveled by train for almost a whole day, for whom I rented a hotel room at twice the normal price, is now hovering between life and death. Damn! Is she from the police? Or does what she's saying have nothing to do with what he thinks it does? Anyway, what are you doing here, if you don't mind my asking? Aren't you hot? Wouldn't you be cooler without your jacket on, or are you trying to impress everyone with your elegance? As usual, people choose their own destiny, and this woman is doing just that. I always wear a jacket, regardless of the temperature. Are you an actress? The woman gives an almost hysterical laugh.
Yes, let's say I am an actress. Yes, I am. I'm playing the part of someone who has had the same dream since she was an adolescent, has grown up with it, battled 7 miserable years of her life to make it a reality, who's mortgaged her house, worked ceaselessly.
Oh, I know what that's like.
No, you don't. It means thinking about just one thing day and night, going to places uninvited, shaking hands with people you despise, phoning once, twice, 10 times until you get the attention of people who aren't worth half what you are, who don't have half your courage, but who've reached a certain position and are determined to take out on you all their domestic frustrations by making your life impossible.
It means only finding pleasure in pursuing your dream, having no other diversions, finding everything else deadly dull, and ending up destroying your family. The woman looks at him, taken aback. She no longer seems drunk.
Who are you? How do you know what I'm thinking?
I was thinking about exactly the same thing when you arrived, and I don't in the least mind you asking me what I'm doing here. I think I can help you.
No one can help me. The only person who could is now in the intensive care unit, and from what I could glean before the police arrived, he probably won't survive, oh God.
She drinks the remaining whiskey in her glass. Igor signals to the waiter, who ignores him and goes to serve another table.
I've always preferred a cynical compliment to a bit of constructive criticism. Please tell me I'm beautiful and that I've got what it takes.
Igor laughs. How do you know I can't help you?
Are you by any chance a film distributor? Do you have contacts in a chain of cinemas around the world?
They were perhaps referring to the same person. If so, and if this was a trap, it was too late to run away. He's obviously being watched, and as soon as he stands up, he'll be arrested. He feels his stomach contract, but why should he be afraid? Only a short time ago, he'd tried, without success, to hand himself over to the police. He'd chosen martyrdom, offered up his freedom as a sacrifice, but that gift had been rejected by God. Now, however, the heavens had obviously reconsidered their decision. He must think how best to deal with what will ensue. The suspect is identified. A woman pretending to be drunk is sent on ahead to confirm the facts. Then, very discreetly, a man will walk over and ask him to come with him for a little chat. That man will be a policeman. Igor has what looks like a pen in his jacket pocket, but that will arouse no suspicions. The Beretta, though, will give him away. He sees his whole life flash before him. Could he use the gun to defend himself? The policeman who is sure to appear as soon as he has been identified will have colleagues watching the scene, and Igor will be dead before he can make so much as a move. On the other hand, he didn't come here to kill innocent people in a barbarous, indiscriminate way. He has a mission, and his victims, or martyrs for love as he prefers to call them, are serving a greater purpose. No, I'm not a distributor, he says. I have absolutely nothing to do with the world of cinema, fashion, or glamour. I work in telecommunications.
Good, says the woman. So you must have money. You must have had dreams in your life, so you know what I'm talking about.
He's beginning to lose the thread of the conversation. He signals to another waiter. This time the waiter comes over and Igor orders 2 cups of tea.
Can't you see I'm drinking whiskey?
Yes, but as I said, I think I can help you. To do that, however, you need to be sober and aware of what you are doing. Maureen feels a change come over her. Ever since this stranger proved himself able to read her thoughts, she feels as if she were being restored to reality. Perhaps he really can help her. It's been years since anyone tried to seduce her with that most cliched of chat-up lines in the film business. I have some very influential friends. There's nothing more guaranteed to change a woman's state of mind than knowing that someone of the opposite sex desires her. She feels tempted to get up and go to the restroom and check her makeup in the mirror. That can wait. First, she needs to send out some clear signals that she's interested. Yes, she needs company. She's open to whatever surprises fate may hold in store. When God closes a door, he opens a window. Why, of all the tables on that terrace, was this the only table occupied by just one person? There was a meaning in this, a hidden sign. The two of them
were meant to meet. She laughs at herself. In her current despairing state, anything is a sign, a way out, a piece of good news. "Firstly, tell me what you need," says the man. "I need help. I have a movie with a top-line cast ready and waiting. It was going to be distributed by one of the few people in the industry who still has faith in the talent of people outside the studio system. I was going to meet him tomorrow. I was even at the same lunch as him today when suddenly I noticed he was feeling unwell." Igor starts to relax. Perhaps it's true. Reality really is stranger than fiction. "I left the lunch, found out which hospital he'd been taken to, and went there. On the way, I imagined what I was going to say, about how I was his friend and we were going to be working together. I've never even spoken to him, but I think anyone in a situation like that feels more comfortable knowing that someone, anyone, is near." In other words, turning someone else's tragedy to your own advantage, thinks Igor. People are all the same. "And what exactly is a top-line cast?" he asks. "Will you excuse me? I need to go to the bathroom." Igor politely stands up, puts on his dark glasses, and, as she walks away, tries to look as calm as possible. He drinks his tea, all the while scanning the terrace. At first sight, there appears to be no immediate threat, but it would still be wise to leave that terrace as soon as the woman comes back. Maureen is impressed by her new friend's gentlemanly behavior. It's been years since she's seen anyone behave according to the rules of etiquette taught them by their mothers and fathers. As she leaves the terrace, she notices that some pretty young women at the next table, who have doubtless heard part of their conversation, are looking at him and smiling. She notices, too, that he's put on his dark glasses, possibly to be able to observe the young women without them knowing. Perhaps by the time she gets back, they'll all be drinking tea together. But then, life is like that. Don't complain, and don't expect too much either. She looks at her face in the mirror. Why would a man be interested in her? She really does need to get to grips with reality again, as he suggested. Her eyes look empty and tired. She's exhausted like everyone else taking part in the festival, but she knows that she has to carry on fighting. Cannes isn't over yet. Javits might recover, or someone representing his company might turn up. She has tickets to see other people's films, an invitation to a party held by Gala, one of the most prestigious magazines in France, and she can use the time available to see how independent European producers and directors go about distributing their films. She needs to bounce back quickly. As for the handsome stranger, she mustn't have any illusions in that regard. She returns to the table convinced that she'll find two of the young women sitting there, but he's still alone. Again, he rises politely to his feet and draws back her chair so that she can sit down. "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name's Maureen." "I'm Igor. Pleased to meet you. You were saying that you had the ideal cast." She decides to get a dig in at the girls at the next table. She speaks slightly more loudly than usual. Here in Cannes, or indeed at any other festival, new actresses are discovered every year, and every year really great actresses lose out on getting a great role because the industry thinks they're too old, even if, in fact, they're still young and full of enthusiasm. Among the new discoveries, and she thinks, I just hope the girls next to us are listening, some choose the path of pure glamour. They don't earn much on the movies they make. All directors know this and take full advantage, and so they invest in the one thing they shouldn't invest in. Namely, their own beauty. They become celebrities, start to charge for attending parties. They're asked to appear in advertisements, promoting various products. They end up meeting the most powerful men and the sexiest actors in the world. They earn a vast amount of money because they're young and pretty, and their agents get them loads of contracts. In fact, they allow themselves to be entirely guided by their agents, who constantly feed their vanity. An actress of this type becomes the dream of housewives, of adolescent girls and would-be actresses who don't even have enough money to travel to the nearest town, but who consider her a friend, someone who's having the kind of experiences they would like to have. She continues making movies and earns a little more, although her press agent always puts it about that she's earning an enormous salary, which is a complete lie that not even the journalists believe, but which they publish anyway because they know the public prefers news to information.
What's the difference? Asks Igor, who's feeling more relaxed now while still keeping a close eye on what's going on around him. Let's say you were to buy a gold-plated computer in an auction in Dubai and decided to write a new book using that technological marvel. When a journalist finds out about the computer, he'll phone you up and ask, "So how's your gold-plated computer?" That's news. The information, the nature of the new book you're writing, is of no importance whatsoever. Perhaps Ava is receiving news rather than information, thinks Igor. The idea had never occurred to him before. Go on. Time passes, or rather 7 or 8 years pass. Suddenly, the film offers dry up. The revenue from parties and advertisements begins to dwindle. Her agent seems suddenly much busier than before and doesn't always call her back. The big star rebels. How can they do this to her, the great sex symbol, the great icon of glamour? She blames her agent and decides to find another one. To her surprise, he doesn't appear to mind at all. On the contrary, he asks her to sign a statement saying how well they have always got on together. Then he wishes her good luck, and that's the end of their relationship. Maureen looks around the terrace to see if she can find an example of what she's describing. People who are still famous, but who have vanished from the scene and are desperately seeking some new opportunity. They still behave like divas, they still have the same distant air, but their hearts are full of bitterness, their skin full of Botox and covered with the invisible scars left by plastic surgery. She could see plenty of evidence of Botox and plastic surgery, but no celebrities from the previous decade. Perhaps they didn't even have enough money now to attend a festival like this, but were instead appearing as a special guest at dances in provincial towns, or fronting the launch of some new brand of chocolate or beer, still behaving as if they were the person they once were, but knowing that they weren't. You mentioned 2 types of people. Yes, the second group of actresses have exactly the same problem, but there's one important difference. Again, her voice grows louder because now the girls at the next table are clearly interested to hear what someone in the know has to say. They know that beauty is a transient thing. They don't appear in ads or on magazine covers because they're busy honing their art. They keep studying and making contacts that will be useful in the future. They lend their name and appearance to certain products, not as models, but as partners. They earn less, of course, but it means a lifelong income. And then, along comes someone like me with a good script and enough money, plus I want them to be in my film. They accept and have enough talent to play the parts I give them, and enough intelligence to know that even if the film doesn't turn out to be a huge success, at least they will still have a presence on the screen and be seen to be working as mature actresses, and who knows, that might spark the interest of another producer. Igor is also aware that the girls are listening to their conversation. Perhaps we should go for a walk, he says quietly. There's no privacy here. I know a place where we can be alone and watch the sun go down. It's beautiful. That's precisely what she needs at this moment. An invitation to go for a walk, to see the sunset, even though it'll be quite some time before the sun goes down. He's not one of those vulgar types who says, "Let's go up to my room for a moment, I need to change my shoes," and "Nothing will happen, I promise," and who, once they're in his room, will say as he tries to make a grab for her, "I have contacts, and I know just the people you need to talk to." To be honest, she wouldn't mind being kissed by this seemingly charming man. She knows absolutely nothing about him, of course, but the elegance with which he's seducing her is something she won't forget in a long time. They get up from the table, and he asks for the drinks to be put on his tab. So, she thinks, he's staying at the Martinez. When they reach the Boulevard de la Croisette, he suggests they turn to the left. There are fewer people in that direction. Besides, the view should be even better, with the sun setting behind the hills. Igor, who are you? A good question, he says. I'd like to know the answer to that one myself. Another point in his favor. He doesn't immediately launch into some spiel about how rich and intelligent and talented he is. He simply wants to watch the sunset with her. That's all. They walk to the end of the beach in silence, passing all kinds of different people. Older couples who seem to inhabit another world, quite oblivious to the festival. young people on roller skates, wearing tight clothes and listening to iPods, street vendors with their merchandise set out on a mat, the ends of which have string looped through them so that at the first sign of a policeman, they can transform their shop window into a bag. There's even an area that seems to have been cordoned off by the police for some reason. After all, it's only a bench. She notices that her companion keeps looking behind him, as if he were expecting someone, but he's probably just spotted an acquaintance. They walk along a pier where the boats partially conceal the beach from view, and they finally find an isolated spot. They sit down on a comfortable bench with a backrest. They're completely alone. Well, why would anyone else come to a place where there's nothing to do? She's in an excellent mood. It's lovely here. Do you know why God decided to rest on the seventh day? Igor doesn't understand the question, but she proceeds to explain anyway. Because on the seventh day, before he'd finished work and left the world in a perfect state for human beings, a group of producers from Hollywood came over to him and said, "Don't you worry about the rest. We'll take care of providing the Technicolor sunset, the special storm effects, the perfect lighting, and the right sound equipment so that whenever man hears the waves, he'll think it's the real sea." She laughs to herself. The man beside her is looking more serious now. "You asked me who I am," he says. "I've no idea who you are, but you obviously know the city well, and I have to say, it was real luck meeting you like that. In just one day I've experienced hope, despair, loneliness, and the pleasure of finding a new companion. That's a lot of emotions." He takes something out of his pocket. It looks like a wooden tube less than 6 inches long. "The world's a dangerous place," he says. "It doesn't matter where you are. You're always at risk of being approached by people who have no scruples about attacking, destroying, killing, and we never learn how to defend ourselves. We're all in the hands of those more powerful than us." "You're right. I suppose that wooden tube is your way of fending them off." He twists the upper part of the tube. As delicately as a painter putting the final touch to a masterpiece, he removes the lid. It isn't, in fact, a lid, but the head of what looks like a long nail. The sun glitters on the metal blade. "You wouldn't get through airport security carrying that in your case," she says, and laughs. "No, I wouldn't." Maureen feels that she's with a man who is polite, handsome, doubtless wealthy, but who is also capable of protecting her from all dangers. She has no idea what the crime statistics are for Khan, but it's as well to think of everything. That's what men are for, to think of everything. "Of course, you need to know exactly how to use it. It may be made of steel, but because it's so thin, it's also very fragile and too small to cause any real damage. If you don't use it with great precision, it won't work." He places the blade level with Maureen's ear. Her initial reaction is one of fear, soon replaced by excitement. "This would be one of the ideal places, for example. Any higher, and the cranial bones would block the blow. Any lower, and the vein in the neck would be cut. The person might die, but would also be able to fight back. If he was armed, he could shoot me, especially at such close range." The blade slides slowly down her body. It passes over her breast, and Maureen realizes that he's trying both to shock and to arouse her. "I had no idea someone working in telecommunications could know so much about killing, but from what you say, killing someone with that blade is quite a complicated business." This is her way of saying, "I'm interested in what you're telling me. I find you really fascinating, but please just take my hand and let's go and watch the sunset together." The blade slides over her breast, but does not stop there. Nevertheless, it's enough to make her feel aroused. It stops just under her arm. "Here, I'm on a level with your heart. It's protected by a natural barrier, the rib cage. In a fight, it would be impossible to injure someone with this blade. It would almost certainly hit a rib, and even if it did penetrate the body, the wound wouldn't bleed enough to weaken your enemy. He might not even feel the blow. But right here, it would be fatal." What is she doing in this isolated spot with a complete stranger, talking about such a macabre subject? Just then, she feels a kind of electric shock that leaves her paralyzed. His hand has driven the blade inside her body. She feels at first as if she were suffocating and tries to breathe, but then immediately loses consciousness. Igor puts his arms around her, as he had with his first victim. This time, though, he positions her body so that she remains sitting. He then puts on some gloves and makes her head drop forward onto her chest. If anyone ventures into that corner of the beach, all they will see is a woman sleeping, exhausted perhaps from chasing after producers and distributors at the festival. The boy, lurking behind the old warehouse, where he often hides so as to masturbate while he watches canoodling couples, is now furiously phoning the police. He saw everything. At first he thought it was some kind of joke, but the man really did stick that blade into the woman. He'll have to wait for the police to arrive before leaving his hiding place. That madman could return at any moment, and then he would be lost. Igor throws the blade into the sea and walks back to the hotel. This time, his victim had chosen death. When she joined him, he'd been sitting alone on the terrace, wondering what to do next and thinking about the past. He never imagined she would agree to go for a walk to such an isolated spot with a complete stranger, but she did. She could have run away when he started showing her the different places where the blade would cause a mortal wound, but she didn't.